Hello everyone and welcome back to the Create Above and Beyond Marathon. Today we're going to get all the way through chapter 2 of the mod pack and break ground on a brand new mega factory. If you missed part 1 of the compilation, it'll be linked right down at the top of the description. Go check that out first, that way you can get all caught up on where we're at. But to start off this video, we're going to build a crazy mob farm, so make sure you guys like the video and enjoy. Today we're going to take these 30 spawners and make the ultimate experience farm. So I went ahead and wrote a big list of items that I want to try to get done either today or in the next few episodes. I want to automate storage, make that XP farm, get some new food now that we have animals, semi-automate press machines, get some new tools, enchant new tools, automate iron, and semi-automate copper machines. I don't think we'll get to all of this today, but we will hopefully get most of it done. So one thing I did to really help out with this episode is I went ahead and created a pretty pipe system with a crafting terminal so that way I can very quickly access my items, search for them, request them right to this terminal, collect my item, and automatically return it to my system. Along with all of that, we can also auto craft stuff right in the crafting terminal. And once all of our items have been requested, we can just remove our crafted item. So you might be wondering how I actually got all these spawners back to my base. Now, by default, Create Above and Beyond has disabled picking up spawners with a wrench. Now, I went ahead and re-enabled that just because I didn't want to spend the time to bring them back. I absolutely could have put them on a train or just built my spawner room over there, but I kind of just decided it was a little bit of a waste of time when there was a much easier and quicker way to do it. I don't really feel as though this is cheating or breaking the rules, because if it's something like iron or redstone that can be automated, and it's like a process that would be fun to automate and exciting, that makes sense. But something like bringing spawners back is kind of boring, and it would be really easy, and so I just figured I would bring it back this way, and I hope you guys are okay with that, because that's what I did. We've got a pretty wide variety of spawners here, and there are a few that we won't actually be using for our XP farm. So we have a few spider spawners and baby spider spawners, which I don't really want to deal with, and we're just going to be using for the string they drop. And then we also have a creeper spawner, which we're just going to be using for gunpowder drops. We have 2 of those. The reason I want to use the creeper spawners just for gunpowder is I really don't want to risk blowing it up, because that would not be very fun to deal with, blowing up and releasing a whole bunch of mobs, because this thing should hopefully spawn mobs pretty darn quick. All right, and it looks like our mob spawner is up and running. So we've got 2 of these stacks of 13 spawners each. Then we've got a just kind of regular water path being down. I think eventually what I might do is upgrade it to have fans blowing as well, just to kind of speed the whole thing up. And then over here, there's a bubble elevator that brings up to the top and then drops them down into our killing chamber. They probably won't be one hit, especially because a lot of these guys are spawning with like full armor. But hopefully 2 or 3 hits, and especially if you're using some kind of sword to do it, it really shouldn't be too bad. So let me go sleep so it's daytime and we're safe, and then we'll try killing them and see what we get. It looks like we've hit the entity cramming limit in like just a few minutes. Not even minutes, this was like a few seconds. That's wild. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Okay. Alright, so those skeletons are no joke. Especially because I think that guy that got me had a flame bow, but I think with the slab there we should be safe. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so it looks like these guys are still taking quite a few hits. So we might kind of make more levels to our bubble elevator. Also, like some like sort of sweeping edge would definitely help. Alright, so with this armor, these guys are not dying very fast at all. I wonder, let me go look at my Tinker's Construct books and see if there's any kind of sweeping edge effect we can give our sword, because that'll make this a lot quicker. Okay, so it looks like there is a sweeping edge effect we can do with chains. So what I'll do is get a whole bunch of chains that we're just going to upgrade our cleaver just to have max sweeping edge to make that a little bit nicer. There we go, sweeping edge 2, so we now have 50% sweeping damage. So hopefully that makes our process a little bit nicer. Alright, so looks like everyone despawned, so now we can really see how quickly this thing's going to fill up. I got some chests just so we can start kind of sorting out all the items we get, and kind of plan out our processing of those items. So all of our raw drops we'll put in here, and then any like other armor or whatever we could do with these other chests. Oh my God, this thing is so fast. We're already like pretty much full up here. Oh, but the sleeping edge is really helping. Looks like we're already killing a few guys, which is very nice. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now we're killing stuff with pretty much every hit, whereas before it would take 2, 3, 4 hits to kill anything. Okay, this farm is absolutely wild. First thing we need to do is get some kind of hopper thing set up here because we're very quickly filling up all of these chests. The one thing is that we're getting like a ton of this armor, which actually isn't a bad thing because what we can do is we can smelt this down. So like we can take these diamond boots, smelt them down, and get back 4 diamonds. Some stuff like the leather armor, there's no real easy way to turn that back into leather. Like we can do the cutting board. Looks like that's really it. So that stuff and like the wooden stuff will probably just void. But anything that can be smelted down into iron or gold or diamonds will definitely be doing that. But I'm going to get away from here because this thing is going way too fast. We already have more than enough levels. And we're definitely going to need some way to turn this off because this thing is going crazy fast. Alright, so after like no time at all, I threw some random level 30 enchants on my diamond armor. Unbreaking 3, protection 3, unbreaking 3, buddy binding 3. So nothing too great right now. What I think I'm going to do is craft up a bunch of books and enchant those because this armor is pretty expensive, so I don't think I'll be able to make multiple copies and combine them like I usually do with diamonds. But this thing is running a little too fast. It is literally impossible to keep up with the amount of mobs in terms of killing them. And it's also impossible to keep up with the drops. Like every time I get close to this, my inventory like immediately gets full. So before I spend too much more time here, I think the next step is going to be to get our filtering system and start automatically organizing the items so that way we're not backlogging there. Now to do that, I really want to get some more brass machines going because I want to use the brass funnels. So the next step is going to be to get all of our brass automation done. And I think I'm just going to do that in the basement of our workshop because we got quite a bit of space in there. And we should be able to at least semi-automate that process. Alright, so here is our little janky makeshift rose quartz line. This should hopefully all work. Haven't tested it yet, and there's still one more step we need to do, but yeah, it definitely should work. So before we get started, we still need to make the charger because we need this charged Certus quartz, which is made by putting Certus quartz in a charger. So to make that, what we need is a Fluix crystal, which we can either get from the seed, but we don't have Fluix dust, so we'll have to get it from making a crystal, which we can do by mixing 1 redstone, 1 charged quartz, and 1 nether quartz. So I've got all 3 of those. I can mix those up and grab our 2 Fluix crystals and then go combine those with andesite machines to get our chargers. So crystals, andesite machines gets chargers, and I don't know if these need RF to function. I'm hoping they don't, but if they do, that's not too big of a deal. So I know you put the Certus quartz in the charger and that charges it up. Okay, so it looks like even with power, these don't seem to be doing anything. Let me get this figured out. Aha! It's from the top. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. So it looks like you just do power from the top, and that's how you get your charged quartz. That's actually really not too bad. I think what I'll do then is set up a quick little line here, because it needs to go into this chest here, and it kind of like funnels back through. I don't think we're going to do that automatically, but I'll just set up a little line so we can drop all of our Certus quartz in here, and it'll just charge it up automatically. Okay, so now with this little setup, I should be able to just drop in all of my Certus quartz I have. It'll pop into there, charge on up. And then when it's done, it'll automatically get pumped into this other chest. Beautiful. All right, so now let's get this whole thing going. So Our first step is to mix skystone dust, which I got from, I mined out a meteor to get a bunch of skystone and fed it through my crushing wheels. And you get the skystone back, so I can just go ahead and feed that back through whenever I need more. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take the dust and drop the dust into this first chest and mix that up with water. So you can see that's going to go ahead and mix on up. And what I did is I actually don't have it going through yet, because what I need to do is grab a bucket of it so I can filter it. And now I should be able to hook this up. The reason we need to filter it first is because otherwise it'll take the water out too. So now you can see that we're making our volatile sky solution, and it's automatically being pumped into the next basin. And here is where we mix it with the charged Certus quartz. So I'm just going to drop that in our back chest here. And that should mix up, and what that's going to get us is destabilized redstone. So that'll mix on up. And then we are pumping water in for our violet sky solution just from the little lake outside the workshop. So all I have is a hose pulley and then a line of pipes going all the way into our workshop. And it seems like this pond has enough water blocks where it counts it as an infinite source, which is awesome. I took a little bit of a risk hooking that up, but seems like we're doing just fine. So now that we have our destabilized redstone, I'm going to try to grab a bucket of that. I'm just going to drop this stuff here because I want to get the redstone. There we go. And then I'm going to filter it here, hook that up, and we're overstressed. All right, let me go craft up a few more water wheels so we can get this all hooked back up. All right, so we're back online now. So now we're pumping out our destabilized redstone into here, which then our last step is to mix that with our pure Certus quartz, which we get by using a sequence assembly with water on a Certus quartz seed. So we need to get that started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a single Certus quartz crystal, and we're going to crush that. And by crushing it, we'll get the Certus quartz dust, which we can then mix with sand. And then when we mix it with sand, we get 2 of the dust, which we can turn into 2 pure Certus quartz. Then it kind of works like that, where we can kind of double it. So you can get 2 seeds from each quartz, and then you put your seeds on your deployer. You put your seeds on the depot, and then the spout will slowly fill it up into becoming a full crystal. So right now it definitely feels like this is going to be the bottleneck. So maybe I'll set up 2 or 3 spouts here so we can get this going as fast as we can. So now that that's done, I'm going to save that one to crush up and double it again. But for this one, what I can do is I can drop it in there. It'll mix on up, spit out there, and now we have our first polished rose quartz made semi-automatically. So then the last step is to just fill it with some molten iron to get our electron tubes, which I will take over to my smeltery building, because I've already got all that set up. So I can just take a stack of this and go fill it up real quick, and then move on to crafting all of our brass machines. Now in the quest book here, we pretty much went through all of these lines, other than the automated iron, but I'm not actually going to check these off yet. Now, the reason I'm going to hold off is because when you click on this, it says automated. I would not call this automated. I would call my andesite factory automated, where it's completely hands-off and it just does it. So I think we're going to wait until all of this is actually fully automated, where we don't have to do any inputs. And then I'll feel confident checking all this off and moving on to the next chapter. Oh no, so I guess our little lake is not an infinite water source. Looks like we have been very slowly draining it. That's not good. What do we do here? I guess one option might be to connect it up to this river. Oh god, ugh. Okay. Be careful. I think that's probably what we'll do. I think we'll just cut a small channel from here. Then I think if we go straight this way is the river. Yeah. So that's not too bad. So I'll just cut a little channel through here, and then that should see it as an infinite water source and stop draining our lake. All right, that'll do for now. At some point I'll come back and make it look nice. All right, and then to speed this process up a little bit, I had 3 spouts on here, but the water just simply wasn't keeping up. So we went back down to 1 spout and then put a smart chute below it where we are filtering out the quartz, so that way only the pure quartz crystals will go through. So our hopper will feed it in here, and then it'll just kind of automatically process through for us. Oh dear God! Oh no! So I was just in my workshop cranked away making a whole bunch of those electron tubes, and it looks like my little fix did not fix the lake draining problem. Oh God, I'm an idiot. That's why it didn't work, because it's at a completely different layer. So what we need to do here is get a little bit more water going. I must have like popped through there and it looked like it all lined up, but clearly it did not. So I think if we just get our water maybe all the way to here, and then we'll do like another bucket here and here, that should now all be connected up. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of our pond and we'll see if that fixed it. Alright, so to try to fix our issue, I went ahead and dug a well all the way down to bedrock. So that'll add quite a few source blocks to our little system here, and hopefully that fixes everything. Let's go take a look at our lake and make sure that it is not draining. And it's still draining. Okay, guess I'm at kind of a loss. I'm not sure what to do. I dug out so much. I dug this all the way down to bedrock, and it's not an infinity block yet. So I think for now we're just going to kind of let it go and drain our lake. It's not ideal, but if you guys have any better ideas about how to get this a infinite source block without having to dig out too much, please go ahead and let me know, because I'm a little bit stumped here on how to make this work and still look pretty nice. And to actually do all of that digging, I went ahead and created the diving helmet and the copper back taint from the crate mod, which I can just charge up by throwing under any one of my vertical gearboxes that have an open spot. So that worked out pretty nicely. We got 5 minutes of air and a half. Jesus Christ, that scared the... Oh. Okay, so rafters are not lit up. Good to know. Let's get that fixed. Luckily, it looks like the blast site managed to avoid any actual contraptions, so I guess that's a bit of a plus. And now we have a nice little way quickly down to our basement. And there we go, all fixed. Alright, so after crafting up a whole bunch of brass machines so we can get brass funnels, I'm back over at the mob farm to start setting up the belt work for all of our item storage. So below the mobs there, we have a belt coming out here, and it kind of just turns down around like this. And then we're going to have a second layer to our farm here, where we're going to actually be storing all of our items. So what I'm going to do is take a shaft all the way out here, and then put a belt there. And then essentially what I'm going to do the filtering is I'm going to place a whole bunch of these drawers and funnels out the back of them. And I can just use andesite funnels for these. Because these drawers only hold one item, only that item will be able to go in there. So let me get a whole bunch of drawers set up here. And then I've been kind of collecting all the drops as we go and organizing them somewhat. And so I'm going to take anything that I think I'm going to get a lot of that can stack. So like bones, arrows, zombie flesh, coal, all these skulls, everything like that. And then get barrels set up for those, or drawers set up for those. And then I'm gonna leave a few open drawers just because I'm sure that we don't have every single stackable drop in here that we can possibly get. All right, and that's our first layer of storage done. We had like just enough space. Like this is perfect. So we got all of our skeleton stuff. So we get the bones, the ribs, arrows, the skulls. Wither stuff, we got the coal, necrotic bones, and skeleton skulls. Stray stuff, zombie stuff. We're also going to get iron dropped from the zombies, and then we are going to get rubber ducks from time to time. I am going to extend this out one more block. So then we're going to put a chute here going down to the next level. We're going to do all of the processing for the armor, bows, and weapons that we're getting. Alright, so here's my basic plan for this level. First, we need to avoid everything that we don't want. So that's like leather armor or stone sword, stuff that we can't actually smelt down. But then what we want to do is I think we're actually going to use the melter setup. Now, the reason for that is because with the like full smeltery, we need lava. But with the melter, we can actually use the heater, which bows can go in here. So looking at all the items we're getting, we have enough skeleton and stray spawners where like bows are pretty common. So what I'm going to attempt is setting this up so that bows will be filtered out and put into our heaters, and then all of the other armor will be filtered out and put into the melters. And hopefully that's actually able to keep up and always be running. So let me get all that belt work and filtering set up, and I'll start by just dumping everything I have here into the system and see if it can keep up, and then we'll turn all the belts on and see if we can keep up with the mob farm itself. So the first filter we're going to set up is our iron filter. So we're going to grab every iron tool and armor that we are able to smelt up. So we'll grab a full set of armor. Looks like we got a sword. Looks like this spoon can be melted. Looks like chainmail cannot be melted, so we'll just void that. And it looks like shields can also be melted down to get iron. So I crafted the wrong kind of filter. We want a regular filter, not an attribute filter. So anyway, what we're going to do is grab our filter and put in every single one of these items that we're going to smelt down into iron. And now what we need to do is make sure that we have ignore data clicked, and then we want this to be allow. So now what this will do is it will only allow those specific items to enter that funnel. So the way that looks in practice is we have our first smeltery here, and then I still need to place my funnel behind my barrel. So let's see if we can't get back there without dying, because if I dig through here, that's our spawner. So let's just quickly get our funnel in, and then there's this little slot here which we want to right click with our filter, and now this brass funnel is filtered. And then we're going to do the same thing with diamonds and gold. Alright, so we got most of our belts powered up. The last few are right up here, though I have a little bit of an oversight. As I'm coming up these stairs here, the skeletons can actually see me and they keep firing at me. So let's see if we can quickly get up there and block it off. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to fully block that off for now and then hook up these last few belts, and we can hopefully see our system start working. There, and then the last one is going to be right there. Okay, and there we go. You can see all of our items filtering out. Now we have a huge backlog of items because of the mob cramming, and they've just been kind of sitting there dropping items, and we should start to see these fill up. There we go. Looks like it's working. So what I'm going to do quickly is, I guess, just kill a bunch. Yeah, we'll just sit here for a minute, and then we'll go check on and see how it's going. Okay, so we can see our armor's already starting to go in here, but it says not enough heat to melt this item. So the bows, we either just haven't gotten any bows yet, or not sure what's happening. Okay, so looks like we still have some items that need to be filtered out. This is essentially an overflow chest, so I think we actually just filled up on these items here. And then I think boots, iron boots, those should have been filtered out. Don't know why we missed boots. Okay, so looks like we should actually pretty much be up and running. It does look like we didn't end up getting any bows because it's saying not enough heat to melt this item. And for some reason this one's saying not enough free space for the fluid, which doesn't make sense because we have 9 ingot capacity and this should give us 8 ingots? Yeah, so I don't know. Not sure what's going on there. And then this one says not enough heat, so I just like pop a coal in here. Oh, it's not enough heat to melt it. Okay, I think what we're gonna have to do is get rid of this idea and put in an actual smeltery with lava. That's a little too bad because we're gonna have to feed it, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And then we'll just void out our bows. All right, so a little bit of a time skip and we got this all set up. So what I actually had to do is go into the nether to get some blazing blood, because to actually melt diamond armor, you need blazing blood, which you get from melting down blaze rods in either a melter or a foundry. So had to do a little bit of another adventure to actually get all that going. So this is that same lower layer, so I'm voiding out all the stuff with the added bows. And then over here, we still have these sorted out, so that way we have lots of extra storage in case this runs out of fuel or if it's kind of like stocking up. And then out here, we actually have 3 drains where we're filtering out the different fluids, so that way we can craft the different items. So we've got diamonds coming through the middle, iron here on the right, and gold here on the left. And so you can see those casting out and filtering out into this chest where we'll be collecting all of the goodies. So this thing is going to be awesome. I mean, I really have not made much of a use of it. And like we've already got 9 diamonds, 13 gold, 12 iron, plus a whole bunch more, which is already just hanging out in our smeltery. And then as you can see from our overflow chests over here, we've got a little bit more work to do in terms of filtering stuff out. And we also have to upgrade all of our barrels because some of them are already completely full. So I'll take a little bit more time. We'll upgrade the barrels, we'll fix all of our filtering, and then probably extend our bubble elevator, and we'll see how our farm looks. So I went ahead and extended this by quite a bit, and I think I went a little too far. We're having some mobs still end up, and they're taking like more than one hit. I don't think we're gonna get away from that, because I'm guessing they have some sort of feather falling on their boots. But then most of the mobs are just kind of hitting and dying immediately, so we're going to go back down a few blocks, and we're just going to have to deal with having to hit these guys more than once to take them out. All right, I think that's a bit better. They're not immediately dying now when they hit the bottom, but they're still taking a lot more damage, so they'll be a lot quicker to kill. You can see I did that whole bunch in like 3 or 4 hits. So overall, quite an improvement. They're pretty much all dying to 1 hit now, and none of them are dying when they hit the ground. So whatever this height is, I think is going to work out pretty darn good. And here it is, the almost finished mob farm. Now, the reason I say almost finished is because we're not going to have time today to actually build the building around it, but I think for now, I mean, it's fully functional and it's working really, really nicely. So up here on this first level, we've got our little ingot caster, and we are doing really well. 2 stacks of gold, a stack of iron, and 24 diamonds, and I really have not been using this much. I also moved our smelter controller and tanks right up to the front here so we can very easily see and interact with our smeltery. And then over here we still have our void chest, and we still have our overflow chests here. Going up to the second level, up these little spiral staircases, we have our line of drawers. And what I actually did with the drawers is I added brass funnels behind them, because as you're killing stuff, very often it would drop like multiple pieces of flesh or bones at once. And in an andesite funnel, only a single item can go through. But with a brass funnel, those stacks can go through. So you can actually see right there, that was like a 2 or 3 rotten flesh at once. And with the old system, they would kind of go right past. But the brass funnels, all 2 or 3 go right into here. And you can also see that I have upgraded all of these with at least 1 gold upgrade, and some of them with multiple. And the reason I'm using gold upgrades is because I have a ton of gold from this farm, and I figured it would be enough upgrades while not breaking the bank too much. And then coming up to this level, we extended our tower a bit, and we've got our little killing chamber. Then over here we've got our enchanter set up with some extra lapis, and then a whole bunch of books I was just kind of knocking out, and I think that's about all we need to add to this area. If you guys can think of anything else that I should add onto my farm, definitely let me know. And I think that's all the time we have for today's episode, so let's jump right into opening our buddy cards for the day. So we actually got quite a few buddy card packs from raiding the dungeon where we got all of the spawners. So I think what we're going to do is try to turn them all into create buddy card sets. So to do that, we need buddy steel ingots, shredded buddy cards, and brass sheets, which all sounds pretty easy to do. The only thing that we don't have yet is a blaze burner. So I'll have to run back into the nether quick and get that. But once we have the blaze burner, we should have everything we need. Now to get our shredded buddy cards for both the pack itself as well as to craft the buddy steel, which we need, what I'm going to do is anything that I have more than 3 of, I'm just going to go ahead and take whatever extras I have and feed them through my crushing wheels. I'm going to keep on to 3, 1 to keep, and then the rest for trading with the enderlings if we ever manage to find another one. So I will sort all these out and we'll shred away and see how much we can get and see if we can't turn all of our cards into create cards. Alrighty, so I've got everything I need. So I've got my blaze burner set up here under my mixer. So I'm going to go ahead and give that some fuel. And I went a little overkill with the buddy cards, or I guess the shredded buddy cards, but I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I guess it will be a problem if it's too much for the basin to hold. Got the heater. Oh, we need the brass sheets. Let me make those real quick. So we're just gonna put some brass in here. That'll get pressed. Then as it's pressed, put it into our mixer, and we'll get our first create buddy card set. We can grab that and open it up, and we'll get our first create buddy cards. Sweet. So I will craft up the rest of these. We'll open them up and see what we get. All right, so there are the rest of our create buddy card packs, and let's get all of these opened up. And right away, our inventory is full, so let's create a buddy card binder for the create mod. So we got a ton of these goos, so we'll use that to craft our binder. And we'll get our create buddy card binder, and we'll go stand over here, and we'll put all these in here, and then we'll sort them all out. All right, so here's where we're at. We have every single of the basic cards, and we have quite a few of the shiny cards. But we did not get our medal for that, which is quite confusing because it's with all the other ones. As soon as we got the full set, we got the medal. So the create medal can be earned after getting all 27 cards, shiny and not shiny. When equipped, it'll give you haste 1. I'm pretty sure I have all of those because I have 1 through 27. Yeah, where's my medal? Is there something I'm not doing, guys, or should I have it? If I should have it, I might just give it to myself, because that does seem like a bug. But now what I can do is I'm going to go ahead and update my armor, because now that we have a full another set, it should be pretty good. So now we're at 59%. So we're finally over halfway there on our armor. And compared to diamond, see, so let's see, I think 1 has protection, so we'll ignore that one. But for leggings, 5 armor, 1 armor toughness, 6 armor, 2 armor toughness. So we're almost there. We're so close to being better than diamond. And also you can see that I lost my helmet while I was making that mob farm because those guys do a whole lot of damage. But yeah, so let me know if this is a bug. And I think it's time that we take some time and get really geared up. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get all of our lake problems solved and hop right into crafting up some of the best gear in the pack. So I started off by filling up my lake. So after the last episode, the entire lake, as well as the river behind my base, was completely drained. So I took the time to fill it all back in because I want it to look nice. And now I know what I need to do to actually make sure that it doesn't drain in the future. So all I need to do to make sure that it doesn't drain in the future is extend our pipe all the way down into the water, and then make sure that's the source block, which I'm going to do by filling in the blocks below it, and making it a full source block. And now we have infinite water and we will never run out and can make lots of crystals. Then after that was done, I went ahead and made a pedestal from the reliquary mod. And this is basically going to allow us to automatically kill mobs in our farm. And then I went ahead and crafted a extendo grip so that way we can reach further away. And instead of destroying all the mechanical crafters in my space, what we can actually do is craft these mechanical crafter covers, and it allows you to make the area of your craft smaller without having to change your physical mechanical crafters. And there we go, I get my extendo grip. The next thing I did is I went ahead and crafted a feral flame lantern, which we're going to play around with later. And then I craft a insightful crystal, which actually holds some experience. And then I go ahead and craft up a portable stone cutter, and you do this by throwing all the ingredients on the ground, placing an anvil above it, and letting it fall onto the ingredients, and it crafts up your stone cutter. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft up my exchangers. Now these are going to allow me to finish building the mob farm and decorating it, because what they do is it allows you to replace blocks one for one instead of having to break them and then place them back down. So I upgraded it to the stone and left it there. Now what I'm doing is I'm trying to upgrade my buddy card armor as much as possible by throwing all my cards on the ground. You can actually see right there, I get my create buddy card medal, because by throwing them on the ground and picking them up, that's actually the way to kind of register them. So I went ahead and did that with all of my buddy cards to make sure that I had everything captured. Now this didn't end up upgrading my armor at all, but at least now I have the create buddy card medal. The next thing I wanted to do is make some new food. So I decided to use sheep because I have more of those than any of the other mobs. And with the mutton, you can actually chop it down into mutton chops, which gets you essentially double the food. I then went ahead and milked a whole bunch of cows, turning their milk into milk bottles. And then I went ahead and cooked up all the mutton that we can use for our recipe. I then grabbed a whole bunch of onions and potatoes, cooked up those potatoes, and then crafted those all together. So the recipe I decided to go with was a shepherd's pie. There's a few different reasons I wanted to go for this, but the main one being is it has a whole lot of saturation. It gives you a lot of food. So this is the crafting recipe, and you get the shepherd's pie. Now when you place the shepherd's pie, it places like a cake, and it essentially has 4 slices in it, which you can take out with a bowl. And so essentially what you need to do is you need to place it down, take out your slices, get your plates of shepherd's pie, and then you can finally eat them. So they actually do stack up to 16, and it actually works as a really good food source. So you can see here, I'm just grabbing all of my shepherd's pie, so that way I have enough food to last me quite a while. So now I'm going to be earning myself some money. The way I'm going to be doing this is by taking all of the crops we have farmed, and if you craft 9 of them together, you get these barrels of the crop. And you can then put those into the trade station, and it gives you coins. So I'm going to power up my trade station here with my crops, and you can see when we have the farmer profession, we get 1 coin per 9 crops. Now this is working pretty good, but we do want to speed up our trade station because that is going to be the bottleneck. We're producing crops very, very fast, but we need to also produce our trade station pretty quick. So what I'm going to do is I need to craft up some Constantin. So I'm going over to where I craft my brass, and I'm basically filtering zinc and copper in, and that gets me Constantine. So I'm then going to go ahead and craft some fluix linkage amplifiers, and I crafted 4 of these because there's 4 spots for amplifiers, and I'm going to place those inside of my trade station, which will speed things up. The one downside to these amplifiers is that we are now using more power than we're generating with our dynamo, so we're going to upgrade it to a new mystic dynamo. A new mystic dynamo actually takes coins to power, which isn't too much of a problem because it only takes 1 coin, and that lasts for like 5 minutes, which produces us multiple stacks of coins, so we're really not losing too much by using coins to power it. Now I did end up having to craft 2 of these because 1 was not enough to keep up with our upgraded trade station, and I did take 1 of the amplifiers out of the trade station, which gets us at the perfect rate where we are 1-to-1 power used to power produced. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 5 stacks of those silver coins, turn them into gold coins, because we can finally afford our diamond saw. So we can upgrade our diamond saw to the enchanted saw, which has unbreaking like infinity. Put that in our andesite farm, and we're now producing andesite machines completely automatically. We don't have to provide it with anything other than these strainers. All right, so the next thing I want to check out is the Test of Patience quest. I've heard a few people mention this, and I really don't know much about it. So looks like we get a enchanted barrel, Test of Patience. We get a barrel and a note. Welcome, Challenger. Okay, so it's like a game, or you have a few of these unboxed. Oh, is this literally just... Oh, good luck, see you at the bottom, motivational apple, barrel. Okay, so it looks like we're just going to have to open up a few of these. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. So, yeah, I guess let's just place a whole bunch down and see what we get. Hopefully we can, I guess, get to the bottom and figure out what's in these barrels. Okay, so we have kind of ran out of room here, so I'm just going to go ahead and break these barrels, and we'll take this outside where we have a little more room to work. This is a good enough place as any, so let's just continue opening our barrels, and we'll stack all the way up, collect our apples and our cookies. Okay, so here we are. I'm starting to get to the point where I think we got to automate this. Yeah, I think it's time, so let's go do that. So to automate this, I think it's going to be pretty simple. I think all we have to do is be able to place the barrel, take the items out of the barrel, and then break the barrel. So we're going to have our deployer, a saw, and then just a little bit of a belt loop. And that should all work out pretty well. Now the last thing we need to do is make a filter with respecting the data of our special barrel. And if we place a brass filter down, we can place that filter in it. So that way it's only going to take out and place our special barrel. All right, so here is our whole system in action. So you can see we start off with our deployer. It places the barrel. Our belts immediately take all the items out. So all the paper, apples, cookies, whatever else we get. And then we have a drill, which breaks the barrel. And then there's a loop where that barrel comes back around into the deployer, and it's working pretty good. So we can just let this go and hopefully collect whatever's at the bottom. So now I'm working on crafting a full new set of bodycard armor and a set of bodycard tools, but I am very short on shredded bodycards. So we're going to do our first ever mid-episode bodycard pack opening. Now there will be a pack opening at the end of the episode, as is our tradition, but I just need a few more cards that I can shred up to get this buddy steal going. So I'm just going to open up all of these base set buddy cards I have, and we'll hopefully get enough to keep 3 of everything while still having enough to shred up all of our buddy cards. So that actually puts us a single buddy card away from completing our full shiny and not shiny buddy card set. So I'm going to pull out the ones that I have more than 3 of, grind those down, and craft up our armor now. Okay, and that puts us at more than enough. So let's get all of our buddy steel powder crafted up. So all we got to do for that is lapis block of iron, and then we need 3 stacks of shredded buddy cards, and that gets us our buddy steel blend. And then I'm going to go smelt that up, and we will make our armor. Sweet. So there we go, full set of bodyguard armor, and I've got all the tools except the hoe, which we hopefully, I don't know if I'll get that or not. So at 59%, that puts us just under diamond. But I do have a plan for the end of the episode to kind of finish upgrading it and see if we can get that over like 70%. We'll see. We'll see if it'll work or not. And then in the next episode, what I'm going to try to do is craft some perfect buddy steel ingots. We've got the buddy steel and Loomis for it. We just need the Xylex. So maybe we'll see if we can't find another one of those little baby Endermen to trade with. That is no longer placing down our barrels. So I'm guessing. Oh, we're full. Oh man, I was so excited. I thought for sure that we like finally got through it all. Geez, that's a lot of stuff. All right, I'll clean this out and let it keep going, I guess. All right, guys, and here are our new tools and items that we crafted up. So I've got my full set of buddy steel armor and tools crafted up. Feel free to pause or start on the video if you want to see the exact enchantments I've got on here. But the main ones are, I've got Buddy Binding 3 on every single tool and armor, meaning when we die, these will actually stay in our inventory. And then we also have Wall Running, Double Jump, and Sliding on our boots, meaning, well, first we can double jump, which is super cool, and Wall Running lets us actually run on walls. Now those are added by the grappling hook mod, so maybe we'll have to get a new grappling hook and really try those out. Sadly, that does mean we are retiring the Sky Slime boots, but I don't think that'll be permanent, and at some point maybe we'll actually get those back on. Now it does mean we're going to be retiring some of our Tinker's Construct tools, so our sword, our pickaxe, and then our mattock are all being retired. However, we are going to keep the excavator and the sledgehammer in our inventory. We want to mine multiple blocks at once. But looking at it, we have our sword that we spent all that time crafting, which has 12 attack damage and 0.85 attack speed. And our buddy card sword is at 10 attack damage and 1.6 attack speed, so slightly less damage, but a lot faster to hit. So with our mob farm, we do have it upgraded with a pedestal. So I have 3 pedestals kind of around these mobs, each of which has a diamond sword on it, which means that these guys are being killed automatically, and those count as player kills. So whenever I want levels, I just go stand there. And as you can see, I just got 52 levels from standing there for like a second. And this has been running for less than 5 minutes. So when I was enchanting this armor, it was so easy. I came over here, did a level 30 enchant, run over here, get some XP, and be able to do like 5 more enchants. Now to also kind of help out with that, I crafted this Insightful Crystal, which stores experience. So if I right click, it fills up with experience. And if I shift right click, it empties out the experience into my bar. So I go ahead and fill this up, and this thing holds a stupid amount of experience. So you can see we just pumped over 50 levels into it, and it's like maybe 3/4 full. So that thing is really nice, and I'll definitely try to keep that full in my inventory whenever I need to do some enchanting. We also have our Extendo Grip created, which is a crate item that lets us hit stuff from, I think it's 6 blocks away, holding it in our offhand. So we'll definitely be making sure to have that in our offhand at all times to be able to really hit stuff from quite a distance. And then we come to the exchanger. So I can press the comma button to open up this menu where I can extend this to 3x3. And the different exchanger types actually go even higher than this. I just only crafted up to the stone tier. And what I can do is change the mode from plain, horizontal column, or vertical column. We can force drop items enabled or disabled, which means that we can void excess blocks if we want. We also have directional placement, void items, and then what I think is going to be the most useful is fuzzy placement. So what that allows you to do is set a percentage of what it's replacing. So if we want to just kind of like roughen up a wall, we could set this to like 10% and it would only put a few of the new blocks in it. So to set this, you're going to shift right click, and that sets your block. And then I can just right click and replace all the blocks at once. Then if I want to change those back to stone, I just shift right click, and then I can right click. And when I run out, it'll just say error, ran out of blocks. And yeah, it's worked really well, and I'm definitely going to be using this a lot. And then speaking of things I'm going to be using a lot, this portable stone cutter is sweet. So not only does this give us a stone cutter, but we can actually like click all 64 and get like really specific things. So for example, our Gabriel cobblestone slabs, we get 2 per. I can click all, and it'll craft all of those up. Or I can click 64, and it would craft only a stack. We also got the Create Set Buddy Metal, which gives us haste. So whenever we're doing some mining, we can just swap this out for our Farmer's Delight medal, which we did actually enchant to have Buddy Binding 3 and Buddy Boost 2, which we should do for our medal. So I'll also do that for my Create set medal, and that basically just makes them a bit more effective, and Buddy Binding 3 means they're going to stay in our inventory if we die. So I went ahead and also upgraded our Create set and base set Buddy medals by enchanting them with Buddy Boost 2 and Buddy Binding 3. Our Create set gives us Haste 3, which that plus our efficiency tools makes us that we're going to be mining stuff super duper fast. And then our base set Buddy medal is now at speed 3, meaning we're going to move quite quickly using it, which will be really nice for doing some exploring. But we're going to keep our Farmer's Delight set Buddy medal on for now, as it gives us speed 1 with all our other effects, which is honestly super good because not having to eat makes the game so much more fun to play. Now the last thing we crafted is something that we're going to have to craft a whole lot more of. That is the Feral Flare Lantern. So basically what this does is when you place it down, you can see it starts to like place a whole bunch of invisible lights around it. You just kind of light up the area automatically for you. Now it does have a range, so it's not infinite, but you can see it plays that single lantern, and now this whole space is all lit up. So I'm definitely going to be crafting a lot of those and placing them all around my base to make sure that we are completely lit up at night. And as we were doing all of the enchanting on my armor and tools, we got quite a lot of ores from this. Now we did run out of Blazing Blood, so I will have to get some blaze spawners to the overworld so that way we can keep this thing running. But we ended up with 6 stacks of gold, 6 stacks of iron in a bit, and then just about 1.5 stacks of diamonds from just a little bit of enchanting. And that thing is doing pretty darn well. And even after all that time enchanting our gear, this thing is still trucking along, and it looks like it's just about time to empty out our arcane barrel again and let this keep going. Hopefully we get something cool from this. Don't spoil it in the comments though. I don't want to know what I get. I want to be surprised. Ooh, well that is an unforeseen issue. So it looks like our light over here is too close to the mob farm where it's actually placing lights inside the mob farm. So hopefully breaking this... Okay, good. It also breaks all of the lights it placed. So I think what I'll do is I'll kind of put it over here closer to my base where it's not going to affect our mob farm at all. And anywhere around there, we'll just have to place some regular torches. We could just hide it down here in this bush. Now to round off the episode, what we're going to do is turn a bunch of our silver coins into gold coins so we can actually buy some buddy card packs. Now the reason we're going to buy those buddy card packs is so we can start getting more end and nether buddy cards, which are going to be super useful to upgrade our armor and hopefully get it to be a slightly higher power. So we have 20 gold coins here, which will get us 10 packs. So we'll go ahead and buy all those packs, open it up, and see where our armor is after we're done. Okay, that was actually a lot better than expected. We got a whole lot of end and nether cards, and looks like we also got a bunch of aquaculture cards, which I forgot was even a thing you could get. We didn't complete any of the sets, but hopefully that puts our armor a little higher. Oh, check that out, 70%. So that gave us essentially 10% right there, which I think, let's see what diamond is. 3 armor, 2 toughness, 3 armor, 1 toughness. Puts us just about at diamond level. So if we can get this upgraded to the perfect buddy steel, we'll be doing pretty darn good. So with all these cards, what I'm going to go ahead and do is craft one more book to store all of our end and aquaculture cards until we have enough where we can actually craft up the respective book for those card packs. And as of today, here is the status of our buddy cards. So we're missing a single buddy card for our base set, shiny and not shiny. We're missing a few of the shiny cards for Create Buddy set, but we managed to finish our non-shiny set. For our Farmer's Delight set, we have our non-shiny set finished, and we're missing quite a few cards of our shiny set. And I think we're also missing some of the buddy gummies, so we'll have to craft up more of those. We'll definitely have to do some more nether exploration because we are very short on our nether cards and we are nowhere close to completing the set. And then finally, for the extra cards we got today, we've got a few of the aquaculture set. We have some of these BYG sets, which I'm not even sure what mod those are from, because the book for buddy cards doesn't actually have any information on that. So if I go in here, open this up, buddy card sets, it doesn't show up here. So if you guys know where this BYG set is from and what benefit I have for collecting these or how to get more of the packs, please let me know, because if I look this up, BYG gives me no information on these packs. So yeah, please let me know. And then finally, for our end set, we have quite a few cards, but we still obviously have a long ways to go. But once we get to the end, I think that should all go pretty quickly. So we'll go ahead and store all of our binders. And in the next episode, we'll see what else is next. Maybe we can finish off some of our sets that are missing just a few cards. So today we took a little bit of time working on finishing up some projects in preparation for leaving the Brass Age. One thing I'm going to have to do immediately is upgrade our extendo grip. So one thing that you can do with pretty much every tool in the game is use this internal Stella on a tool, and it basically makes it completely unbroken. The reason we have to make a new one is because I was doing just a little bit of mining and actually broke it. This isn't typically a problem because you can use the back tank, and that essentially means that it won't take durability, but I'd much rather wear a chest piece in the back tank so that way we don't die nearly as much. So we'll go ahead and craft a new one, and then we'll go over and craft an Eternal Stella and combine those two in our smithing table, and then that should make it unbreaking. Yeah, indestructible. So now it looks like it's not going to take durability. Sweet. So thanks to you guys, I now know that it is a 1 in 2.5 million chance to complete the test of patience, which at this rate will take approximately 86 days if I'm doing my math correctly. So obviously 3 seconds per barrel is not nearly fast enough, so we're going to have to redesign the system to go a lot faster. And along with that redesign, I think we also have to take care of all the items we're getting. The pufferfish, cookies, and apples we can actually sell. So the apples we can turn into creative apples and sell, and everything else can just be sold straight up. However, the paper and barrels, I don't really see much of a use for. I think we'll probably use the barrels to actually power the selling of the other stuff. In the paper, I think we may as well just save like a stack of each type and void the rest, because we can still use them for crafting recipes, but I don't really see reasons to keep thousands and thousands of named pieces of paper. So I went ahead and created a schematic of a brand new barrel machine in a creative world, just to make it a little easier on myself and not have to craft and recraft a whole bunch of stuff and make extra materials. So I'm just positioning my machine in my world with our schematic. And then once that's done and looks like it's in a good spot, I'm going to go ahead and place that into my schematic cannon and get my book to get my recipe of items, fill that up, and we can watch it go. In our book, it tells us everything that we need to complete our machine. Only 5 pages, that's not too bad. I should be able to knock this out in just a few minutes. The last thing we need for the schematic is a few flux ducts, which essentially transfers electricity. So to do that, we need to craft this Invar stuff. And to craft that, we basically need these uncompressed Invar ingots and press those 16 times. Those ingots are pretty easy to craft. We need this nickel compound, which is 4 iron dust, and a nickel, which gets us the 1 nickel compound, which we smelt into the unprocessed Invar ingot, which gets us 1 Invar ingot. So crafting these up was actually pretty easy. The nickel compound was easy to craft, so was smelting them down. The only issue is that they do not stack once they're done smelting, so you can see our nickel compound will finish smelting into our unprocessed Invar ingots, and they do not stack. Not too big of a deal, but then we can just go over and press them. And all I did here was I just fed them back and forth on my little press line to get them fully compressed. So with our Invar created, we go ahead and craft a few flux ducts, which we can use to get our schematic cannon going, and then move on to completing the rest of our factory.
And here it is, our completed barrel factory. I am absolutely in love with this building. Essentially, it's just a giant scaled up barrel with like kind of a little bit of a factory vibe on the outside, where we've got logs going in here and then barrels coming out over on the other side. And then on the inside, I actually went ahead and fully decorated that too. So inside here, obviously we've got our barrel machine, and then all this stuff up here, and then we've got a pile of logs and some barrels kind of hidden all around. And then over here is where we are analyzing our test of patience barrel to figure out all of its secrets. But yeah, this thing is still running. It's been running for hours. So the way this works is we kind of start here with our barrel, which is like our test of patience barrel. That is then broken by a deployer with an axe here and kind of shuffles over to this side to this deployer and gets placed back down. Now, there's a few different reasons we replaced our drill with a deployer, and the main one being is it's a little easier to control our speed. So you can see 1, 2, 3 hits, it breaks. And the reason we're doing 3 hits is so that it has time to take all the items out. I had it going a lot faster before because you could do it with a single hit if you enchanted that to efficiency 4. But the issue we had there is not all the stuff would have been taken out by the time it broke, and we had stuff flying all over, and I actually almost lost my main barrel a few times. But we got that figured out, we got that dialed in. So all it is just an axe enchanted with Unbreaking 3, which breaks the barrel. I haven't had to replace them yet, but I'm sure I will at some point soon. Then I have a smart chute below that, and that's filtered out to ignore that specific barrel. So what that means is like all the items like apples and paper and stuff will go down through and up into our system, where all of our barrels kind of just funnel on to the deployer. And what that also means is when we eventually do get to the end, that last barrel will go through because it's filtered to this barrel specifically, respecting the NBT data. So our final barrel will come up into our system as well. Now for all the extra barrels we're getting when we break them, those are dropped down here with a chute over here. And then I just break this, go show you where it's going. That goes down into a overflow system where we have a funnel here with a Stirling dynamo that powers our trade stations through these flux ducts. And then we have our netherrack with some fire behind that, where all of the extra barrels are essentially just being voided. Now down here, sneak right here, you can see that our paper comes through here, and we have these 2 funnels here which are filtered for paper, which voids those off. The reason I had 2 funnels is we had a lot of cases where paper was actually making it through into our system. So that just takes care of that. I haven't had any problems since upgrading it to 2 funnels. Then all the other items go into this funnel, into the chute, which has a fan at the top sucking up. So all the stuff kind of tumbles up into our system. So all of our extra items kind of tumble up here and come out on this funnel here. This first one takes out all of our cookies and trades those with a cooking profession. The second one takes our pufferfish and trades them with a fishing profession. And this last one takes all of our apples. And we actually have to press those into the crates, which then trades them for the farming profession. This has been running for quite a long time, and we only have 30 coins, so this is definitely not a quick way to produce coins, but it is a good way to void off all of those extra items. Now, when we do complete the test of patience, the final barrel will kind of come here and get stuck here because this is filtered for apples, this is filtered for pufferfish and cookies, so it'll actually stay on this belt. And that's where this mechanical arm comes in. The mechanical arm basically takes from here and places in the chute, which is filtered for barrels only. So when that final barrel comes through, the arm will grab the barrel and place in the chute, which will drop down onto this depot. So when we're coming into the building, we can just look and see that it's done in a glance, or see that it's not done in a glance, which is more likely, and collect our prize. So if you guys are interested in having the schematic for yourself, let me know in the comments, and maybe I'll upload it for you guys. It does take a little bit of manual kind of fine-tuning to get working in your world, but it should pretty much be plug and play. So if you're interested, let me know. So now I want to move on to building our mob farm building. So obviously we have our functional mob farm, and what I've done is I kind of blocked out where I think I want the building to be. I think it'll look pretty cool once that's done. So I've got the spiral staircase coming up the side, and then some rooms that I want to lay out. And I also went ahead and punched a hole in the wall here so we can actually see into our mob farm area and watch the mobs spawn. So I'll have to make this top level completely dark to make it look good. I also took the time to kind of figure out a pretty good looking block palette. So I have this cherry wood from Forbidden Arcanus. Now there is an issue with the cherry wood. I really like how it works with like the really thick planks, but the problem is the saplings were not able to grow. Essentially every time I bone mealed them, they wouldn't grow, and when they grow naturally, it would actually crash the game. So if you're having issues growing these or the mystery wood saplings, just update the Forbidden Arcanus mod, and everything seems to work out okay. I'm also using some jungle wood as some details that looks pretty good with the cherry wood, along with these sun metal blocks, which I feel like will look really good for some detail. And then I'm just going to use some andesite bricks and stuff to kind of be the bulk of the building. I'm also going to use factory blocks and ornate windows to kind of fill in as kind of our like fine details in the building, and I think it should all look pretty good once it's all put together. And here is our completed mob factory. This thing looks super funky. I definitely think we need to add more stuff off to the side here. Originally, I was planning to do our brass factory over there, but now I'm thinking it might look kind of cool over here, maybe like up kind of in and on this hill, to kind of fill in more of our industrial area over here, but we'll kind of see how that turns out. That'll be in the next episode that we actually make the brass factory, but let's go ahead and check out our mob factory. So in here at the bottom level is where we have our ore processing, and we are still out of blazing blood, so pretty soon here we'll have to get a blaze spawner so we can keep this thing fed. Up at the next level is where we have all of our storage. What I've actually went ahead and did is I went and sold all of our rib bones and zombie hearts in the trade station, which you can actually sell for quite a lot. So each single one of these sells for 5 silver. So each stack gets you 5 stacks of silver, which works out pretty darn good because we get a lot of this stuff. And then up at the next level is where we have our kill chamber here, where we can come and collect our experience, and then a good look into our actual spawning room. And then we just have our little enchantment set up with some chests for storage. The other cool thing I did is I put these trapdoors in so we can very easily access the pedestal whenever we need to replace the sword. So you can see we actually only have one that's still not broken. We do need to put the unbreakable or indestructible enchantment on that, as well as all of our armor and tools pretty soon here. But for now, whenever we just need experience, we can just put a new sword on there. The other thing I did is I actually enchanted our insightful crystal with holding 5. So now it holds a absolutely stupid amount of experience. You can see we can take out, what was this, like 100 levels, and still have a little bit left. So what are we at? We are 108. So I'm guessing, because we had 50 levels to start with, it probably holds around 100 levels, which is insane, especially because it doesn't hold levels, it holds experience points. Because basically it takes a lot more to go from like 56 to 57 than 29 to 30. So when we're actually enchanting, we can just stay at 30 and take experience out of here instead of having to get to a really high level. So that's pretty cool. So with all the money we've earned from selling our rib bones and zombie hearts, I think we're going to go ahead and spend half a stack of gold on mystery cards, the mystery buddy card packs, and see what we can get, because I really liked opening those last time, especially with the the biomes you go. That's the one I wasn't sure on in, what was it, this binder? Yeah, these are apparently BYG is all the biomes you go, so this is actually the only way to collect those. So we're going to go ahead and open up a whole bunch of those packs and see what we get. All right, and here is our current state of buddy cards. So we're still missing a single base set buddy card. For the create set, I've completely filled up our non-shiny cards, and we're still missing a few of the shiny cards. For the Farmer's Light set, we have all of our non-shinies and just missing a few shinies. For another set, we're actually looking a lot better today. So we just have a few holes, and honestly, I think we're pretty close to completing our nether pack. Now, as for the other packs, the end set, I don't have any of these organized. They're just kind of all popped in here. I would say the end set looks like we're a little under halfway there for completing that. Same thing with all the biomes you go. And then aquaculture, we're not doing very good. Now, I'm not sure if this one actually goes all the way up to 20, was it 27? I think it's like Farmer's Delight where it only goes up to 18 because we have not gotten very many of these at all. So I don't know if those are just more rare, but maybe in the next episode we'll do some fishing and see if we can get some more of these aquaculture cards. So with all that, we are currently at 83. Is that right? Yeah, 83% power. So we went from 70 to 83 with those 16 buddy card packs. So before we end the episode, I just want to talk a little bit about the future of this series. So I've really enjoyed kind of being in this little starter area, but this is not where our permanent base is going to be. So we have our andesite factory, we've got now our barrel factory, and then a few of the starter buildings we kind of use to manually collect a lot of stuff. But I think it's time to move on to a mega base. So what we're going to be doing in the next few episodes is building our brass factory in this space. And then after that, we're going to be kind of finishing it off, doing final touches, making some houses or a little village around here. But then we're going to be actually moving off and starting a new base. Now, the reason I want to start a new base is because I want to have things connected a little bit better. Right now, if I wanted to take wood and use it for this farm, I have to make its own wood farm. If I want to take string or if I want to take flax and make string and then combine it with wool and then put it over there, it's a huge pain in the butt to kind of do all of that. And most of the stuff over here is manual. So what I want to do is make a mega base with a main bus line with every single material that we're producing running through it. So that way we can just kind of pull out of that bus for whatever new manufactured process we want to do. So definitely look forward to that, and hopefully in maybe like 2 or 3 episodes from now we can actually really get started and break ground on our mega base. To create our copper machines, it all starts with some resin, and to get resin we need arboreal extractors. So the way the arboreal extractor works is you basically place it next to a tree and you'll see the little green light and you'll see the sap color inside the block, and that lets you know that it's on. So then you can kind of watch and this will fill up. Now I thought we might be able to use the linkage amplifiers on the augments to make it go faster. However, that does not seem to work. I believe the only ones you can put here are the ones that make the tank larger. And there you go. You can see we got our first 25 resin out of this tree. So this does only work with naturally spawning trees or trees grown with saplings. So for example, over here, we grew this tree with saplings and then took off a bunch of the leaves and it still seemed to work. However, there is definitely a limit here. This is also a tree we grew with saplings, but we took all but one leaf off. And you can see that the light's off, there's no resin in here, and it basically means that that's off. Also, if you break any of the wood, it'll turn it off. And sadly, this is really disappointing to me, if you build your own tree, it does not work. I had the idea of like a big mega tree that I could build and then basically take all of our sap from there. However, sadly, that does not seem like it's going to work. It seems like we're going to have to grow our trees individually. Alrighty, so I went ahead and did a big long line of arboreal extractors. We have 32 extractors, each with their own tree. I believe I could put more per tree, but then the efficiency of each extractor goes down. So we'll see how this looks for now, and if we do end up wanting to upgrade these in the future, that's definitely something that we can do. But now all we have to do is hook up some pipes all the way down so we can pump stuff out. And I messed up. I thought I did this 5 apart. I only did 4 apart. Well, we're gonna have to push those trees back a block. All right, so that should be a little bit better. So now we should be able to have our pipes coming through here and have our central pipe going down. Perfect. So we want our first pump to be 8 from the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We should be able to put a pump right here. Craft it up with 1 fluid pipe and 1 cogwheel, gets our mechanical pump. And we can place it right there. And then I have an idea of how to run this, and we'll see if it works or not. I'm not sure if it'll be enough power, but we should be able to do a cog and then a large cog off to the side. And then another large cog to make that vertical. We should be able to place it like that. And then below that, we can do a campfire and then a encased fan. And then we just need to give that a redstone signal. So we just craft a lever. And that should work. It looks like our fan is upside down. So we will fix that. So fan and then lever. And that should power our pump. Now to check that, what we do is grab our wrench, open these up. It looks like we are not actually pumping that out. It's because we're going the wrong way. So we can reverse that, and now we can see our rubber being pumped out. Very cool. So we just need to do this all the way down with every 8 blocks, having a mechanical pump. And this will actually pump out 8 blocks, so it's actually like every 16 blocks that we need to pump, other than these, because this will... Yeah, this will actually need its own pump, so we will need one every single 8 blocks, but that's not too bad of a deal. So I'll go all the way down, get our pipes laid, and catch up with you guys when we're ready to start building our production line. Alright, so our first try does not seem to be going nearly fast enough, so these ones up in the front here are definitely not emptying out. They don't seem to be filling up quite as fast, but they're definitely not emptying. However, these few at the end are actually able to keep up, so I think our system does make sense. We just gotta speed up these pumps by a whole lot. So let's get a better power system hooked up to these and see how fast we can get these to go. All right, so we got this sped up, but we still have an issue with our pipe network. So you can see these 4 on the end here are pulling out just fine. They're working as intended, but the problem is the rest of our network is not. Now the reasoning for that is we have this mechanical pump, which is going this way, and we have this mechanical pump which is pulling here. And what I was hoping is that this pump would be able to pull out of here and go that way. What I think is happening is this pump is actually pushing out into these pipes and trying to go into our extractor. So what we need to do, I think, is put a pump here on every single one of these pipes to make sure that it's one directional. Now I might try to come up with a better idea for that, because that'll be a lot of pumps and a lot of power to get those all running. But I'll try out a few things and let you guys know what I come up with. Okay, sweet. Well, that's easy enough. So all I think I need to do to fix this is put in these fluid tanks as kind of one-way buffers. So these 4 extractors are hooked up with this pump, which goes into this fluid tank. And then these 4 extractors plus this fluid tank are hooked up to the rest of the system with this pump. And then what we need to do is swap this out. So we need our tank here to work as kind of our essentially one-way valve. And then our pump here and our cog down below that to power it. And that should work. So I just need to do that going all the way down our line. All right, and then with that, with all of our one-way valves installed, all of our boreal extractors are now empty, which means that we are pumping out at a rate that is able to keep up with all of our extractors, which to say isn't that impressive because these extractors really don't make much resin, but it should be enough to keep a relatively small factory stocked. And it even looks like we have managed to fill up this fluid tank pretty quickly, so I'll get this fluid tank upgraded a bit, and then we will start breaking ground on our copper machine factory. So our next step in this process is actually really easy. All we need to do is take this resin, which we're producing, and craft it into rubber. And to do that, all we need to do is take 250 millibuckets of it and compact it, and that gives us 1 rubber, which we can then bulk blast with lava into cured rubber, which we can then use to combine with... Where's the recipe? Being shaped crafting. Here. Cured rubber, kinetic mechanism, cured rubber gets us our sealed mechanism. Now we could take the kinetic mechanisms from our other factory automatically. However, we don't need thousands and thousands and thousands of these, so I think we'll just do it manually, dump in a bunch of kinetic mechanisms, whatever need copper mechanisms, and have it automatically crafted up for us. So to get this all hooked up, it actually should be pretty simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pipeline off here, and then at this point we need to go down a block. So we'll have our pipeline coming through here, and then put basins off the pipeline. 3, 4. I crafted 4 of them. I would imagine this should be able to keep up. If it doesn't, then we can just upgrade this to have more basins, or if it's going way too fast, we can have less basins, which also is not a problem. And then we just have a line coming out here with some shafts, like so, and then we'll put a belt in there, and that will take our uncured rubber out, and then all we have to do is smelt it up over here, and that's pretty much it for our rubber. And then this is going to be how we actually cook up our rubber. So we'll have our fan down at this end, which will be powered. Then it'll push air through here, which will push our lava through and basically cook up our rubber. Then we'll make this line go all the way down till it's like right at the end. And then we'll put a brass funnel filtered for the cured rubber. So that way it'll wait till it's cured and then go into our storage system. All right, and here is our completed rubber part of the factory. So we've got our presses all going crazy over here. And then they come out here to get smelted down. Got our fan with our lava, and then we've got a funnel at the end here. And that funnel actually should be filtered for rubber in case this ever gets emptied. We could also lock this drawer and use a regular funnel, but I kind of like the idea of having everything filtered and have the brass funnels because I think it looks a little bit nicer. I did switch out our belt with just ground. And the reason is that on the belt, it could only be one item per block, and it all kind of queued up, and these weren't able to go anymore. But with them being pushed via the fan, the way it works is actually a little bit smoother, because what it's going to do is every single rubber is going to be cooked and able to come out immediately. And so that just kind of speeds up our whole process, and we already have 592 rubber, and this has not been running for very long at all. So after that, our last step is to just automatically craft the rubber and the kinetic mechanisms, and we're done with this factory. Then all we got to do is kind of decorate it and make it look all pretty. Now we can automatically craft copper machines, but we cannot automatically craft copper casings. And I think that was a change with the update, because what I noticed is our andesite factory has a line to craft copper casings, or sorry, andesite casings, and it's no longer producing. So you can see our kinetic mechanism drawer is actually full. We have 32.8 thousand kinetic mechanisms, so we'll have to put some more storage upgrades in here. Our andesite alloy is a bit lower with 12.4k, but that's still way more than enough. And the reason it hasn't actually gone up is because with that being kind of bottlenecked, this split essentially isn't working. So what I might do is switch this out with a brass tunnel, and I think that will make it so that it'll keep producing andesite even if this line is all full. But we have not been producing any more andesite casings. Now the reason for that is if we go back here on our andesite casing line, you can see that originally you're able to mix andesite alloy and logs, and that would get you your andesite casings. But sadly, if we go ahead and look at the recipe for andesite casings, you can craft those with a andesite alloy and a log, but you cannot automatically craft those anymore. So I don't know if that was an oversight or if that was an intentional change, but luckily we have more than enough andesite casings, and when it comes down to crafting the brass casings, copper casings, and whatever casings come after that, looks like we'll just have to do that all manually. So I went ahead and got all the stuff we need to finish building our factory. But we can see that we've actually run out of our backup supplier, just about ran out. And what that means is all four of these are no longer going to be going all the time. It seems like we only actually have 2 that are ever activated, but I think we'll keep all 4 just in case we want to upgrade this farm in the future. I think looking at how many we have now, 853, probably won't need to upgrade too soon, but we'll definitely have plans for that in the future, and we'll be ready for it. All right, so to get this all set up, essentially what I need to do first is I need to take items out of our drawer and onto a depot. The reason I want to do that is because we're going to be using mechanical arm to set all of our crafts up, because that's going to be the easiest way to move our items around. So first we're going to set up our craft for our belts, which is just 9 rubber, like this. And then we want our arm to take from here and place into each of these slots. And then the last thing we need is we need a second set of crafters here, and this will make our andesite machines. Now I'm not sure if our arm is going to reach all the way over here. It will not, so maybe we have to move this more centralized. You can even go out front here. That might look kind of cool. So we want to take items from here, place in, take items from here, place in all of these slots here. There, and then, will that reach? That will reach. Perfect. So that'll basically grab all of our items and fill these in as we need them. So then we can just hook up the power going to our arm. You can see it will start filling those in one by one. Basically what it does is just goes to the next open slot. And once those are all filled in, we do need to get power to this, but once they're filled in, basically our crafters will go and craft up our item. And then to set up our craft for our mechanisms, we do need to feed this with kinetic mechanisms, so we'll do that real simply by just adding a drawer with a chute below it. So we just put our kinetic mechanisms in there, they'll filter down into here, getting our sealed mechanisms. Right, and there we go. We're now automatically crafting our belts here. So you can see it's going to fill up all the rubber. And when that's done, our craft should start right away and automatically make our belts. You can see we already got 9 in there because it crafts 3 per craft. And then we'll go grab some kinetic mechanisms and get this one going. So there is a stack of kinetic mechanisms that we'll put up in the drawer there. And you can see that we are going to be automatically crafting our sealed mechanisms. Sweet. And I mean, that's it. Because we can grab our sealed mechanisms here, belts here, and then extra over here. So let's jump right into a quick time lapse to actually build our aesthetic building around our new machine. Alrighty, and here is our sealed mechanism factory. I definitely think this thing could have been bigger, but the size of the machine was pretty small, so I decided to keep the factory pretty small along with that. So for our materials, we went with gabbro, acacia, and then some dolomite to kind of be a little bit of an accent block, and I think it looks really good all kind of put together. And then in here, we've got a little bit of decoration with some pipes on the ceiling and some of these screens from XK Deco. And then we have our whole machine over here. Now this thing is actually going pretty slow. You can see we're actually out of rubber, although we do have 800 belts and 89 sealed mechanisms, so we definitely have more of those than we're ever going to need most likely. However, I don't like that it's kind of not keeping up, so we are going to upgrade it. So I've got another stack of our boreal extractors, and so we're going to go upgrade the farm with those and hopefully just get this to go a little bit faster, because if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So if I have a stack of these, that essentially means that there needs to be 2 more per tree, because I have 32 trees here. And I'm assuming that I can pump out of the side here. So let's wait for one of these to have some resin in it and see if we can pump out the side. So there we go. It's got the resin in it. Looks like that is extracting. Okay. All right, so I've got a good system figured out. So essentially what we're going to do is take our extractors and place them by our trees and then connect them up just like this. Make sure that that's not a clear pipe so it'll connect up. And now this extractor will be taken out here through this pump and all the way down our line. And so we just repeat that pattern all the way down, and that will allow us to place another stack of our boreal extractors and hopefully keep up with our farm a little bit better. Alright, so it is not running all that much faster, and after doing a little bit of research, the reason it's not running any faster is because if you have 3 or more extractors on a tree, it takes 50 seconds to extract the resin, versus if you have 1 extractor, it only takes 25 seconds. So even though we tripled our amount of extractors, we only actually increased our production by a little bit. So I think what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to, instead of pulling off of the same trees, I think I'll just plant a new line of trees right here, kind of behind it, and have the extractors extract from those trees. So that way we should be, each extractor should have its own tree, and we should actually triple our output versus, I think it's only 1.25 times the speed with all of those new extractors. Alright, so hopefully this is the last time I have to look at all these pipes, but what I did is I added a second set of trees 1 block behind with their own extractors, and those just kind of come out on the same lines. Everything is, in fact, close enough where they are being pumped out, so it all seems to be working pretty good. I do feel like it is going faster inside our actual factory here. I mean, these still aren't active all the time, so we definitely could go faster. But I think they're active quite a bit more than they were before. We might upgrade this thing in the future, because I'd really like to see this whole tank filled with resin, but it's not that big of a deal. It's kind of just an aesthetic thing. I'm not really sure what to do in terms of decorating this area. I don't know if I just plant a bunch of trees around it and make it look like a forest, and then do some more industrial decoration here. I'm not really sure. So if you guys have any ideas on what to do with this space, definitely let me know in the comments down below. So one thing that's been a little annoying to me is that with my double jump and no slime boots, I'm taking a lot of fall damage. Now the issue with that is with our Farmer's Delight Buddy Medal, it essentially means we don't have to eat. However, if we take damage, we do have to eat. So us constantly jumping around and taking damage is making it so that I have to eat a lot of food, and we're very quickly running out of shepherd's pie, and it's being annoying to have to go back and craft. So one thing that you guys recommended is to craft a culinary station, where apparently you can combine different foods and it like combines them together to have food with like a lot of saturation. So is it just as simple as combining these in here? Looks like we need some kind of item here. So looking at the mod, looks like we can make a sandwich or a bowl of food. So I'm guessing this might just take bread. So we'll grab some bread and see if that works. Aha, there we go. So if we put that in there, it says makes quintuple plate of shepherd's pie sandwich. Though it does say bland. I wonder if that's because we have all just the same ingredients. So let's maybe grab some other food that we have laying around and see if that maybe makes it not bland. All right, so I've got a few different food here. I just kind of want to try stuff out. Can we do stuff like enchanted apples? We can. Okay, interesting. So I wonder if that gives the effects of it. I think we'll try with a normal golden apple. We'll do some mutton, baked potato, and a steak. Okay, so there we go. Now it says delicious. So it says ingredients, plate of shepherd's pie, golden apple, cooked mutton, baked potato, and steak. So if we eat that, oh my god, look at the name. Looks like we should probably name them if we make more of these. So if we eat this, oh, we do get the apple effects. That's pretty good. So I'm not sure on the saturation on that. I wonder if it just combines it. That would be my guess, is that it all just combines. So let's actually make a bunch of these. Call them create a sandwich. So we go ahead and craft a bunch of those. They do stack. Do they stack? Oh no, we should not have shift collected them, because it looks like some of these, when we ran out of other materials, they just kind of crafted down. So like this one just says baked potatoes and steak. These are baked potato, steak, golden apples. Oh, that was a mistake. So these ones I guess we'll keep around in case you run out, but these have all 4 of our ingredients, and that should work out pretty well for us. So we'll store the rest of these in our cupboard over here for when we need them, and hopefully that works out a bit better for us. Now, one thing that we could do to also solve our issue is craft long fall boots, which cancels fall damage when worn. However, I don't know if I can enchant these or not, so maybe we'll craft a pair of those at some point and see if we can enchant them, because I really like having the double jump and wall running. I don't really see a reason to craft those long fall boots if we lose out on those enchantments. Alright, so today we're going to be starting our buddy card segment a little bit early, because I want to check out the aquaculture mod and see if we can't get our aquaculture set complete. So to get started, we're going to first place down our worm farm and our tackle box. So the worm farm basically works like a composter, where you can put anything that can be composted in it, and then right click and you get 1 worm per thing that you compost, which is pretty good. So then you go over to your tackle box and you put your fishing rod in. You can put a hook, some worms, and fishing line in here. And you also have space for a bobber, but we do not have a nautilus shell to actually craft that up. So we're gonna just go with the worm and the worm, the hook, and the fishing line for now, and we'll see how that goes. So we just caught our first 2 fish, and you can see that every worm has 20 durability. So essentially, you we can keep fishing and get more and more fish. But before we do that, I'm going to run up here and enchant this with Lure 2 so we can start getting stuff a little bit faster. Oh, perfect. Unbreaking 3, Buddy Binding 3, Luck of the Sea 3, Lure 3. Doesn't get better than that. There we go. We got our first buddy card. Algae. Alright, so after about 15 minutes of fishing, this is what it looks like with our cards we just fished up and our cards from our mystery packs, and we're missing a single card that we don't have, either a shiny or a non-shiny version of it. So I'll keep fishing a little bit until we get that final card, and it looks like we are almost there. And when I have that, I'm not going to keep fishing because our mystery packs, we will get more of the aquaculture cards and eventually fill this all up. I don't know. I thought I'd get lucky with some mystery card packs, but we're still missing that one card. It's been like another 20 minutes of fishing. We still haven't got it. I guess I'll just get back to it because I really want that medal today. All right, so looking at the durability in our fishing rod, looks like that was 111 catches to finally get our final buddy card. So we can finally put that in there, and we got our medal. Before we go enchant our medal and check out what it does, we also got this Neptune's Bounty, which I think is some kind of loot crate. It is. So we got Neptunium leggings. Whoa. Which are pretty good. That looks like diamond level. And it also makes you weightless underwater. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, everything feels normal. I don't feel like any different, like weightless. Interesting. I think we're going to keep our buddy steel on for now, but that is good to have. Also got a message in a bottle. The Turniverse is a truly incredible place. Give me anything? Nope, just a message. Okay, interesting. Okay, there we go. Buddy Boost 2, Buddy Binding 3. That's perfect enchants. So we can put this on. Nourishment, Luck 2, Dolphin's Grace. Oh, it gives you Dolphin's Grace? And the Nourishment was left over for my other thing, so it just gives Luck 2 and Dolphin's Grace. That's pretty cool. Oh man, we can swim so fast. That's awesome. Might have to do some exploration underwater now. Just get some water breathing potions because we can really fly now. That's crazy. So I think just like all the other medals, Farmer's Light is definitely the most useful kind of general medal. But we will keep this one around for whenever we would do some fishing or we want to do some farming. So with all of our fishing and the few mystery cards we opened today, we are now at 90%. That leaves us with only 10% to go. We're pretty close, guys. I think what I'm going to do is get my armor fully upgraded. And then once my armor is fully upgraded, then I will actually go ahead and craft the perfect Buddy Steel armor. Just because I think it'd be fun to have like the boost all the way from just regular Buddy Steel to perfect Buddy Steel or all at once going to max Buddy Steel. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty fun. So we already have a manual process for crafting rose quartz, but this thing works, but it's pretty annoying to use and we can definitely do better. So what we need to do is first we need to actually automate all of these processes that go into rose quartz. Then we also need to automate iron. Then we need to combine it to make our precision mechanisms. And finally, complete chapter 2. So one thing that we did forget to do in the last episode is complete chapter 1A. So we have our resin, raw rubber, we've got our cured rubber, we've got our sealed mechanisms. So we can check that off, and that is all automated. So now I just have to submit a copper machine. We can collect our reward. And there we go. With that, chapter 1A is complete. So in between episodes, I went ahead and crafted the angelic feather as I was kind of preparing for this episode, because what it does is it protects you from fall damage. So what that essentially means is that with our double jump, we're no longer going to take damage. It does have the trade-off where it does use up our food bar, but honestly, because we don't have the damage sound, I'm more than happy with that. The other thing I want to check out is the Ender Staff. So it looks like the Ender Staff is a super easy craft. It's a piston and a Ender Pearl. So one cool trick I found in the crafting terminal is that if you're crafting something that, say, uses a piston and an End Pearl, but you have the piston in your inventory but not in your terminal, instead of putting it in your terminal, what you can do is just click on the piston, basically to remove that, it'll request it, request your ender pearl, and then you can craft your item. So it says uses crosshairs to aim, right button to launch player. Sounds easy enough. Whoa! That's quite the launch. With our double jump and our ender staff, we can really go. Wow. Maybe I'll have to actually learn how to use the grappling hook to actually really get around fast. Oh, that's sweet. Can we do like straightforward too? Okay, we can. Nice. A pretty big thing that I did in between episodes was actually upgrade my barrel factory. So essentially what I'm doing now is you can see it's breaking in a single hit, and it's still working fine, and it's not actually like breaking itself, which is the issue I was having before. So essentially what we're doing is the brass funnel is enough to keep up, but it's not enough to keep up with like the apples and paper and everything. What we're doing is we're filtering out the barrel. So the barrel comes out immediately and goes into the next deployer. But the other items, they just kind of fall onto the belt. You can see sometimes it glitches out and they'll like end up above the glass here. But that's not too big of a deal because the barrel is always being taken out first. It's never going to glitch out and end up somewhere it's not supposed to be. I'm still kind of tweaking this design, which is why I have not released it to you guys, but as soon as I have a design that is 100% fully working, where you can just have two axes going full speed all the time, I will upload it. Hopefully in the next episode, if we let this run for a few hours and it works, I can upload it then. And now it's time to build our precision mechanism factory. There's two places I could put it. I could either put it over there by our copper factory and our kinetic mechanism factory, or I could put it over here next to our mob farm. Now, what I'm actually thinking is I want to put it over here just because the mob farm, it's like a little tall and boxy, and I feel like it would look really good to have a factory here to kind of finish blending in this area. Because over here, I think the buildings kind of blend in with the terrain more and look pretty natural, but this kind of sticks out. So I think we really need something next to it to kind of finish up our space. So next, what I'm going to go ahead and do is actually design our precision mechanism factory. I'm going to do the same thing I did with the andesite factory, where I designed the actual mechanics and mechanisms in creative, and then built the building in survival in our world here. So let's hop into a quick time lapse and get that done. Alrighty, so I'm making some pretty good progress on getting all of the stuff ready for our schematic. You can see we only have like 2.5 pages out of 12 left, and I just wanted to kind of go through my process and how I actually manage all of these items and how we actually get this done. So when you're first looking at your materials checklist, it's going to be really daunting. And my best piece of advice is to go item by item. So getting 12 pages of stuff is really difficult, but 6 mechanical saws, easy. 4 redstone dust, easy. You will have some stuff that's a little harder, like 64 mechanical drills. When you run into something that's a bit harder, save it until you really feel like doing it. So once you're like maybe 10 items on the line, you're like, okay, yeah, I think I will tackle those mechanical drills. The other really big piece of advice I can give you is to overcraft. What I mean by that is you can see I need 64 mechanical drills, 4 mechanical mixers, and 6 saws. Now, what you might do is just say, okay, so I need 64 drills, so I'm going to craft 64 andesite machines. You don't want to do that. What you actually want to do is craft your 64 machines, but then just keep crafting as much as you can, essentially. Because then what you can do is you can use those extra machines for other crafts. So I've got 2 stacks of casings. I can come over to my crafting bench, put my casings in there, put my kinetic mechanisms in, do that again. And now I have more than enough andesite machines. And the whole process of overcrafting basically means that now I don't have to go through the process of crafting andesite machines again. Because now all we need to do is to craft our drills, our whisks, and our saws for the saw. And that's the other really big thing, is that these can now be used for future projects. So the next time we're doing this, we're going to have some left over, and so we won't have to go through that craft potentially if we have enough of these left over. So if you take it one item at a time and always overcraft when it makes sense, filling out your materials checklist can actually go pretty quickly and really not be too bad. And with that, our entire material checklist is complete. All 12 pages, We got like almost, I guess it's 1.5 double chests full of items. So now all we got to do is move all this stuff over to where we're actually going to be placing our schematic and let our cannon run. So this is where I'm going to position it. So it's going to kind of eat into this mountain a little bit. So we're definitely going to have to set it to destroy all air blocks as well. It's pretty much right next to our other factory. So I actually might scooch it back maybe 2 more blocks. There we go. That should be enough room in between. So now all we got to do is pop our schematic in here. We will grab some gunpowder and hit play. And then for printer settings, we want to replace that with empty. And yeah, should be good to go. And here it is, the completed precision mechanism factory. And this thing is looking sweet. So what I went ahead and did is I did some preloading to kind of get it all running. And now it's finally time to load in the last few of our items. So I filled in my tree farm, which we're using to power the system. The wood feeds through this little loop up here, which goes down these funnels into these furnaces, which run these furnace engines, which run our rotational speed controller, which is set to 256 speed. So basically we're smelting dark oak logs with charcoal. The charcoal comes out the bottom, goes up here with this little chute, and it's split into 2 places. One powers this heater, and the other goes down this line, powering our furnaces and our dynamos, which run our chargers. And it does look like we're actually kind of bottlenecking, because we have actually too much wood, it looks like, because you can see that our chute here is stopped, which means that these aren't getting wood. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a void upgrade on this drawer, which that should hopefully keep it going here. Ah, I see. There's a sapling stuck there. Now we're going. So I have this drawer here as kind of like a buffer, so that way we always kind of have a constant spin of the wood going around and around and around, and we're never gonna bottleneck like that. For all of the other items, I have a filter here, which is basically denying wood. So all of our apples, sticks, and saplings are gonna come down this chute and get stored in this drawer, which of course has a void upgrade. So I went ahead and put void upgrades on anything that's going to be automatically producing lots and lots of items. So you can see there's void upgrades on essentially every single drawer that's in here, just so that when we fill up on items, we're not overflowing and spilling out items everywhere. And then I did also go ahead and put a storage upgrade on the drawer that holds our rose quartz, and the drawer that's going to hold our precision mechanisms. The last thing I had to do to get this thing ready is fill in our 2 water tanks. So I've got one there, one here, and get our cobble generator set up. So we've got our lava here, so every single one of these blocks is a source. I have 64 blocks, so 8 by 8 space, and then this is just water flowing down, which I can actually go ahead and get going now. So we can see that automatically mining all the stone, which gets processed down. So now we're going to go through this factory step by step. I already kind of explained how our power's working, so we're going to actually start over here on the iron line. So first we have our cobble gen here. So we've got 64 spots, each being mined instantly with this machine. Down here, I've got an observer and a power toggle latch. So when it mines the stone, it sends a pulse to our latch, moving it back using this gear shift. And then when the stone reforms, it sends another signal, sending it back forward with our gear shift. So this is fully automatically, it's perfectly in time with when the cobblestone is generated, and it's working out pretty good. Then up at the top here, I've got 2 of these brass funnels coming off of the barrel, which is where all the cobblestone goes into. And I've got 2 of them so I can perfectly split them, because we need sand to regenerate our quartz crystals, but we also need cobblestone to turn into gravel to make our iron. So our cobblestone to make our iron comes down here, gets crushed once, turning it into gravel. That gravel then goes onto this weighted ejector. and it gets hit into this encased fan, which we actually forgot to preload with water. Uh-oh. So we're going to place water in front of it here, which basically means that this will be washing. And so we wash our gravel here. I also have a filter here that basically denies gravel. So that way only the completed iron ingots or the flint will go into this drawer. So basically as soon as it's done washing, our iron and flint will go into this drawer. So you can see we got our first flint and our first bits of iron coming through. That iron is then filtered into our melter, which is being heated off of our power farm over here. So we got charcoal going in here, which heats our iron, melts it down, which gets pumped on further down into our system. Gravel, iron, and then here it wanted us to use these copper cans of molten iron and route them into our high temperature melting equipment. Really what we're doing is we're just using pipes. I kind of skipped that whole step of using the cans, but we'll go ahead and craft one of these and fill one up just so we can complete the advancement. So if we did want to move the molten iron around in its like item form, essentially what we could do is we could take it out into this copper can, which then gives you a copper can which contains 1 ingot of iron. It's not a super efficient way. I think pipes makes a lot more sense to transfer your iron, but that is an option you can use. And then to put this back into your system, basically you just place it into a sear drain. So all I can do is right click this and it goes into my sear drain. You can also take stuff out just by right clicking your sear drain. So you can see I can take out my iron ingot just by doing that. So if you want to quickly move stuff around, copper cans are a nice little tool to use. So the next thing we're going to take a look at is our line to make our destabilized redstone. So first it all starts here with some infinite water. So we've got a pipe here which is pumping out into this basin, which we're using to mix up our volatile sky solution. And it looks like it did actually have an issue placing this belt. So we can see that it kind of placed it horizontally instead of vertically. So I'm just going to go ahead and replace down all these shafts. Then we'll run our belt across like this. That'll get our mixers up and running. So then after the water, basically we need this sky stone dust, which we're going to get via these crushing wheels. So I've got a chute that goes up here, drops into these crushing wheels, which looks like we've got the same problem with the belt up here. So like that, we'll get it up and running. So you can see our sky stone drops down under crushing wheels, gets crushed up. And then when that's done, it drops down here. The sky stone goes back up our loop, goes back down our crushing wheels, and our sky stone dust goes into here, gets mixed up, and makes our volatile sky solution. So we'll go ahead and snag a bucket of that so we can complete that quest. So the next step is to make our destabilized redstone. And to do that, we need charge Certus quartz. So I've got this little station set up here where it's essentially a loop. So I'm going to drop my Certus quartz in the back. It basically filters into these chargers, which charge up, which are getting electricity from our power farm. So you can see it'll charge up and then go into our mixer. The mixer will mix that up and make our destabilized redstone. So we'll also go ahead and snag a bucket of that, and we can check off these 2 quests. We also need to grab our charged Certus quartz, which you can just snag out of there. Check that off and check that off. So our destabilized redstone filters all the way down here into this basin, which is going to be where the rose quartz is mixed up. The next step is to grow our pure Certus quartz crystals. So to do that, crystals come through here, and we have this brass tunnel which splits them into 2 places. Half of them are going to go to get mixed up, and the other half go to get remade, essentially. So I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of crystals onto here. You can see some of them get mixed up, and then some of them get ejected way over here. Now the reason we have that over here is because we need it close to our cobblestone farm. So they get into this chute, drop down into our crushing wheel, which crushes them up into the powder, which we then mix with sand, which we're getting from our cobblestone farm. They get mixed up. Once they're mixed up, they go down here onto our line of spouts, and you can see we slowly grow our crystal all the way through into the fully formed pure crystal. And once that's done, it gets split up again, and we mix it and crush it. So I'm going to go ahead and feed this a whole bunch of crystals. That way it can keep going and keep up with our farm. Then, with all of that done, we mix up our crystal and our destabilized redstone to get our quartz. Our quartz is filled with a spout. It's then moved over here where we have a mechanical arm. It's placing half of them into this drawer, and then half of them is split between these two chutes, which we then need to fill in with our kinetic mechanisms and our screwdriver. So we're actually going to go ahead and grab 5 stacks of coins right away so we can make our 5 gold coins. And what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade that screwdriver to be unbreakable immediately. No need to kind of wait on that, so we'll request our ingredients, craft that up, and accidentally make some shears. And there we go. We get our screwdriver. We go ahead and do our purchase. Submit the screwdriver, submit the coins, get our unbreakable screwdriver. I've also filled my inventory with kinetic mechanisms. So we'll head back over to our factory. We'll give this deployer a screwdriver. We'll fill this barrel up with kinetic mechanisms, and we're now making basically infinite precision mechanisms. Amazing! It's working! So we'll go through checking all of these off. It's complete. Looks like we need to grab a crystal. So grab that crystal. That checks that off. Looks like we'll need to grab a rose quartz too. So we'll grab that rose quartz. Check that off. Then we need to grab one of these bad boys. Check that off. Then grab our precision mechanism and our screwdriver. And then we can go ahead and check that off. And gotta craft a brass machine, and we will complete chapter 2. 1 brass casing and 8 of our precision mechanisms. We get our brass machine. We complete chapter 2. Congrats! Now you have a passive supply of precision mechanisms. Think of all the options you have access to. After cleaning up and briefly scanning for bottlenecks, go ahead and check back with the overview section. So that completes chapter 2. So I did test this quite a bit in a creative world, and this is going to keep up. I didn't see any bottlenecks, no major issues. The main bottleneck is just growing those pure quartz crystals, but I really think this thing is going fast enough. Realistically, we'll never need this many mechanisms, but you know what? We got them if we want them. So I think we're actually going to be out of time today. So I'm going to save the building for the next episode where we'll build an actual whole building around this place. I've got quite a few plans to actually make this look really nice as kind of our last big factory in this base area. And then we'll move on to what's next. Taking a look at our quest book here. This is a quest that we actually completed a while ago, which is preparation, so we can check that off. Just kind of getting all the basic stuff that you need to get started. And now we're going to move on to what's next. So before we actually move into crafting our Invar machines, I think we're going to take a quick little pit stop and do our zinc machines first. So it says first, magmatic exploits. We need to go deeper. Access to zinc mechanisms will require for some engineering in another dimension, even if it's literally hell. A change of scene will always bring forth new ideas and inspirations. After hitting the checkmark above, additional quests located in the second chapter will be revealed. So let's go ahead and do that so we can kind of see what's next. And then last is to make our zinc machines. Zinc machines are incredibly powerful. From efficient cobblestone harvests to long-range item collectors, as useful as a new suit and equipment now sits in the ready. Note, the infernal mechanisms are an ingredient to nothing else. The main assembly line will continue with precision mechanisms. So if we go ahead and take a look at what we need. So it says first we need this soul bucket, this liquid souls. And I'm guessing that that works with weeping vines and twisting vines. Then we need lava and a powered blaze burner. And I guess that's really all we need for our infernal mechanisms. So the main thing I'm interested in here with our zinc machines is the drawer controller, which basically allows us to access mini drawers from one input, the mega torch, which prevents spawning, and this nullifier, vacuumulator, and coative diffuser, all from the thermal series, which I'm not really sure the actual uses on those yet, but I'm sure they will come in handy as we get further into the pack. So for our buddy cards today we're going to do another 16 mystery card packs. So we'll go ahead and purchase all of those with my gold coins. and open them all up. And get a stupid amount of cards. So I'll sort these out and see where we're at, and hopefully we get something new. So that haul felt really good. We got a lot more all the biomes you go, and a lot more end cards. Plus, we even got quite a few nether cards to add to our collection. Now, we did finally get enough of the end cards and all the biomes you go cards where we can grab 3 of those to make their respective binders. So I'm going to craft up those binders. We're going to get all of our cards sorted out into their binders, and we'll check out where we're standing. All right, so here's where we stand. We finally completed 100% of our base set, all the shiny cards, all of the not shiny cards. For Farmer's Delight, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes left. For the crate set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 holes left. For our aquaculture set, we still have 2 holes left. For our nether set, we're looking really good. So if we're actually looking at holes, we have 1, 2, 3 holes left. So there's only 3 nether cards we have to collect to finish the pack. And it's 1, 2, and 16, 17. And those are all pretty common rarities. Now for the end set, we're also looking pretty good. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 holes left. There's only 4 cards we have to collect to complete our ender set. Now that doesn't mean shiny and not shiny. That's just how many we have to do to get our medal. Now surprisingly, for all the biomes you go set, there are only 2 cards which we do not have either the shiny or not shiny variant. And today is finally moving day. So our goal for today's episode is to kind of clean up at our old base location and prepare to move on to our new mega base location. Now that doesn't mean this is the last time you guys are going to see this base, because we're going to be coming back to start new projects, work on old projects. This is still going to be a living base. We just need a brand new factory to kind of complete all of our machines and get ready for our journey to space. So in today's episode, we're going to focus on making our base location a little bit nicer and figuring out a good way to move back and forth between our 2 bases. So without any further ado, let's jump right into a montage of completing our precision mechanism factory build. And here it is, the completed precision mechanism factory. I'm really, really happy with how this thing turned out. I went with a lot more like modern day factory aesthetic than our old andesite machine factory over there. And it gave me a lot of ideas for our new base location and some of the building techniques and styles we're going to be using in it. So the other thing that I did do is I spent some time making some pathing around here, so that way all of my builds are connected up, and we can walk from building to building really easily just following these little paths. And this one comes all the way up into our new factory here. So we can come in here, and we've got a nice little spot where we can stand and just kind of watch it all happen. And this is super cool. You can see all of the main like factory bits going. I put in some of these columns to like kind of give it some support. And I even put in these light fixtures, but sadly they don't really seem to actually give off light. So we'll probably have to place some kind of mega torch or something to stop mob spawning in here, because I have gotten creeper blasted around here once or twice, and I would like to prevent that in the future. This has been running for a few hours, and we're at 6,000 electron tubes and another 3,300 precision mechanisms. I don't know if that's quite going fast enough. What I might do is eventually turn off our electron tube generator, so basically just destroy the chute so it focuses on making precision mechanisms. Because realistically, do we need hundreds of these? Probably. Do we need thousands? Probably not. So one interesting note is that originally our quartz was our main bottleneck. However, it's actually switched, and now our destabilized redstone is our bottleneck. There's not really a good solution to it, because I mean this thing is mixing up pretty frequently. The only thing I could maybe think to do that is upgrade the pipe, because you can see it's actually waiting for it all to be pumped out before it can mix again. So if we ever do need to speed this up, which I'm not sure if we will or not, all I'm going to do is pull a second pipe out of here and pump out the redstone that way. And then maybe with those 2 pipes pumping out, it would be fast enough where this could keep up and mix a lot more frequently and keep up with our quartz production. Now, one nice little side benefit from this whole thing that I should take better advantage of is all of the iron we're getting. We now have 32,000 iron nuggets, which is absolutely insane. So maybe we'll pump these out eventually and store them, because that's quite a bit of iron. And while we're still here in the old base location, I figured I'd check up on the barrels for you, and they are still going along. We still have not completed our test of patience. It does seem like the upgrades I made to the system have helped, because I haven't had to fix this at all since the last episode, so hopefully this thing can just keep going on. Maybe at some point I'll just AFK here overnight and let it go, because I really want to get that test of patience done, and if we're moving base locations, I'm a little bit worried that might not happen this series if we're not here to keep the chunks loaded. So one of the last upgrades I made to my old base is I put on this pipe pressurizer, which some of you suggested, on my storage system with all these pipes. Above that, I have a Stirling dynamo, which I'm just filtering in with a whole bunch of wood into this barrel, goes down the chute into the dynamo, which powers our pressurizer, and that makes our system a whole lot faster. So now if I want to take something out, I request it, and very, very quickly it pops into our storage space here, and I can put it back, and it's instantly gone. So that's been a godsend. That's made everything a lot easier in terms of just keeping all this stuff loaded and figuring out my inventory and sorting stuff out. Another little upgrade I'm going to make to my old base location is I'm going to upgrade our resin farm here with a different type of sapling. So originally we were just using oak trees because that's what I had the most of, but I did see one suggestion that said spruce might actually be better. So what we're going to do is we're going to come along here and replace all of our saplings with spruce saplings. Looks like I have to go craft up some more phyto grow, and hopefully that gets us a slightly better output from our arboreal extractors. And then I don't think it's going to be today, but eventually what I do want to do is build a big greenhouse around the space, especially with the spruce saplings that don't really fit into the natural terrain. I think that would look really nice to have that greenhouse. So I'm going to go through here, replacing all of our trees with spruce trees, and see if it feels any faster. I don't know, even if they are more efficient, I really like the feel of the oak trees better. I don't know, we'll finish replace them all with spruce and see if this is faster, because I still really would like to see this whole tank filled with resin. I think that would look really cool. I mean, obviously we could do that by just turning off our machine, because I'm sure we have more than enough than we need. Let's see, we got 7,000 belts and 300 sealed mechanisms. I feel like that's probably enough mechanisms. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough belts for everything we'll want to do. I suppose we'll just let it keep running. Maybe when we know that we have enough, we can turn off this tank and then just let it fill up and look all nice in this factory. And that doesn't look too bad. So I went through, placed all of them with spruce. We still have to build the big dome greenhouse thing around it, but I think this looks pretty cool. So I think it is going faster. It's kind of hard to tell inside the building because it all seems to be going at the same relative rate. Like these are still off most of the time, and then like 2 or 3 of these activate. But even if it's just a little bit faster, I think it was worth doing. I think it looks nice, and hopefully it is faster. So now we're going to grab our horse and take a quick little ride over to our new base location. Now the new base really isn't too far, but we're going to be doing a lot of back and forth. So if you guys haven't guessed yet, we're going to be trying to put together a train system in today's episode. Now I don't think we're going to actually make the train look nice today. All we're going to do is just get a track going back and forth so we can very quickly travel in between the 2 base locations and possibly even move our storage system onto the train. Because it's going to take us a little bit of time to get settled and get a new workshop built, we will still be traveling over to our old base to craft up all of our items and building blocks for our new base. So it's going to be a lot of traveling back and forth, and a train is going to make that whole thing a lot easier. And we're already here. So our base location is right over here, and just across this river and through this plains is our new base location, which is located in the Jade Hills right by spawn. We actually spawned right over here by this ocean, and we kind of spawned looking over these Jade Hills. So I parked my horse, and we're just going to take a little trip over these hills and kind of do some thinking and take a look at how we want our base to be structured and kind of where we want to focus it on. So I think the Jade Hills are a perfect place for like a space-themed mega base that can kind of be like going in and out and all along these hills and really be able to quickly, easily expand out into the hills or out into the open air when needed. So this is just about right where we originally spawned into this world. And to pay a little homage to our first few moments in the world, I feel like this should be our point where we look, and this should be like the best view of our base. So what I'm really thinking is we're going to have like structures kind of sticking out of the hills all around here, maybe some kind of giant bridge connecting up this big hill with these hills over here, and maybe even expand over here eventually. So looking from our spawn point, I think the best place for kind of our main base and where I want to put our actual workshop and storage room, I think is going to be right here, nestled in this little crevice there. So getting a little closer up in here, I think this is going to be a great spot for it. Because what I'm imagining now is we have like these three kind of big pillars on three edges and then the one big open edge. And I think we can put some kind of big like cylinder structure in here with the open bottom floor, maybe even decorate down here to look like a giant pit, and then have like a big glass window looking out over the ocean and the world itself. So even though we are quite a bit into the hills in this location, I think we should have our train come all the way up into the hills right to here, because I think this is going to kind of be where we start, and we'll just kind of sprawl out into the hills as we expand. So if we're taking the time to actually make a train, we should definitely check out the More Minecarts mod, because it actually adds some new rails. So first we got a few different rails that kind of change how the rail system works. And then we have a few new types. So we have wooden rails, which I can only assume are worse than iron, so we're just going to skip over those. Then we have maglev rails and lightspeed rails. Plus we also have holograph rails of the maglev type, which I think we should definitely check out. So I'm going to go ahead and craft a few of these up to see just how fast they are. But one item that we're missing is this levitation lubricant, which we need a shulker shell, popped chorus fruit, or phantom membrane to actually craft. Now one shulker shell gets us 16 of the levitation lubricant, so we're actually going to go ahead and buy one of these with a gold coin just to kind of get us started here. Maybe in the future we won't have to do that, but for now I think it'd be a good way to get started. So we're going to go ahead and pop in our import for shulker shells and then turn our money into gold. Then go ahead and buy one of those with 2 gold. The other thing we need that we haven't crafted yet is this silica steel, but that's super easy to craft. It's just 3 nether quartz, an iron ingot, and a piece of coal. And we can very quickly make a ton of this. And then the last ingredient that we need either for the hollow rail or for our lightspeed rail is this hard light lens, which you get from these glass spines. So I actually had to travel over to a desert to find these because they grow from these victric cactuses, which can only grow in desert climates. So that actually kind of shot me in the foot a little bit because first off, our closest desert is really far away, but luckily we were able to find one. The other big problem is we can't really make a farm in any of our base locations because it's not a desert climate. Maybe we can make one over here in this prairie. Otherwise, I think the closest would probably be the savanna way over here. So hopefully we'll try growing them in this prairie, and if that doesn't work, we'll have to find a better way to get lots of these glass shards because there's really no other way to get them other than through these cactuses. So I think I'm actually going to skip the lightspeed rails for now and just stick with the maglev rails, mainly because they all require this hard lens, and I really don't have enough of these glass spines, and I'm not ready to make a farm for those victor cactus yet. So we're just going to stick with our maglev rails because those don't actually require any of those hard lenses. They just require the levitation lubricant for the rails. So taking a look at some of the new options we actually have with these rails, first we have these parallel rails, which basically don't turn no matter what. So typically if I were to put a rail here, it would create a little loop. But now you can see that this one turns. However, our parallel rail stays, well, parallel. So that'll be kind of nice when we do some like more complex rail work where we have some parts that need to turn and some parts that don't need to turn. So that's actually quite a nice little tool to have. The second is a rail turn, which we can essentially change directions with a lever. So you can see our hard line is at the top going to the right, and now the hard line is at the top going straight. So we can basically switch back and forth. This is pretty much the same as like a regular switch you'd use with regular rails. However, this is just a much cleaner way to do it, and it'll be less buggy as it goes around the turns, which will be a huge improvement to other designs. And then the last new rail type is our rail crossing, which basically allows carts to go across coming from either direction, which will be nice when we have different train systems kind of intersecting with each other. So now we take a look at why we're going to be using our maglev rails over regular rails. So obviously you can see that with only a few of the powered rails, we're going a lot faster than a full speed controller rail cart. So not only do these powered rails accelerate it a lot faster, these maglev rails, the unpowered ones, keep the speed a lot better. So we need less, essentially, speed up sections to keep it going. The other really cool thing about these rails is we can make the holographic rails, which place basically a whole line of these all at once. So we craft one of these rails with our Victric cactus stuff. So we make one hard lens, gets us one maglev rail. We place that down and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. So we get our one rail plus an extra 8 rails after that, which will kind of make long straight stretches a little easier. Now we won't be able to make a ton of these because I don't have a ton of these glass spines, but we'll definitely make a few and it will definitely help getting our rail all set up. So that really did not get us too far at all. I would say we're maybe an eighth of the way there. So got quite a lot more rails to do. This is everything that I have the ingredients for. So I think what I'm going to do for now is just craft up a whole bunch of rails and powered rails so we can at least get our system in place. And then later on, when we have more coins or we can start farming shulkers, then we can upgrade everything to maglev rails. But I think regular rails will do for now. So we now have our entire track laid. We have our first station done over at our old base location, and we just have to build our station at our new base location. And we even have a little bit of a test train that we can take back and forth. So at our current base location, what we have is our train station here. So the train comes in here, turns around, and then stops here. And then to activate it, we just have this button. So we'll go ahead and turn it on. That redstone link powers that redstone link, which gives us the pulse to send the train. I've just got a block here to basically send us right back. The train goes around this little bend, and then as we come back into the station, the train will actually stop on our cart pieces, and there we go. We have our first station done. So we have these cart assemblers here, which is where the train actually stops, and then hooking those up, we just have some redstone lines which go to a powered latch. So what happens is this redstone link gets activated, which sends a signal here and activates the latch, turning on our system. And then we have a adjustable pulse repeater here for 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, that latch turns back off, turning off our cart assembler. So that way, when the train comes back into the station, it stops on those assemblers and we can load up and basically be ready to send it off again. So I'm just going to go ahead, repeat this on the other end of our line, and then get our train loaded up with all of our items, and we will take it for its maiden voyage. And here it is, our very first fully functional train car. So we got our entire storage system moved onto this car. We ended up using these arcane barrels because they hold a whole lot of stuff in a pretty small space. So we have our crafting terminal down here. Then up at the top, we also have our pipe pressurizer, Stirling dynamo, and then we have a hopper feeding it just to kind of keep our system working as fast as it should be. And I think we're ready to go ahead and take our first trip. So I went ahead and put a seat on our cart, and I think we're ready to go. But actually, before we go, I do want to make one public service announcement. If you're doing something similar to this, where you have a large storage room or lots of chests on a train, on a minecart contraption, make sure you make a backup of your world. It's very possible that if you have enough items on your contraption, that it will crash your game. It's happened to me, it's happened to servers I've been on, so be very, very careful with it. Make your backup. I've made a backup of this world, so if I activate this cart contraption and it crashes, no big deal. I could just load my backup and we can make a different plan, but I think we should be good to go. And look at that. We are now cruising with our entire storage system. So now we can just ride all the way over to our new base, and I'll catch up with you guys when we get there. Never mind, now we're moving backwards. That's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we gotta stop this and figure out what happened. So it's like right here. It like turned around, so maybe we'll kind of make this rail go a bit more straight. What I found through doing this, I did run 1 or 2 tests just to make sure that our track worked, is that when you have like a really big curve right on a kind of like up or down, it kind of freaks out. So we'll try that and see if we can get back on track. Okay, and there it goes. Are we going to get stuck again? Yes. It's like this time our cart just phased through this rail. Ugh. All right, there we go. Now it looks like we're cruising. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit when we're at our new base. All right, and here we come into the station at our new base. And we did it. That was one successful trip. So this is going to be where we're hanging out for the next few episodes, because right over there is where I'm going to be building my workshop. And that's going to be the first thing we're going to need to do to get started in our new base location. So with all of our items moved, I did actually leave one set of items behind, and that is our buddy cards, because I think it'll still be nice to go back and visit our base, at least for a little while, to open our packs. So let's jump right into that. Today, I want to actually get some packs finished. So we're going to take a whole stack of gold coins, and we're going to buy as many cards as we can. So we'll get 32 mystery buddy card packs to open in just this episode. And there it is, our 2 beautiful stacks of mystery buddy cards. Let's see what we get. Oh, there we go. End set complete. So sadly, our end set medal was the only one we actually got today, but we're still looking pretty good. So obviously, we've already completed our entire collection of base set buddy cards. Farmer's Light, we got a few more shinies. We're just missing 2 cards, as well as some of the buddy gummies. For the crate set, we got a few more of the shinies. We still have some holes though. For the nether set, we have for the nether set, it actually looks like we should have completed it. So we have 12 here. We have 17 here. Hold up, let me toss these on the ground, pick them up, and see if we actually completed the nether set. Because from looking at this, we should have. Oh, check that out. Nether set complete. So that gets us our nether set buddy medal as well today. Awesome. So with our nether set, obviously we have quite a few holes. We'll have 2 base sets and then quite a few of the shiny cards yet to collect. Then for the end set, we completed every single one of the non-shiny cards and only have a few holes in our shiny card selection. Now sadly, we did not create the All the Biomes You Go buddy card set yet. We're missing a single card. We've got the shiny variant of 26, but we're missing 18. So this is actually, because we already have aquaculture complete, this is the last buddy card medal we have to get. So in the next episode, we're going to open up a few more packs, and maybe we will finish and complete our buddy card pack and get all of the buddy card medals. Now before we end the episode, let's go enchant the 2 buddy card medals we earned today and see what we get. Alright, there we go. Buddy Binding 3, Buddy Boost 2 on both medals. So let's actually start with the end set, because that's the one we got first. So looks like we get Resistance 2, and that might be it. Because yeah, the Nourishment was from our Farmer's Light medal, so it seems like our end medal is giving us that Resistance. Aha, so the other cool thing it does is it says both levels will clear you of levitation every few seconds. So this will be a really nice medal when we're raiding end cities, so we don't constantly float up and away and get annoyed by shulkers. So that's cool to have, but really I'll probably just save that for the end, or if we do any big boss fights. And now let's check out the Nether buddy medal. And it looks like that gives fire resistance. Okay, so check this out. So while on fire with the Nether set buddy card on, well, obviously we get our fire resistance, but we also get speed 1 and strength 1 while this is on. So that's very nice. Definitely when we're in the Nether, we will 100% be wearing that all of the time, because I am sick of losing all my stuff into the Nether. And look at that. Oh, look at our collection. It's almost complete. We're going to start by building a better terrain for our storage system to live in that's a bit more enclosed and safe, as well as just looks a little more aesthetically pleasing. And then we're going to spend some time at our new base location making a new train station to kind of give us an idea of where this whole build is going and just have a little bit nicer of a place for our train to live. So the first thing I did is I went ahead and took my train back to the station at the old base. And that was because I wanted to make use of the old workshop to craft all the building blocks I'm going to use to build my train and the station. And let me tell you that was crazy frustrating. In that replay footage, you maybe saw 15, 20 seconds of my struggles. That took me about an hour to get from my old base over to here. Just fixing all those tracks, making sure I could actually get this thing through, which is frustrating because it worked. I not only tested it with a test train once, but I also have gone back and forth with this cart before. So I don't know why it's decided not to work anymore. But I think we're going to have to do something slightly different with our rails. So we're going to actually start by designing our actual train car over here by our old base, so we can actually like craft up all of our blocks and stuff. We'll also craft a bunch of extra blocks for our train station down at the old base. And then I think what I'm going to do is fix this track layout. So for the last episode, all I did was just kind of zigzagged through all these hills to just kind of get something that would work going back and forth. Now, clearly that was not the right thing to do for a few reasons. One being, obviously we didn't make it back and forth again, which kind of sucked. But the second big reason I don't think this is going to work out is we have a lot of these diagonal sections, and when we eventually upgrade their rails to be something faster or something powered, those diagonal sections won't work because we can't have something powered going diagonally. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to change our track layout to go straight here and then straight over here to our train station location. And I think that'll be easier to do. It'll actually be the same count of rails, because like here we have to go like right up, right up, right up all the way through. Here we just have to go up and then right. So for our actual train car design, I think I'm going to take a little bit of inspiration for the Book of Boba Fett and build like a hover train. Maybe is that a little too much of a jump in futuristic compared to our old base? Yes. But I think it'll save myself a lot of time in having to actually build a rail, and I think it looks super cool to have our train kind of floating above the terrain and going all the way through to our mega base. And then at our mega base, if we ever want to expand it or change stuff up, it'll be very easy to kind of make our train go to different locations without having to worry too much about the track layout and how that looks. So I'm going to go ahead and get some materials together, and we will start designing our train car around our storage system. So I spent a good amount of time figuring out a nice block palette for our train. So what I went ahead and did is, outside of our old base, I made like a little mock train station, just to kind of get an idea of what kind of size I wanted our train to be and kind of where I wanted our train station to sit. So originally we were going to do it out back of our andesite factory, but kind of looking at how much machinery is in there, it really doesn't make sense because we're not going to be able to get a good pathway from the front to the back. So I decided to pull it out and make its own building, especially now because we're going with like a hover train idea. I think it'd be really cool to have a little bit more of a futuristic building over here for our actual train station. For our train itself, I think we're going to use these flint blocks and these plating blocks, and then using these wall base light and these laboratory blocks as some kind of like decorative lines going through it, just kind of add a bit of texture to our train body. And then we also have this Tyrian from Chisel, which comes in a few different variants, which we'll probably make some good use of just to kind of help decorate the whole train itself. So I'm going to go ahead and actually probably start with our second car, which is going to be our storage system. So I'll probably take that storage system, get it over here in place, and then build our second car, which will give me a good idea of the scale I'm going to use for the front car, which is going to be essentially like the engine of our train. So my first pass onto the train ended up being pretty good, but I definitely think it could have used some improvement. I didn't really like the rear car, which is where the actual items were stored. I thought it looked a little too industrial. I think the whole thing ended up being a bit too industrial, and at the front of the cart, I wasn't really super happy with the shape. But I figured let's go ahead and go with it, and I decided to send my car off to do a little test loop. Now, during that little test loop, I had a little bit of a mishap, and I ended up not having a working test loop, so I decided to put my train back in the station, and sadly, our rear car got placed where our front car went, and the front car got placed where the rear car was, and it completely destroyed our entire train system. Luckily, it only broke like 2 barrels, so it wasn't too hard to get all of our items back, but man, that was a headache, and I ended up having to completely redo our entire train. And here it is, our completed train. Now, I'm a lot more happy with how this turned out. I like the front end being a little more blunt and almost looking like a bullet. Because it's kind of like a futuristic hover car, I think it actually works out pretty good. And then our car back here where we have our barrels, what I went ahead and did is I put windows here, and then in the back I put these silica steel barrels because I thought they looked really good, and from afar you can instantly know exactly which car this is, that it's our storage car because it's got the barrels there. Then if I ever decide to make a passenger car in the middle, I can use the same design and just do 2 sets of windows instead of a set of windows and a set of barrels. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this turned out. On the inside here, it's still quite simple. We do have this line of carpets going down the middle to cover up our radial chassis, because those radial chassis are essentially what's holding this whole thing together. In our front car here, we have our main seat where we can press that button and send off our whole train. And then we have our skylights up here where we can look up into the sky, and then our big windows. So as we're kind of sitting here and going through, we can just watch all the train go by, and it looks really nice. And then coming through here into the back is where we have our storage car. And we have our storage car as well as a few little utility items. We have some trade stations here, which I do need to get power hooked up to. We've got a bed, tackle box, and a little rubber ducky. And then here's where we have our terminal where we can access all of our items, as well as 2 little chests where we can basically store like our personal stuff or stuff that we want to really easily be able to access. And now we're going to move on to the touchy subject of our train track. So what I went ahead and did is I left most of this uncovered so you can get a good idea of what it looks like. I went ahead and made our train track completely straight, so that way anywhere where there's train elevation, which I thought was kind of important for our hover train, it didn't look like it was just hovering a mile off the ground, I have straightaways. And then anywhere where there's turns, I made sure that it was completely flat. And I thought that this would work. So here's our station over in the hills, and here's our station at the old base. So it goes here, straight around into the station, and then around back into the hills where it turns around, comes back on the track, turns around here, and then comes back into our first station. Sadly, it did not work. So originally I did the classic train design where you have 2 of these cart assemblers per contraption. So I had 2 for here and 2 for here, and I did hours and hours of testing. I think I probably spent 8 hours just testing this and having it fail. Now, what's happening is the trains essentially do not play well with slopes. It would kind of go through here, but then the second it got to like an upslope, like here, sometimes it'd work and sometimes it wouldn't. And the really frustrating part is that it wouldn't be consistent. Like if it was always failing at a certain spot, that's easy to fix. I can go back and fix it. But sometimes it would work at a spot, sometimes it would fail. And that inconsistency just really led to a bunch of headaches, and it got to the point where I do not think that the Create Mod trains are at a point where this will be a sustainable way to have our items and crafting stuff moving back and forth quite frequently, because I'm going to be moving this back and forth pretty much every episode for the foreseeable future. So my solution is to make it a single minecart assembly. So it's going to look quite silly when it actually goes through our system. But all I'm going to do now is I'm basically going to have a single minecart with a single cart assembler attached to the entire train system. So both of these cars are connected with some super glue, so that way the whole thing is just one entire contraption. So that way, when I send it off, it'll go over and come back with no issues. It's going to look really dumb, especially around corners and up hills, but it'll work, and at the stations, it'll still look nice. Now, the other awesome thing is that makes our redstone dead easy. All we need is a single redstone link that's hooked up to a button in there where we can press it, it'll send it off, and then when it hits the other card assembly, it'll stop, and then we just hit the button again and set it off on the next redstone link. So that whole redstone part is a lot more simpler, and our whole system's a lot more simpler, but let's go ahead and give it a go and head over to our mountain base. From inside the cabin, you know, not too bad. You know, this really doesn't look too stupid. I mean, it looks a little silly going up these hills, but like around curves, you really shouldn't notice it from sitting in here. But let's go take a look at how this looks from the outside, because I think it might not look quite as nice. And yes, I was correct. It does not look quite as nice. So you can see it kind of like phasing into the ground as it goes down these hills. And when it goes up a hill, it'll just kind of be hovering really high off the ground. And yeah, it doesn't look all that great, but it works. And that's really the important part. The important part is just getting this from point A to point B and having it look nice in our stations. Now, as we come to our first real corner, you'll see that back end just kind of swings along with it. It works. From inside the cabin, it probably looks fine, but from the outside, it does look a bit silly. So we're not going to get any super cool montage of the train working and going through our land. Yeah, and wow, from the inside, curves actually look really nice. Like there we go around a curve. Yeah, that feels really nice. Like that feels really smooth. And I mean, realistically, we're always going to be sitting here going back and forth. So as long as that looks good, I guess it doesn't really matter. And wow, I am really happy with the decision to make that a hover train. Because even just sitting here floating in space, it actually looks pretty nice. You know, it doesn't feel too out of place. I think we'll still get that station built, but you know what? It works. Alright guys, so our first build in our brand new mega base is finally complete. Our train station is done and it's looking beautiful. So I'm really excited for where this is going to take us with the rest of this factory build. And I think this is a really good foundation to kind of keep us moving forward with our project here. Now you'll probably notice two things right off the bat. First is that we have a big open hole on this wall here. And the second is that we don't really have much going on the inside of the building. And both of those things are actually on purpose. The first thing we did is we left this wall open because I'm going to be expanding this at some point when I add more train cars on here. So right now we have room for one more of these same size train cars, and then we'll pretty much be full on this train station. Now, I do have plans to kind of extend it to have multiple cars as we go along. So if we want to extend this to have 2, 3, 4, 5 more cars, we're just going to take this train station design and expand it outwards towards the ocean here. Now, the other thing we did is we left all these walls blank. And the reason for that is I don't know where the space is going. I have lots of ideas on what I want in the space, but we left all these walls blank because let's say we want a path going out to X place here, or over here we want to have a big machine, or over here we want to have a sky rail that takes us over to the other part of the base. This gives us a lot of expandability and allows us to really change up this area as we see fit as we kind of develop the base more. And that's the same reason I left this roof kind of pretty plain, is because we'll definitely be going straight up from this build and kind of up into the mountains, because right now we're in the foothills. I think this is a great place to start and kind of build up as we go and get up into these mountains. Now for decorations in here, I really did also want to keep it pretty plain, as we don't know what these walls are going to look like and what we're going to have going on in them. The one little piece of decoration I do have is a little staircase to get up into our train, and you can see we're actually using a bed, because beds are the only thing I found that didn't connect to the train. I tried a few different things. I tried shafts, I tried belts, I tried open trap doors, and nothing really seemed to not connect other than beds. So we're using a bed as a little stair here so we can get up into our train. Maybe we'll eventually switch this out for something that looks a bit better, but it works for now. Now, one thing I really didn't focus too much on our train here is expanding our tunnel system here. So obviously we have our tunnel that leads back to our main base, and I only decorated the little outside area to kind of get an idea of what it'll look like eventually. And we'll finish this up at a later date, maybe when we have more cars here and we know better what our final train system is going to look like, because I'm sure that our rails are going to be tweaked and changed a little bit as time goes on. Now for the next episode, the thing I want to focus on is getting a brand new workshop started, because this works going back and forth, but it is a bit of a trek every time I want to go craft something. So we'll definitely be coming up into the hills and starting a workshop in the next episode, so you'll actually see stuff starting to branch out from the train station pretty much immediately. So for buddy cards, I really don't have anything too exciting to show today. I know we only have a few more cards to collect to get to 100%. However, this is all the coins I have to my name, just over a stack, so that can't even buy one mystery pack. So while we wait to get a better supply of coins, I think what we're going to do is we're going to craft up some Farmer's Delight packs with all of these buddy beans that I've been slowly getting from my farm, my auto crop farm that's been going since pretty much the beginning of this series. So we got 2 shiny cards and then a few of the buddy gummies to collect, and we'll just try to 100% fill this out. And I think that's just kind of what we'll do the next few episodes while we wait for more coins to fill out our BYG card set. We'll just kind of go pack by pack and try to finish these off and get 100% of the shiny and not shiny cards. So for anyone unfamiliar with crafting Farmer's Delight buddy cards, because I know it's been a while since we've crafted these packs, basically what you need is you need a cooking pot for Farmer's Delight and a stove from Farmer's Delight. You open up the cooking pot, and then we're going to put in 2 buddy beans, 2 shredded buddy cards, a sugar, and a pork chop or raw bacon. And raw bacon is just simply gotten from a pork chop with a raw knife. I'm just going to use pork chops because I'm a little lazy. I don't want to have to chop those up, because essentially you get 2 pork chops or 2 bacons for 1 pork chop, so it is actually a pretty good deal. Then the last thing you need is you need canvas. So I'll put the canvas in here. You see it'll slowly cook on up. And then when that very slow process is done, you'll have your Farmer's Delight buddy card pack. I've got enough for a stack here, so I will let this go. We'll get these all made up, and then I will open them all and we'll see what we get. And here we go, our 4 stacks of 16 buddy card packs. These took forever to cook up. This cooking pot goes super slow, but just AFK here, let these all craft up, and I'm going to go ahead and open these all up. We'll sort them into our binder, and hopefully we will get our last 2 shinies and plenty more buddy gummies. Looks like already we got our buddy gummy 2, which we were missing, and let's see what else we get. All right, it looks like that buddy gummy 2 and those 2 other shiny cards was literally all we had to get. There are no more buddy gummies that we were missing. And that's our Farmer's Delight set complete. I think that was a little overkill because we got everything finished in the first 2 packs, or 2 stacks of packs, I should say. So we overcrafted a little bit, but you know what? Now we have plenty of extra cards here that we can grind down and use for our create set cards, which I think we'll try to complete next week. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shiny cards to do there. So again, that should be a pretty quick one to knock off the list. In today's episode, we're going to take the time to build a brand new workshop at our new Mega Base location. Now, before we get started with that, I definitely want to make some comments on this train. First off, I definitely hear you guys down in the comments. I will definitely be making this track that just kind of runs under the ground into a sky bridge. I love the idea. I think it'll look awesome. It'll make it a lot easier for me to place higher speed tracks. I can go over any train. I can just make something modular. It's a fantastic idea.
However, I don't think it's going to happen right away because this still does work. I get from point A to point B just fine, and it doesn't look too crazy, but once I get that done, I'll definitely be able to section off into 2 distinct trains and have it look really nice and really cool, and then more carriages, and everything will just kind of work out really well together. The other thing I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take out these inverted lights to make it look a little bit more like a hover train. I originally thought these would be like some kind of like weird energy field or something, which is causing the train to float. But I think it would look better just without some. So let's knock these out and see how that looks. Yeah, I do like that better. It looks more futuristic, more hovering. We're definitely going to take those out and leave those out. The other thing I want to comment on is our bed staircase. I think I'm going to leave it for now. And the reason is I did see one comment down below that basically said we should make this a contraption that pops out of the ground and then pops back into the ground. And I love that idea. However, this is not the final resting place of our main train car. So I'm going to wait until we add a few more carriages on here and the train car moves down to wherever I think its final location is going to be. And then we're going to build some kind of contraption that pops out of the ground when the train reaches the station to add a little staircase, and then goes back down into the ground whenever we take off, so that way our train station looks nice and clean and it doesn't connect up to our train and get taken with it. So now let's hop right into designing our brand new workshop. So to get started with this project, I'm actually going to start by just kind of blocking out where we want our walls to go with some cobblestone so we get an idea of the general shape of our workshop building. And then the next step I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the time to build our machines first. And that's just so we don't have any size constraints. Basically, we can go as big or as compact as we need it to be without having to worry too much about what the end product is going to look like, because we can essentially move these walls or adjust stuff as needed. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to place a lot of these ferro flare lanterns, because basically what they do is they place a bunch of invisible lights everywhere. So all of our lights inside our factory can essentially be decorative because we have our ferro flare lanterns taking care of all of the lighting. Now I know there's also the mega torch, which does the same thing, and I think it actually has a bigger radius and doesn't place light. So that's also an option, but sadly we are not quite at the zinc machine stage yet. The next few episodes though I think we will be, so when we do get to that point we will place a mega torch. Alright, and here is the kind of rough outline of our workshop area. And one thing that I think I want to do for all of the builds in this kind of area is have a subfloor. So basically a floor under the floor where we could do all of our redstone wiring, power transfer, both RF and create power. So I'll probably actually start the floor all the way up here. And then below that will kind of be our subfloor, where we'll clear out a whole space underneath to have like a maybe like 5 block tall floor, so we really have plenty of space to kind of do all of that like inner working stuff that maybe doesn't look so good, but is pretty important to do. Now while this is a decent sized space, I do have a feeling that we will need more, so I'm going to probably expand out that way into the mountain if we do end up wanting some more expansion space. And then for connecting up to our train station, we'll probably just bring a staircase up and then over, and then probably have a big grand entrance right here where you come in and you'll be greeted by our big workshop machines. So now I'm going to spend a little bit more time kind of blocking this out, getting our final layout done, and then we'll get all of our contraptions built for our workshop 2.0. Holy crap. I just broke a randomonium ore and I got a pyromancer staff. Shoots a blaze and glass. Ah! But anyway, we got a staff. Oh, we got to charge it with blaze powder, it looks like. Yes, there we go. Charge is 0. Don't think I have any blaze powder, but we'll throw this in our bag and use it next time we're in the nether or get some blaze powder going. That's sweet. So I'm taking a little bit of a different approach to this build than I usually do. So I went ahead and made like a very uniform scaffolding structure. Then we have our 5 block basement under that. And I think this will kind of help to get an idea of the size and the shape, so when I actually build my contraptions, I can kind of plan walkways. Because I think I want one walkway coming through here, and then we're going to want like one kind of around the edge. And then I think all of our like machinery and contraptions will kind of be in the middle here. And I think that'll end up looking pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare a whole bunch of different machines, and we'll jump right into a time lapse of building all of the mechanisms.
And here it is. All of the machines are now completed for our brand new Workshop 2.0 build. And I really like how this thing turned out. So I went through quite a different plans and revisions in my mind, and actually like placed a bunch of stuff down and broke it and replaced it, all just kind of make my kind of workflow in here make the most sense. So I do have a few manual crafting machines. So first off, we have our spout for filling. I've got 4 fluid tanks here, which I can fill up either manually with buckets or potions of stuff, or I could pump stuff in here eventually and then automatically, I guess I should say manually fill it from here. And then obviously we have our mechanical crafter, which is a must. Gotta have your mechanical crafter. And then over here, I've got my 2 mixing stations, one not heated, one heated. I still need to go get a blaze and get that hooked up to some power. But I think that'll work out pretty good for us. Now, the reason I went manual with my mixing is for most of the stuff you're going to actually mix up, it's 2 or more ingredients, and it's kind of hard to automatically plan that out, especially because some of them have liquids, or I guess most of them even have liquids. So I think a manual setup will be better for these, just to make it a bit easier on myself to put stuff in and take stuff out. And then I pretty much just copied my trade station from our old base. I've got 2 chests. One's going to be for purchasing stuff, one's going to be for selling stuff. And then I have 2 chests here, which I'm going to switch out for drawers just for storing my silver and gold coins. And this should work out pretty well for us. I did swap our hoppers for chutes, so the whole thing should work a little bit faster. And now we get to the fun part. So what I went ahead and did is I decided that I wanted all of the stuff that makes sense to automate on a single wall over here. So when I want to basically make anything automatically, I can just come over to this wall, place it into this top barrel, it'll go through our whole system and come out the bottom barrel. So I don't need to run around to each machine, find it, and like place stuff in. So for example, if I want to crush stuff, I don't have to go to my crushing wheels and place my blocks in. I just go to our crush barrel, pop in whatever I want to crush. It will then automatically get routed over to our crushing wheels and get crushed up. I can do the same thing if I wanted to crush something 2 times, because what I do find myself doing a lot is I'll crush something once and then I want to crush it again. Typically it's cobble into sand, but I have a crush times 2 setup as well. So I can just pop my cobble in there and it'll go over to this second set of crushing wheels where we have 2 in a row. I've also got compacting. For example, if I wanted to make logs into the bark version, I can place them into the compacting drawer and they will end up over here, get compacted down into the full log variant. Next, I of course have a saw, so I can put my logs in there. They will come all the way over here and get cut down. So you can see them come through here, and we're stripping those logs automatically. And then next, I have a press, so I can put whatever I want to turn into the plate variant in here, and it will go travel all the way over here to our press and get pressed up. And then over here, I've got our cooking, our blasting for smelting, and our washing setup. So those items travel down here underneath. This is the only actual machine that's kind of hidden away because it doesn't look the greatest. So our cooked stuff and our washed stuff both go to the end here, where we have a filter here that is basically denying anything that can be cooked or denying anything that can be washed. And that basically means that it won't go through there until it's fully cooked. But then for our smelting, we had to do something a little bit differently because there's a lot of stuff that can be cooked twice. For example, cobblestone turns into smooth cobblestone, which turns into the smooth variant of stone. So if I put cobblestone here with this system, it would basically sit at the end and turn all the way into that smooth variant. So what we did is we just slowed this belt way down with a rotational speed controller. So that way, as it goes through here, when it gets to the end, it's already fully cooked and then goes back into our system. So then you can see after not much time at all, we have our compacted blocks, our sawed blocks, our pressed blocks, the stuff we crushed once that turned into gravel, and then the stuff we crushed 2 times, which turned into sand and clay and flint, the stuff we cooked up, the stuff we smelted, and finally the stuff that we washed. So I'm really glad that I did this. It was a little bit of a pain. It took a lot of time getting all of these belts routed correctly and working out. And I mean, back here is a little bit of a mess, but it all works. I think it looks pretty good up here, which is kind of the main goal. is to make the main part look really nice, be able to see everything that's going on. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm glad that I took the time to make our whole little wall here where we can smelt and cook and press everything up. And typically, I don't really talk about how I power my builds because I've just been using water wheels up to this point, and that is continuing with this build for now. So I've got a whole bunch of water wheels here with our rotational speed controller, and we could only go up to 112 speed, but I would really like to run this at 256. So I could either add more water wheels, which I don't think I'm going to do, or wait for the time when I build my power plant, which is going to happen at some point. So I think eventually when I build a power plant, I'll hook this whole system up to the power plant to run it at 256 speed. However, I am actually going to leave the water wheels here because if our power plant ever goes down for whatever reason, I want to have a switch to switch it to our water wheel power because we may need our workshop to get our power plant back up and running. So I think it's really important that this thing has a backup generator to keep it going at all times. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to implement all of these basically crafting blocks we're going to need. So I'll probably find a spot. It might be there. It might be right here. We'll kind of see where that ends up. You'll do a walkthrough once we have the actual building done. So let's jump into the quickest time lapse you've ever seen. And here it is, our completed workshop building. Now, one thing you'll notice right away is the top isn't complete. And that's because I have a different plan for what I'm going to do up top. Instead of just a flat roof, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put an observatory here. That's what you can see, that little circle. And then that's going to be kind of like my research center where I'm going to have my board of all my to-do list items, as well as like store my buddy cards and extra armor sets, and kind of have like my central hub be right above our workshop itself. So let's go ahead and head down there and take a closer look at the inside. So right here is where we're going to be entering our workshop. Right now I just have this little hole cut through the mountain, but in the next few episodes we are going to have a path that goes down to our train station down there. But in here you come in, and I've got these computer monitors up here from Computer Craft, and eventually I want to have signs that maybe say like to train station, and then on this other one it would say crafting room or workshop or whatever. And I think that'll be a really cool way to kind of get around my base and be able to easily see where I'm headed. Then in here, you'll notice this big wall. We're going to do something different with that eventually on this side. But on this side, everything is complete and decorated. So you can see I went ahead and put two walls in, one where we have all of our crafting blocks, and then one where we have all of our machines, our press, our compactor, and our saw. And then another big wall over where we have our crushing wheel system. Then over here, I've got some of these like weird little holograms above here, just kind of make it a little more modern, bring a little bit more of a tech feel. If pretty soon I do want to replace these barrels with the silica barrels. First off, because they have more storage, and second off, because they look a little more futuristic and they'll fit with the whole vibe better. Then we have our trade station, mixer, our crafter, and then finally our filler here, and everything looks really cool. I kind of kept that same design for the train station on the walls here, but I added this little section above with the magic wood and the Tyrian blocks, and I really like it because it adds a bit more decoration in that upper area. Pretty soon here, I do want to do a little bit more decoration because like the create feel doesn't really work super well with our kind of modern aesthetic we're looking for. Like for example, this belt system here, I think I want to cover it up a bit more. I did cover it up with these screens on the bottom here, but maybe what I'll eventually do is come back in and put some screens on the side here too, which I think might look a bit better and kind of hide our belts a bit more. But I think for now we're just going to kind of leave it as is and move on to our next projects. And speaking of what's next, the first build I have in my little research area, which is just above our workshop, is a brand new to-do board. So I'm just going to walk through here and kind of show you what things are going to be coming next in the series. So the first thing I want to have is a testing facility where I can kind of build temporary machines to test out how stuff works. Then I need an ore processing plant where I can drop off all my ores to get processed, an infinite lava generator to help make our zinc machine plant, an automatic food factory to make our sandwiches automatically, a factory for all of the chapter 3 items, a trade hall for both villagers and the buddy card enderman, a research lab, which is going to be this space up here, a mining outpost where we can do a bunch of automatic mining because we are a little low on resources, a coin trading hall where we're automatically generating coins and automatically generating items from those coins,
a new storage room because we want to move from the system we're using now to the more advanced system from applied energistics. We need to upgrade the train track with our bridge. And then 2 more things, and I think these might be in the next episode, is to defeat the Ender Dragon and the Wither, and craft a magic feather, which will get us creative flight and make all of the building in our new factory a lot easier. Now, let's hop into our buddy card section and see if we can finish the create buddy card set. Okay, and we had exactly enough for 2 full stacks of 16 create set buddy cards. We only have a few holes left, so hopefully that's enough to complete our entire create set of buddy cards. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. We're missing a single card. We're missing number 13 of the shiny variant. Man, I wish I was able to create more, but sadly that was all of the lapis we had, so we cannot create any more buddy steel, so I think we'll actually have to hold off on finishing our create set of buddy cards until we get that final card. So the next episode, maybe we'll finish that and then start working on whatever pack is next. We're finally going to take a trip to the end and defeat the Ender Dragon. And I also brought a few goodies, and we might do a few withers while we're there. I'm actually going to the end to craft a specific item, and that is the magic feather. What the magic feather does is it allows you to have creative flight as long as you're within range of a beacon. Now to craft that, we do need to get an elytra, so we'll have to go to the end and do a few end cities to actually craft our feather. And that's also why we're doing the wither, so that way we can craft a beacon and have that range to actually fly. And I'm doing more than one wither because, well, first off, because we have the skulls for it, and also I want to craft an infinity wand because we've gone through like maybe 15 diamond wands at this point. So having that infinity wand will really be a game changer and make it a lot easier for us to build large, big structures in our new base location. Now before we take our trip to the end, we need to go back to the Nether because I currently have 0 blaze rods to my name. Now I do hope that our new base has a fortress that is a little bit closer, because at the old base it was quite a trek to a fortress. So let's go ahead and just pop one in our little workshop area here. This will probably move because nether portals are quite loud, but it'll definitely work for now. Maybe we'll eventually move it up to our research lab area upstairs. And this seems like not too bad of a spawn. Man, so if anything, I think we're actually farther from a nether fortress. So this is the original fortress we went to. And our original portal spawn, I think, is just kind of down in here. So realistically, we didn't go too much further away. But luckily, I've got my nether buddy steel metal. So we can go ahead and pop that on, and we won't have to worry about dying in lava. All right, looks like we made it back to the fortress. Now, I'm wondering if the nether buddy metal will, like, completely make blazes not worry. Because usually I feel like it's the fire damage that really gets you. Like, how much actual damage do their balls do? Nothing. Wait, is that for real? Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Oh, not you. Oh, yeah, it looks like the actual, like, fireballs don't do damage. Oh, that's going to make this whole process a whole lot nicer. Oh, and check this out. We got a spawner right here and a spawner right here. Maybe eventually we'll have to come back here and either make a double blaze spawner or maybe even grab these spawners and take them back to our base. Because it might be cool to use blaze as our kind of like main power source for our factory. Alright, I think 4 stacks of blaze rod and 49 molten cores should be more than enough to at least get us to the end, and then maybe not to come back here for a while. I was checking out my bag, and it looks like I sadly did not bring everything I need to pick these spawners up and take them home with me. So we'll have to come back in a future episode, grab those spawners, and actually make a decent blaze farm. And see if there's maybe a way to automate this and get those player kills so we can automatically farm blaze rods and experience from it. But I think for now, that'll be all we need. Oh, and now that we have blaze rods, we can try out the pyromancer staff, which I think needed... what was it? It was blaze powder, so maybe we'll take like 5 of these, turn into powder, and see how this works. Just click on the ground? I know we can click on the ground to like use it as a flint and steel. How do we actually fire? Oh, there we go. Got him. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think that'll actually be pretty useful for the end in case we run out of arrows.
We'll pop that back in our inventory and hang on to it. Okay, so it looks like we have enough for 9 Eyes of Ender. Then we had 2 in our storage place, which gets 11. Max, we would need 12, but then we actually have to get to the stronghold, so I think I'll have to go kill a few Endermen, because I don't really want to chance this and have to go back or go kill Endermen, so let me run back to the Nether. We'll go ahead and kill a few Endermen and then head off to the end. But actually, before we go to the end, I think we have to do a little bit of mining and get some more Eternal Stellas. So this is what I've actually been using to keep all of my tools from breaking. Essentially, for each of these, you can right-click it 3 times and it fully repairs all of your tools 100%. Or you can use it to enchant one piece of gear to be unbreaking, which is what I did with my Extendo Grip. Now for the Eternal Stella, you need these Stellarine pieces and these Experified Orbs. I've got 12 Stellarine pieces, which will actually get me 6 Eternal Stellas, but sadly, I have no Experified Orbs. These are got from this Experified Ore, which is found on Y level 1 to 30, and it's relatively common, so we can find it. It's just pretty rare. So I'll have to go ahead and do some mining to fix our tools once, and then I want to create 2 extra Eternal Stellas. So I want to try to craft 3 total, 1 to just repair my tools right now. I want to put 1 on my diamond pickaxe because that's always breaking the fastest. And then I want to save 1 for when we eventually get our Elytra. So as soon as we get an Elytra, we can just pop an Eternal Stella right on our Elytra and not have to worry about it breaking at any point. So let me craft with the rest of our Eyes of Ender, do a little bit of mining, and then we will finally head off to the end. Alright, so after way too much mining, we have enough for 3 Eternal Stellas, which is sweet. I'm going to go ahead and put one of these away from my Elytra. We're going to grab one of them, and then we will put one on our pickaxe. Wait, how do we do this? Should be in the smithing table, right? Or I wonder, because if I put my axe in here, it just says too expensive. Like, we have too many enchants on here. Is that what's going on? Or can we not use the Eternal Stella on Buddy Steel tools? No, we definitely should be able to. I wonder if it's the enchants. I wonder if it's because it's enchanted, it won't let us put the Eternal Stella on. Like, I wonder if that has to be like the first thing you put on the tool. All right, here we go. I've got my old buddy card chest piece. So I'll grab that and a grindstone. We'll clear the enchant off of here and then see if we can put the Eternal Stella on. So right now it will not let us do it. But then if we grind the enchantment off, oh, then it does let us do it. Okay. So I think what we'll have to do with our pickaxe then is basically craft a new one. So we'll need another Fortune 3 book, Efficiency 5 book, Unbreaking 3 book, Buddy Binding book. That might not be too big of a deal, but we will need the books to do this. I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and just use a right click on one of my Eternal Stellas. And when we're in the end, maybe we can get some cool enchanted books in those end cities. I think they have enchanted books, and then we can use those enchants to get this back up and going. But for now, we'll just do a right click, and then when you right click, you can see that our durability just kind of slowly ticks up on all of our tools and weapons and armor. So that'll heal everything up, and we should be pretty much good to go. All right, and then we should have everything in this backpack here that we're going to need for our trip. We've got that Eternal Stella for our wings, flint and steel and obsidian to make a portal when we get there, enough wither skulls for 9 wither battles, a ton of arrows, and then a ton of blocks, and looks like we forgot our bow. So we'll grab our bow back out of here. I enchanted one with flame on Unbreaking 3 power 5, so that should be all we need to take down the Ender Dragon and the withers, and then I think we're pretty much good to go. So let's go ahead and throw our first Ender Pearl and be on our way. We are going this way. Oh, and of course the first one breaks. Well, good thing we crafted plenty of extras. So I think we're getting close. Every time I throw the Ender Pearl, it's kind of going a slightly different direction. So I think pretty soon here, we will reach the stronghold. And I'm a little worried. I gotta be honest. I am scared to fight the Ender Dragon. It's been a while since I've done it, and I remember the last few times I've did it, and gone end busting. I have, oh, looks like we're going down here. I have in fact just fell into the void and lost everything. So wish me luck, guys, but hopefully this goes all off without a hitch and I don't end up dying. And looks like we come right into the library here. All right, let's go find the portal and grab all these goodies along the way. Well, that's certainly one way to get around to the stronghold. Just a big open cave cutting through it. It's a buddy card Enderman. Oh my god, hello friend. Oh man, I don't think, oh my god, I hit him. Oh my god, this baby zombie. Okay, ignoring the baby zombie, is there a way? Oh my god, I will not let off. There we go. Oh my god, the baby zombie dropped a body card. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so Enderling. So what does he say? Like 8 glue for 5 Xylix, 1 soul for 5 Xylix, shiny version, then 1 crystal for 2 Xylix. Those are some pretty interesting trades. I don't know. Okay, I don't have a way to take this guy home or name tag him. You guys let me know. Do I need to put a name tag on him, or is he persistent? We might not be able to keep this guy. We might have to wait till we find a guy closer to our base, or maybe we can go to the nether by our base and get one of those. So let me know if I need to put a name tag on him, and if I do, maybe I'll start carrying some name tags and a backpack around with me, so that way the next time we find one of them, we can snatch him up and then have a little trading buddy, and we can start to get some Xylex and work towards finishing all of the buddy card stuff we have to do. Hey, we found it. Okay. Man, that was a tough one. It ended up being like up here. So like the only way to get it was go through, there's an iron door here. So the only way to go through it was like jump up a few blocks and then go through this iron door from this cave. It looks really unassuming, just the iron door here. But came through here into here. And we've got our end portal. All right, so we got our bow, we got our arrows, we got our sword ready, we got our ender pearl, got our food in our hotbar. I think we're ready to go. Let's go defeat the dragon. Oh, perfect spawn. I hate it when you get those spawns that are like out over the void. 'Cause it's just so risky. Because you gotta block over to the dragon and then fight it, and yeah, that's no fun. Oh, I'm so good at that. I don't know if I've ever done it like through the bars like those, like you're supposed to. Oh, never mind. It's easy. We can snipe that one. Probably get that one from here. Yep, easy. We can shoot that guy. Up over to this one. Ah, not quite. Got one more caged one. And there's one up there. And that's it. Time to take down the dragon. What the hell is he doing? Just kind of hiding in the tower. I've never seen the dragon do that before. Just kind of circling around the tower, waiting for him to come down. He only came down once so far, which was kind of too bad. But okay, looks like he's coming down for another time. So this should be it. We should be able to take him down right here as he freaks out. Should be it. Just a few more hits. There we go. Well, that was pretty easy. I think the actual end busting might be a little bit more tougher, and where the actual challenge of this is going to come in. But let's grab all of this awesome experience. And then I think we're just going to hop right into taking down some withers. So I know there's like a way where if you dig under the end portal, where you can like place a wither down, and basically it makes it so that you can basically like kill it for free. You don't have to actually fight it, which I'm gonna do because I do not like fighting the wither. I am very bad at it and I always die. But this is not something I've done before, so I'm gonna see if I can figure this out and hopefully get us a few nether stars. We should have enough for 3 nether stars right away. All right, so I think I've got this right. So it's 2 blocks below the portal. You do like a T shape like that. Soul sand there, and then 3 wither skulls. I think that's all you need to do. And then he should be trapped. Hopefully that worked. We'll move back a bit for the explosion, and it looks like it was successful. So now we can just easily kill him, and then repeat times 3. Oh, that is absolutely the way to do that. Boom, first nether star. That took like 30 seconds, and I died 0 times. That was great. Okay, we got our torch, so we can go ahead and dig down here, do that, and get our dragon egg. Then we'll come over here and go check out the end. And I know this mod pack has the endergenic expansion, so it shouldn't be the default end. We should actually see some pretty cool stuff. What do we got? Blue roof tile. Cool. Those randomonium aren't that great. I feel like I've only gotten like one like actually good thing, and it was like a hummingbird spawn egg. Like that's really not even that good. It's just cool. But if I wanted to, I could automatically make hummingbirds. And that was a pretty rough spawn. Yeah. Oh, we got an Ender Slime Island, which we should definitely go check out and grab the trees. But actually getting back to land is gonna take a minute. All right, so we made it to the Ender Slime Island, and look at that, we got an achievement for it. It's pretty cool, and I'm not seeing any end cities or any like special end generation. Because I know we have the endergenic expansion mob, but I'm not really seeing any cool generations. So we're definitely gonna have to do quite a bit of exploring here to get some cool stuff. But in the meantime, I will grab a whole bunch of this Ender Slime grass. We'll grab some of the congealed Ender Slime, and let's just keep on exploring. Oh, it looks like we found our first structure, and it looks like a crashed ship. I have never seen this before. This must be added by one of the mods. I wonder if this thing actually has a elytra in it or just some like regular loot. Okay, we've got an orb of temporary flight, 5 minutes. It's pretty cool. We got some end buddy cards. That's awesome. And it looks like that might be it. Yeah, it looks like the rest of this ship might just be solid. Oh, it's not. There is more loot. What do we got in here? We got a fire aspect piercing book, an end city map. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's sweet. And then some books, empty maps, paper. We'll grab that stuff. Okay, so we got an end city map, so that should make it really easy to go ahead and find the next city. Awesome. Okay, looks like there was one more chest in here, and we got some boring leggings, a fireworks star. I might actually keep that. A phantom membrane, I'll want that. And then tomato seeds, popcorn fruit. All the rest of this can stay, but I do want these 3 blocks. And here's where that backpack comes in handy. And then I don't know if I want to use this orb of temporary flight now for like end busting. Probably not. I think I'll just hang on to it for now, and then maybe use it at some other point eventually. But let's see where we're at. We are up in a corner, so guess I'll keep this on me. We want to go southwest, which would be this way. So I guess we will start heading southwest, and hopefully we can appear on this map sooner than later. All right, so we found the first end city. It actually really wasn't too far. It was maybe like 100 blocks away or something. And I popped on my end set buddy medal, because essentially what that does is it clears the levitation effect. So even if this guy hits me, I'm not going to start floating up and getting annoyed and frustrated when I'm flying around everywhere. And it looks like this place is a bust.
I saw that I had no ship, and I had this tower, and I thought maybe there was some loot up here. But it looks like it does not have any loot. So I think I'm just going to keep heading, what was the southwest. And we'll just keep exploring and hopefully maybe find some more end cities. Oh, and check that out. You can still see that old little tower we just explored, and there is a new city, and it looks like there is indeed a ship. Oh, and even a craft ship too. Nice. All right, let's go loot this thing, grab our elytra. And one thing I forgot is that we actually need 2 elytras, because I want to make the magic feather, which takes an elytra, but I also want to just have an elytra. So we'll probably loot this end city and then keep on going. And look at that, we got a new backpack. The randomometer is quite silly, but it's still fun to break. All right, so I think I'm actually going to start with the crashed end ship. Got a rubber ducky and end city map. Ooh, I wonder where that's going to. Oh, it's right there. Cool. We'll grab the ender pearls and the book. And there's got to be some more stuff in here, right? Yeah, we got to clear out the boat and then see what other loot we can find. Oh, it actually looks like it's just a half boat. I guess it was just that one chest. That's too bad. Let's go to the city. Our first loot room. What do we got? We got some dust. We got a music disc. We got some goodie cards and some diamond armor. More of that dust, more diamond armor. Not too bad. Not too great either, to be honest, but at least it's something. Do I risk it with my ender staff and see if I can jump over there? It's not directly over the void, but no, I don't think I risk it. That's a little too scary for me. We'll get close and then we can use our ender staff to jump on over there, but not from here. We're not going to try. Maybe from here. You know what? Let's just do it. You know what? That was not bad. It was not bad at all. Got our instant healing potions, which I actually think I'm just going to leave. We got our little shulker here. Then some loot. A 3rd temporary flight orb. A 4th temporary flight orb. So yeah, those things apparently are very easy to get. And finally, we get our elytra. What I'm going to do right away, grab my Eternal Stella, and we did not bring a smithing table. Oh no. Oh man, what do we need to do that? 2 iron and 4 wood. We don't have any wood. So what I might do in that case is, when I was up here, I did see, it looks like we've got some sort of end biome over there. Now, I wonder if those trees count as wood. I think it's worth going over there and checking, because it would be in our best interest to enchant our elytra with Unbreaking Infinity immediately. So let's go ahead and go for our first flight. Oh, and what I do want to check. Okay, that's what I thought. I saw a comment, and I just want to say thank you to whoever commented that. The boots, the double jump boots, do not work with the flight. So I'm actually going to pop my boots off. And then, yes, and then I can fly. So I'll have to craft a second pair of Buddy Steel boots to be able to actually fly in the future here. But yeah, that'll work for now. And it looks like the staff does work to kind of like shoot us off. It's not as great as using the rockets, because it's not infinite. You can't like spam it and keep going, but I think it should be enough to get us around. And let's see if we can craft this down. We can. Can we make a crafting bench? We can. And let's see if we can make ourselves a smithing table with some of this iron we found. There we go. Smithing table. We will pop our elytra off, put in there, put our Stella in, get our indestructible elytra, and never have to worry about repairing it again. Now, all of this stuff. Ooh, why does it move? Oh, I don't like that. That's gross. Like, is all this stuff used for something? Or is it all just decoration? I might, in the next episode, or I guess before the next episode, I might take some time kind of look into the energetic expansion and just kind of see what it's all about. Because I really haven't used it too much. So for now, I'm just going to go get my second elytra so we can make our flight thing, and then we'll get out of here. Ooh, are these guys nice? Ooh. Can I put a saddle on them? Sorry, I know I was just going to go get my elytra, but this is... Huh. Do I kill it? Does it have good loot? It looks so silly. What do you drop? You drop some buffalo hide. Or buffalo hide. Make a buffalo vest. Interesting. Well, we're just going to keep on exploring. And maybe we'll come back and make ourselves a buffalo vest if we can figure out what it's used for. And we made it! Last end city. So I'm just going to fly right into the ship here. Go grab our second elytra and our 2 flight stones, assuming both these just have those again. And then I'll go through, loot the whole city, and we will head home. Oh, looks like we only got 1 orb of flight this time. That's too bad. Alright, so from that end trip, we got quite a bit of really cool stuff. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 orbs of temporary flight. Got a whole bunch of diamond armor we can melt down. I ended up getting my 2 elytras. That way we can craft our magic feather as well as just have an elytra. We ended up getting 21 end buddy card packs, which we'll be opening up later in the episode. And we even managed to grab some chorus fruit, some gold, and just some other miscellaneous goodies from that trip. So I'm going to go ahead and sort all this out and get all of our stuff together to craft our magic feather. And then we will go ahead and have creative flight. So to use my elytra, I did have to take off my buddy steel shoes because the double jump does not allow you to fly. And so I just threw on a random pair of diamond boots so I had a little bit of protection, and I cannot take those off. So I think what we're gonna do is I will pop my magic feather in there, as well as I guess just everything else realistically. So put all of our things in there, and then we'll just go for a little bit of a swim. Well, that's extremely silly. When you swim, the little sword on my back like just a little spinning. That's so weird. I wonder why it does that. I'm at 64 levels. Oh, okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea. Oh no. Oh, that was so incredibly dumb. At least we got our boots off, I guess. Oh man. That sucks. All right, so we need a beacon and a magic feather. And then we can go in our quest book under lifesavers and complete the other game mode quest. But we are going to need some more iron blocks to actually build our beacon. So we'll go ahead and craft a stack of those. And we'll find a more permanent home eventually for it, but we can just go ahead and do it right over here. So I think it's 5 by 5. 3. No, it's 7 by 7 at the bottom, right? Like that. And then we accidentally placed some blocks down here. We'll grab those, and we had just enough. So then I'll grab my beacon, put my iron in, and because we may as well give it some effects. So what would be good here? I would say probably speed and regen. Or resistant. I'm gonna go with speed. I think speed would be the best. So now, it does say this has a charm slot. Okay. So that way we can get it out of there. And then I'm assuming we got to take our boots off. And we can fly. Oh, amazing. So now we can just fly around our base and get out of range. So there is a range to it, it looks like. And the range isn't crazy high. So what we'll probably do is just kind of move that beacon around spot to spot until eventually we can get enough beacons to kind of pepper around and have full range everywhere. But until then, this will definitely help out a lot. My one question is, I know in some mod packs when you're flying, it's like harder to mine. And I feel like that is, yeah, it is the case. So takes a little bit longer to mine, but realistically that's not that much longer, especially because our tools are so high power now. I mean, we're at 98% buddy steel power, so they're definitely going to work pretty well here. That's sweet. We have creative flight. Ooh, okay. So it looks like I messed this up, and we actually need one more layer to get our full beacon. You can see right now we got our 1, 2, 3. We're on our third layer, and we do still need a fourth. So let's get that fourth layer on there, and we'll see how that improves our range. Because ideally, we should be able to get around our entire base with creative flight, and even just with a little bit we've built at the edges, I still kind of lose it. So hopefully this brings us just enough so that way our entire base that we have built so far is completely covered. Wow, I really thought one stack of iron blocks was going to be enough, but looks like we got to go grab some more. And while we're here, let's go ahead and craft our infinity wand too, because we can use that to complete our beacon build. And it's done. So now let's go ahead and power this on. We'll give it... I changed my mind. I think I want haste instead of speed, because we already get speed from our buddy metal. So I think that haste might be a better option. I don't know, haste to our regen. I'm gonna go with regen for now, but I might change that to haste 2 in the future if like we're doing a big mining project. So before, the end of our range was kind of like right at the end of this building here, and it still is. Oh, I really thought that like extending the strength would also extend the range, but it doesn't really seem like it. Alright, that's okay. We still got one more nether star, so we can expand this, and we have our beheading sword, so if we really need to, we can very easily go get more wither skeleton skulls. Now, judging from the comments in the last episode, I think I'm actually going to put these inverted lights back. However, I think I'm also going to use some slabs to kind of cover them up a bit. So the first thing I want to do is I think I want to kind of extend them along the whole train here, because before how they were, it almost looked like, or felt like wheels on the train versus like a big hover thing. So I think we'll try like extending the whole way, and then I'll come back through with slabs, and we'll see if maybe if they're covered up a bit, if that looks a bit better. I do like that. I do think that looks a bit better. Looks a bit more like it's a consistent thing, and it doesn't look like it's on wheels. It still looks pretty futuristic and like it is hovering. Oh, that's awesome. I'll go ahead and do that to the other side and then do that to the second train car. And I'm going to have to craft more of these lamps, which kind of sucks because they're pretty expensive. It's 2 glowstone and 1 redstone per lamp, which may not sound crazy expensive, but we're pretty short on both of those things. So I'll get this finished up here, and then we will take a look at how it feels. Oh yeah, that definitely looks a whole lot better, with like the bar going all the way down and the half slabs. Yeah, that'll be really nice. So we can't end the episode without doing any work on our new mega base. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and dig a path up from our train station here up to our workshop. And I think our entrance, I'm going to do it right here. And then save this for some kind of big map decoration, and then have more decorations kind of throughout here. But I think this would be as good a place as any to actually dig that little tunnel and get it connected up to our workshop. Alright, so after just a little bit of work, we now have a staircase that we can use to get from our train station all the way up into our workshop. Now, one thing you'll notice about this little staircase is there's no stairs. And that's because I've got a better plan than stairs. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna run shafts and belts all the way through here and make like escalators going up and down. So that way we can just kind of like run over here and like automatically go up and down our little staircase here. So let's just start with the first one, going from our kind of landing up to the workshop. And hopefully we can get this all in one part. Oh, not quite. So I'll have to split it up, which I'll do in the middle. Like that. And then we will continue it up all the way to the top. Now, hopefully this little bump in the break won't be too bad. It might just fling us all the way over, but we may have to do a little hop here. But we'll see how this goes once we hook this up to some power, which we can do pretty easily because our workshop is right under here. Actually, our power is like right here. So that's actually pretty much perfect. So I'm going to come off of this gearbox here. We'll just do another gearbox, some shafts coming out this way. And then our other shaft is right here. So we want to come here. We'll go down with a vertical gearbox and then over at this height with a horizontal gearbox. Like that. Bring our shaft down here. Bring our shaft over here. Another gearbox. And then finally we hook it all up. And I think that's going the wrong way, but that's easy enough to fix because then all we need to do is just come in here and pop down another gearbox. So now this is going the right way, so we will automatically come up there. That's awesome. Might eventually want to speed this up, but I guess it would speed up when we eventually speed up our workshop as a whole. That should work out. Now, let's get these two hooked up together. So that'll be simple enough to do. All we're going to do is take some shafts here, put some belts here. And I know it's not the prettiest way to do it, but we'll come back through and decorate this all up. Oh, and there we go. We can't just run straight up it. Oh, that's sweet. So now when we want to come up the stairs, and I'll do the same thing going down, all we got to do is run up to this and run right up, and we're at our workshop. That's awesome. Okay, so I went ahead and added our little escalators down on this bottom spot here, and then I added our down escalator here, so I can go all the way up and all the way down really easily. Now I still have to decorate this hallway, and sometimes going up these you do kind of like hit the stairs, especially going down. So I'll have to come back and clean this up and make it look a bit nicer. But I think that'll have to happen in the next episode because we've already done quite a lot here. So I think this is going to be where we jump into opening all of those end set buddy cards we got. And another super nice thing about having flight and our elytra now is we can just fly up super high, stop flying, and then take off into the distance and very quickly travel as far as we want. I think this cuts our trip from our old base to new base from 5 minutes to 13 seconds, which is super cool. All right, so we've got our 21 end set buddy cards. Let's go ahead and grab our end buddy binder. We're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. So with this, I'm not too confident we'll get it all, but hopefully we do. Okay, wasn't everything, but we now only have 3 holes left. So I think just a little bit more end busting and we should be able to complete our end buddy card set. Oh, got one more in here. Oh, never mind. We only have 2 holes left. Awesome. So 2 cards left and we're done with our end buddy card set. So now that we've taken a little break from the main purpose of the mod pack, got our workshop up and running, and our new mega base location started, I think it's time that we jump back into the main purpose of the mod pack and get our next production line up and running. That next production line we're going to work on is Chapter 2A to make our zinc machines, which are used for a whole bunch of different things. Zinc machines basically open up a whole bunch of different blocks from the thermal series, so we can really get going, and it'll really help us with the next few stages of the mod pack and help us build our next factories a lot easier. Now there's a few different items that go into making zinc machines, but we're going to focus on the lava. Every zinc machine will end up using 24 buckets of lava in production. That's a ton of lava. So we're definitely going to need some kind of infinite lava generation.
Now there's a few different ways we can do it. The first is to extract lava from the nether and bring it up to the overworld. And there's two kind of ways we could do that. The first is with an ender tank, which basically is a tank that shares its inventory like an ender chest. So we can have ender take the overworld and ender take the nether, pump lava into the tank, then pump it out in the overworld. However, that is still locked behind the Enderian machines, so we'll have to hold up on that for now. The other option would be to either use a minecart with tank from more minecarts, or use a minecart contraption with fluid tanks on it to go through another portal and bring stuff back and forth. The reason I don't want to do that is I want another portal to go to the nether here without a big machine going into it, so I also think we're not going to go with that one for this episode. Now I do want to go ahead and mention that one other way you could do this is with the Magma Crucible from Thermal Series. You can actually turn magma blocks, cobblestone, stone, obsidian, and netherrack into lava using different amounts of power, but the ones we can automate, which would probably be cobblestone and stone, take a crazy amount of power, and we do not have the infrastructure to do this quite yet. What we are going to do is use the arboreal extractor, because if you use the arboreal extractor on hellbark trees, you can actually extract lava. Now we know from our experience with our resin factory that this is going to be really, really slow. So we're going to do two things to help combat that. First is that we're going to do a ton of arboreal extractors. I'm thinking a giant mega tree with maybe 2 full stacks of extractors pulling out lava. And the second thing we're going to do is we're going to try to make an infinite source of lava as if we were to pull from another lake. Now the way we're going to make an infinite lava source is by using the create mod. If you have a 10,000 block source of lava, you can actually use the mechanical pump to pull infinite amounts of lava out of that lake. So what we're going to do is over here, I'm going to make a big tower with like a big glass window so you can see inside of it. And on top, I'm going to make our big hellbark tree. And then below that is where we're going to have our giant lava reservoir, so we can just kind of watch it slowly fill up over time as long as we're producing more than we're using. And then eventually we will have that full infinite source. So we're going to jump right into a time lapse to get our reservoir built and our space prepped for our giant hellbark tree. There really is something special about just digging a big pit in Minecraft. It's so satisfying and honestly kind of relaxing. So doing some rough math to find out how big this pit needed to be, each layer of our circle here gets us 293 blocks of lava. So I had to go down 34 blocks to have a full source of 10,000 lava source blocks. I ended up going a bit past that. I think I went 38 blocks down. So we have a little bit of wiggle room if we want to have some space at the top, or we just want to have extras in case we accidentally pump some out or something. But this eventually will be filled with lava and should give us a full infinite source of lava. So the next step is to actually build our hellbark tree up here in the big dome and then put our casing around the lava pit so that way we can start filling it up. And to build our hellbark tree, we're going to do things a little bit differently to how we did our resin farm. So with our resin farm, we purely used trees that we grew via saplings and just pulled directly off of there. I did see a lot of comments saying that if you place leaves down using a schematic cannon, that it would function and work. However, it does not seem to work. I don't know if that's just because it's the hellbark leaves, but the arboreal extractor does not work with the schematic cannon placed leaves. However, I think we can still definitely make a custom tree. So what I think we're going to do is what I went ahead and did is I placed one of these hellbark trees up in the air and I grew it, and what I'm going to can do is take our hellbark log down, and then that works. Now what we can't do is place any arboreal extractors above that, but what we can do is take another line of logs down and take another arboreal extractor next to that, and then we basically have 2 trees. And we could basically just do that again, make a 3rd tree, and again, and make a 4th tree, and so on and so on. And so basically, as long as our base has like a straight line up to some naturally grown leaves, we will have a functioning tree and we'll be able to pull lava out of it. All right, guys, so I've got everything I need to actually build our hellbark tree. And then I've got a stack of 64 extractors. Looking at the space, we may not be able to use all of them, but we're sure going to try. And basically our process here is going to be build up our logs wherever we want, put a piece of netherrack above it, and then our held bark sapling. And then I will grab some phyto grow from my bag, grow the sapling, get rid of the netherrack, place the tree, and then place our extractor. And that's basically how we're going to get our lava. And then basically just rinse and repeat until we have a pretty nice looking tree that also has our boil extractors connected up to basically as many of the points that hit the floor as possible. So we'll jump into a quick time-lapse segment and get this little tree put together. Alright, so here's what we got. I tried the Mega Tree design and sadly that just was not working out. The big issue I ran into was we need to be on the edges of the trees and the trees didn't have leaves directly above them. So wherever I had my tree, I couldn't like angle it in or really do too much decoration. So I just decided to go with a little mini forest here, then like a big leaf ball on top. I think it all looks pretty nice. I got this like one center tree in the middle. Just to kind of make it so you can't like see through it and it looks like a little tiny held bark forest, and I'm pretty happy with it. Alright, and here is our finished extractor design. So what we have is we have our boreal extractors up above here, and underneath each extractor is a fluid pipe running all the way over to this hose pulley. So we have our one-way valves put in here. Basically what this is doing is it's just making sure that we're not pumping in to any of these extractors, because we ran into the issue with our resin farm where it was pumping into the extractors and then it wasn't extracting properly. So we created these one-way valves by basically just putting a fluid tank in front of a mechanical pump. And then over on this side where everything gets pumped out, it gets pumped to this hose pulley, which will lower by a few blocks, and then it will start pumping out and filling up our reservoir. And we have a second hose pulley that I've dropped all the way down to the ground, and this will be pumping out and into the rest of our factory. So I'm going to have this pumping into our zinc machine factory, but also just kind of have lines going throughout my factory so we can just pull infinite lava from it once we get this whole reservoir fully filled up. Now before we actually drop this down and start filling up our reservoir, let's get the rest of this build done so we actually have a place for the lava to go. And here it is, the completed lava farm and lava reservoir, so we can get an infinite source of lava. So for the design, I wanted to keep the theme of the other buildings kind of moving through it. So I've got like all the laboratory and Tyrian blocks to kind of keep that all the same. But for our actual reservoir, I went ahead and did a big battery design. We've got like the orange section, the black section, and so it'll look really cool when it's all finally filled up with lava. The other thing I did is because we're building in the mountain, and we will be digging paths and stuff behind and around this lava generator, I made this whole lower section the kind of yellow hatch mark blocks, so that way I know that if I start digging and I see those blocks, dig away, because we really don't want to be digging into our lava reservoir. So without any further ado, I think it's time that we go ahead and turn this thing on. So to turn it on, all we have to do is lower this hose pulley. We've already got our pump set up, so it'll start pumping out. So go ahead and lower this just a few blocks, and it will start pumping out lava into our reservoir. So it's going to start by making a big pillar all the way down till it hits the bottom of the tank, and then it'll start filling in the bottom of the tank layer by layer and fill all the way up. And we can just kind of watch from the outside and watch this thing fill up throughout our series until we have our infinite source of lava. And you can see we've now hit the bottom. So we've got our big long line of lava going all the way to the bottom, where it's going to start flowing in block by block, level by level, all the way up to the top.
And then once it's all the way up to the top, we can turn this pump on and start feeding it to whatever part of the factory we want to use lava in. All right, so this is going a little slower than expected. The whole first row here is all cleared out and like down here. And that was maybe 2 hours of building, and we did like this little section. So what I went ahead and did is I filled my inventory with Phytogrow. We had a ton of this apatite and niter from the mines, so what we can go ahead and do is just pump them into our boreal extractors here, and we've already got this one going. And basically what it does is instead of 25 millibuckets per extraction, it ups it to 50. So we're basically doubling our production by just pumping some of these in, and they get used up pretty slow. So that'll last us quite a while and really do us some good in terms of getting our lava battery filled up pretty good in this first episode. Now that was about 30 minutes to get our first layer all filled up. So to say this is going to take a long time is a bit of an understatement. Obviously, as I work around the area, it's just going to slowly fill up over time and eventually get up to the top and be infinite. But it sure is going to take a while. So we're not going to watch that anymore. I think we're just going to move right on to opening up our buddy cards. And for the first time ever, we're going to do our buddy card segment at the brand new mega base because we're going to try to complete our create buddy card set today. And the reason we're at our new base is we have to do some crafting to actually make our create set buddy cards. So the first thing we need to do is craft up some more buddy steel. For each buddy steel, we need 1 buddy steel blend, which is 3 shredded buddy cards, a block of iron, and a block of lapis. Now, I'm pretty low on shredded buddy cards, so what I'm going to start off by doing is take all of the buddy card packs I have, which is 14. I'm just going to crack all of these open. And because we have our whole base set buddy card set complete, I'm just going to dump all of these in here and crush them all up. So while those are being crushed up, the other thing we need to do is turn our brass into plates. So we're going to dump that into our press. It'll automatically get pressed down into plates. So we only got a stack and 8 shredded buddy cards from that. So I went ahead and went back to my old base where I had some other buddy cards stored. So we're going to open up the stack of 16 and the stack of 14 and dump all of these into our crusher just to get as many buddy cards going as we can. So that was actually enough buddy cards, so we can go ahead and craft up all of the buddy steel we need. So we can get our 23 buddy steel blend. And now this is a little overkill. We don't quite need 23 for the crafts we're doing right now. However, it will be nice to have a little bit of extra. And then we'll wait for the rest of our buddy cards to get crafted up because we do need 5 shredded buddy cards per pack we open. And then the last thing we need are some brass sheets. So I just went ahead and dumped some brass into our press. Got 23 out. I think we're going to want a little bit more, so I'm going to grab some more brass and we're going to see how much we can get. All right, so it looks like the shredded buddy cards is going to be what's holding us back from making 1,000,000 of these packs. Looks like we'll be able to get 33 packs because we have enough for 5 stacks of 33 shredded buddy cards. Got plenty of brass, plenty of buddy steel, plus some extra ingots. So let's go ahead and run over to our mixer and we'll throw in a bit of all of these and get these cooked up. So we ended up with just over 2 stacks of 16 buddy card packs. So let's open all these up and hopefully we get that final buddy card to complete our create buddy card set. And check it out, with all of those buddy cards, we still are missing that one card, number 13, which is wild because it's not even one of the super rares, and we did get some of the super rares. So sadly, we're out of lapis, so just like the end buddy card set from last episode, we're going to have to leave it with 1 single missing buddy card. In the last episode, we got lava fully automated. So now the only 2 steps that are left is to get weeping vines and twisting vines automated, turn that into liquid soul, and then create our infernal mechanism. So to do that, we're going to start off with a quick trip to the nether. So right out of our nether portal, we're lucky enough to have one of these warp biomes, which we should be able to grab some twisting vines, which we can then grow. So these actually grow from the bottom up to the top. So wherever we plant these, we're going to need the blocks below it and then have plenty of space above for our warped twisting vines to grow all the way up. And then not too far away from here, we have our crimson biome, where we can grab some of these vines, which are the weeping vines. And now these grow from the top down to the bottom, so we're going to have to make sure whenever we plant these, we have the blocks grown above and space for them to grow down below.
I got just over a stack of each vine and a whole bunch of netherrack to actually grow it on, so now we just need a place to actually start growing this and a place to build our zinc machine factory. And I think a good place as any is going to be right here to the left of our lava generator. And with our rough location and area blocked out, it's time to clear some more land. Alright, so I got a whole area dug out and prepared for our zinc machine factory, and I decided to go right next to our lava generator, kind of cutting into this wall, and I think it's going to look super nice when it's complete. So inside here, I went ahead and dug a little path that goes right to our lava generator. So to get to this room, it's going to be right through this little path, and then we can come in here, do maintenance, throw more phyto grow in here, whatever we need to do. And then over here is going to be where we actually have our factory. So this big circle in the middle here, that's going to be where we're actually farming our twisting vines and weeping vines. And then around here, maybe either back there or out front here is where we're going to actually be doing our production of our soul stand and zinc machines. So first thing first, we have to actually make our twisting and weeping vine little farm here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a machine on a bearing with a bunch of harvesters going in a big line all the way to the edge here. And then we'll put a portable storage interface on the end, so that way we can actually suck stuff out. I think we'll have it rotating at, I think probably ground level here, because I want to go down a few blocks for our twisting vines, then have our crimson vines coming up a few blocks, the same from the ceiling. So I think we'll go down 2 blocks for our twisting vines down here, then up 2 blocks for our weeping vines. And I think that'll look pretty cool once we have all the vines placed in, all the netherrack. We can decorate the walls with some of the warp wood and some of the crimson wood, and I think it'll end up looking really quite nice. Alright, and with that we have just about half of the twisting and weeping vines we need to fill up the space here. So I think our next step is going to be to actually get our farming machine in here, so that way we can start collecting twisting and weeping vines as we work on the rest of the machinery for our zinc machine factory. Here is our little twisting and weeping vine farm. So this is relatively similar to our design for our crop farm, except instead of going back and forth on a minecart, we're just going in a spinning section with a mechanical bearing. So I've got our line of harvesters and a chest for all the items to go into. So you can see as it goes past, it collects all the items, goes into that chest. Then up above, I'm just running it off of a windmill bearing and some windmills. And then over here, we've got a portable storage interface, which interfaces with this for now, going into this chest. Eventually, we're going to want to pull out a bit faster, so we'll hook up a belt to this going to whatever the next stage of our assembly is. So you can see when it comes over here, it will hit the interface, and then we will see this start to fill up. One thing you'll notice is I went ahead and did 2 rows of harvesters when I probably could have got away with 1. But the reason I did the 2 rows was for 2 reasons. One, I think it looks a lot nicer without having like a full grown area of vines. And the second is, let's just say we have the 1 row. If these are here, and then we have our crimson vines here, they basically have to kind of fight for whoever gets this middle spot. So if this grows, then our crimson vine won't be able to grow there. So by having our 2 rows, we're basically just making our farm a lot more efficient with not all that much more work. So that way the vines will always be growing, they'll always have a spot to grow too. So I'm going to take all these vines that we've got from our harvester, fill in the rest of the space, and then start working on the rest of our zinc production line. And easy as that, we've completed all of the machines we need to make infernal mechanisms. So starting over here at our weeping and twisting vine farm, our little farming machine actuates out and interfaces with this portable storage interface, which then feeds out with these belts into these two sets of drawers. Each set of drawers has a spot for twisting and weeping vines, which then gets split up onto these two belts via brass funnels with little filters on it, one for weeping and one for twisting vines. And then those get fed into a basin with a mixer above it. Below that mixer, we're heating it up with a blaze burner, which is being fed from a mechanical arm and some coal. To actually feed this, I just have a oak drawer with a funnel behind it and then a depot for that coal to land, so that way the arm has somewhere to take it out of and place it into our burners. And that's how we get our liquid souls. Then we're pumping our liquid souls all the way on over to our first spout. And then our last three spouts are fed with lava from our big lava pit. So you just have one pipe coming all the way down along here that just drops down into our lava pit with a hose pulley. And this actually seems to be the bottleneck right now. So the liquid soul seems to be keeping up just fine. We only need 500 millibuckets, which is half a bucket of liquid soul, and each time we do a mix, that gets us a whole bucket. But we do need 3,000 millibuckets of lava, which equates to 3 buckets, and these pumps here just don't seem to be cutting it. Right now I'm powering everything off just a few water wheels, so let's go ahead and put a whole bunch more on here and then see if we can't speed this up just a bit. Alright, so I added a whole bunch of extra water wheels here, and let's see how fast we can go now. So we can go up to 97, 113. We go all the way up. Oh, not quite. Just shy of full speed, but let's see if that's at least a bit faster, and if it's able to at least relatively keep up with our lava. And yeah, that really is keeping up quite a bit better. It's still not instant, but at least for our Infernal Machine production, I think that'll be more than fast enough, because realistically, we're not going to use a crazy amount of these, so I think we'll leave it for now until we eventually have a big power factory where we can pull essentially infinite power from that to actually power this base. So now let's hop into a quick time-lapse section so we can actually make our build and finish our zinc machine factory. And here it is, our completed zinc machine factory. I really like how this thing turned out. We also even went back in and did a little bit more work on our big lava tank. I took these lines coming from the dome and extending them all the way down, and then pulled the window a bit further back into the mountain here. And I think it looks really nice. It kind of just expands our space here. And pulling these down all the way to the bottom just kind of make the design a little bit more cohesive. So the Zinc Machine Factory is kind of our first big build that I think is really going to show what this mega base is trying to do and what it'll look like at the end. I really like how we have this big open glass wall, and I also really like how it just kind of works into the terrain. We're not trying to fight the terrain here with this space. We're trying to really work into it and work alongside the mountains and really meld with the natural terrain, because the natural terrain is so beautiful and we want to kind of keep as much of that as possible. So then coming on inside here, right now we just have a little hole in the wall. Eventually in between episodes at some point, I definitely will come through and fix all of our hallways and get everything connected up a little bit nicer. Now I didn't spend too much time actually decorating the inside of our base. I've got a few walls and holograms by our big machines. And then obviously on the inside, we got to keep our little blue lines coming throughout everything, which I think ends up looking really nice for our little farm here. And then we have our zinc machine production line here. We got some of these laboratory blocks and some more holograms, and I think it all ties the area together a little bit nicely. Now I think decoration is still one thing that I definitely need to work on improving as I work through this process. Building in this style is the first time I've actually built like this to a large scale. So figuring out what decorations work and what decorations don't is definitely going to be a learning process, and hopefully we can see it get better and better as we go throughout the rest of the series. So with all of that automated, let's run through here. We have our twisted vines automated. We have our weeping vines automated. we have our liquid soul all automated. And finally, we have our infernal mechanisms automated. And then our last step is to go craft a zinc machine. So our recipe for zinc machines is 9 infernal mechanisms and a zinc casing. Zinc casing is just a stone and a zinc sheet, and you get 2 of those, so none of that is too difficult to make. Looks like we are a little bit low on zinc, but we should have enough to get at least a few machines started up here. So I went ahead and pressed all of the zinc we had into sheets, which gets us more than enough zinc casings. And the last step is just to take all of our infernal mechanisms, and we will fill this in. Gets us 32 zinc machines plus another 8 with that last stack. Gets us 40 zinc machines to do whatever we want with. Can we just take a second to really appreciate the design of those zinc machines? I want to use this as a building block. This looks honestly really, really quite nice. Maybe if they weren't quite so expensive, I could use them as a building block. So let's go ahead and complete Chapter 2A, finishing off all of Chapter 2, meaning we can start jumping into Chapter 3. But before we jump into Chapter 3, there's 2 things in Chapter 2A I still want to check out, being the Mega Torch and the reinforced integral components. So our Mega Torch is just made with a torch and a zinc machine. And what this does is basically preventing spawning of natural hostile mobs in a big radius. And then with redstone, we can make these integral components. Actually, go ahead and craft quite a few of these right off the bat because I think these will come in very handy. So by placing our Mega Torch, basically what it's going to do is it's going to basically serve the same purpose as our Pharaoh Flare lanterns, where it makes it so that no mobs are going to spawn in a large space. However, it won't place lights like the Pharaoh Flare lantern does. So what that means is we can just pop it right here, and no mobs will spawn anywhere around here, but it also won't place a million lights everywhere, so that way we can actually do our own lighting if we want to, or even have mob farms in our factory without having the Pharaoh Flare lanterns lighting up those mob farms. So Mega Torches are definitely going to be a big use for this game, and you'll definitely see them crop up a lot as we work on expanding our base. So for this last step, I'm actually up here in my little tree lava farm, and I'm going to take this integral component, and I believe we can pop it in the augment. Yep, take a look at that. So it says scale factor times 3. So I believe what that means is that this farm is now 3 times more efficient, meaning it's going to produce 3 times more lava. And check that out, 75 millibuckets. Before, it was only producing 25, and then it was 50 with our Phytogrow, and now it's up to 75 with our reinforced integral component. And now let's check out if we have Phytogrow and a reinforced integral component, what we actually get out of our farm. So check that out. We got 150 millibuckets of lava, meaning that this not just 3 times is base and then adds the 2 times from this, it doubles it and then triples it, getting us an insane amount of lava. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a ton more of these integral components, fill up every one of our little arboreal extractors, and then craft a bunch more Phytogrow, fill this in, and we will have all the lava we need, hopefully pretty soon here. And having a lot of lava is actually going to be pretty important because with our zinc machine factory, we actually already managed to drain, I think we had maybe 5 levels of lava is now completely drained and used up making our zinc machines. So in the last episode, we were working on finishing up our Create Buddy card set, and we were a single card short. So what I went ahead and did is I cleared out all of the extra buddy cards we had. So essentially I went through all of our packs, and whatever we had an excess amount of, I took those extras and just dumped them into our crushing wheels here. I also just went through all of the ones in our Create Buddy card set that we had extras of. We'll crush those up. Because when we're making our buddy cards last episode, shredded buddy cards was definitely what we were short on. So craft up a whole bunch of those, get some more plates, get some more nuggets from our buddy steel ingots, and then craft up as many buddy card packs as we can to hopefully fill in our final create set buddy card. Alright, so here's what we got. We got 2 stacks and 13. I think that's a few more than in the last episode, so hopefully this is everything. If it's not, I'm really not sure what I want to do. I don't think I want to keep on dragging out this segment because we really just want to get our create set finished up. So let's see. Hopefully we got shiny card number 13. Oh, we got it! We got it! Oh, finally! So our create set shiny and not shiny is now fully complete, and we can check that off our list and move on to the next set in the next episode. So with that done, now we can go ahead and check off Zinc Machine Factory and move on to the next episode. So building a giant mining machine is something that we've needed to do for quite a long time. I am almost always out of resources, and just about every episode I have to spend some time going and farming for whatever resource, whether it's iron, gold, lapis. You can see that I'm really not doing too well on ores. We're down to like just over a stack of copper. That'll get used up really quick. So I think it's finally time that we actually go and build a big mining machine. So the first thing we have to do is figure out where we're actually going to build our mining outpost. Now, I don't want to do it anywhere too close to our mega base because I don't want to actually see the big gash going throughout the world, because we are going to do a top to bottom design. So I think we want somewhere a little far from my base. The other thing we have to consider is we want to avoid mountains. The reason we want to avoid mountains is we're going to be using a pulley design, and pulleys only go 128 blocks down, so we want to have somewhere that avoids mountains so we can make sure that we're getting all of the lower level blocks. So I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to come all the way out here to this ocean by the desert biome we found, and we're going to start in the ocean and just kind of cut straight south. And the reason we're going to do that is because there's going to be no mountains to fight with in the ocean and the desert, but also we're going to get a lot of sand. And sand is one of the things that I'm constantly running out of, so getting lots and lots of sand is definitely going to be something that will be very nice and help us progress in our pack. So let's take a quick little fly over there and we'll scope out a good place to actually build our mining outpost. So I think this little island is going to be the perfect spot for our mining outpost. We can build our little outpost here and have it go straight south, and it'll cut right through the ocean, bit through this desert, bit through this Badlands biome, and just keep on going south until we manage to hit some kind of mountain or something. Then we can just kind of come up, go a little bit to the left, do it again, and do it again, and do it again, and just get a whole big scar cut right through the land, and really make good use of the space we have and get lots and lots of blocks and ores. Alrighty, so I spent a whole bunch of time getting together all the material we're going to need for our giant mining contraption, and let me tell you, I am so happy to finally be building a mining machine, because we spent probably about 3 hours getting all the lead and iron for mechanical drills, and then all of the zinc for all of these oak drawers and drawer controller we're going to be using for our build. So I'm going to take all these parts over to our new mining base location and make our mega mining machine. Whoa, we got a little friend on this island. Hello. Oh, is this a Blizz, I think? Yeah. See if we can't take him out and get some of that Blizz powder. There we go. And he did drop some. Got 2. Oh, Blizz moped. Interesting. Alright, so we're over here at our little mining outpost island, and I went ahead and placed down a beacon right away so we can have creative flight as we build our little mining machine. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to Y130, because that is going to be where we want to actually place our drills. The rope pulley extends down 130 blocks, so placing this at 130, we can clear any hills that are above this while still going all the way down to bedrock with our drills. So to start this off, we need to actually place our linear chassis that we need to place all of our drills on, because this is basically what's going to hold our whole drill contraption together and move up and down to actually drill all the way down to bedrock. So we're going to extend this out 16. So I think I'm going to do 16 by 16 chunk of drills, which will take out a whole chunk of land at a time. So we're going to go out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then I, of course, brought my infinity wand. So I can just go ahead and extend that out 16 blocks and have our big square of mining. So I'm going to extend this out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, maybe I should have extended the beacon a little bit more because the range is still a little short, but that won't be too big of a deal. And 16. So I'm just going to go through here, glue all the blocks, and then attach our drills. And then with all of that glued up, we're going to go ahead and grab our drills and place these all the way along underneath our chassis. And the slime will connect all these up, and we can just grab our wand, pull them all the way out to the edge here. And go out of range of our beacon again, and get that finished up. All right, and with all of our drills placed, we now have what is essentially a working mining machine. And I'm just going to go ahead up here, and we will take off our extendo grip. We will clean up any little slime bits that are stuck up at the top, and then keep working on our machine. So this whole platform essentially is going to be what's going all the way down to bedrock, and on this platform we're going to need some storage. So what I'm going to do is on the inside here, I'm going to go 3 blocks in from the inside, so that way we have some place to actually build our platform up above. I'm just going to go ahead and place a whole bunch of slime down, so we can glue a bunch of barrels onto the top here. So we'll go ahead and do a whole big box of barrels, that way we can do multiple chunks at a time without having to empty this out. And then move on to actually building our platform. All right, so now with that, we want to actually build our above platform. And for this, we want to go up a few blocks and then build the platform. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to grab some of these secondary linear chassis. And the reason I'm going to grab these is because they don't stick to regular chassis unless glued on. So what we can essentially do is come up 2 blocks, then grab some more of the regular linear chassis, place these down, and then basically what this is going to do is we're going to have our points of contact where it looks like it's all connected up, but those secondary linear chassis won't actually connect to the second platform. And we'll just basically build a 3 block wide ring all the way along the whole outside of our mining machine, so that way we have a nice place to stand and work as this machine goes all the way down to bedrock and back up. So with that done, we've got our top platform where we can stand and work, got our bottom platform, which is our mining machine, will actually be going up and down. Now we just need something to actually power our mining machine, and basically it's all going to be run off of a rope pulley. So to actually connect our rope pulley up here, we're going to do something a little differently. We're actually going to use some of these secondary linear chassis, which are just crafted by putting a regular linear chassis in your crafting grid. And the reason we're going to use these is because we need this to come up here. We're going to glue that and sit at this level. Now the reason we want it sitting at this level is just so it all kind of looks cohesive and nice, so that way we can just grab our rope pulley and put it down on that level, and this will essentially just rise up and down, and this won't connect. If we were to use a regular linear chassis here, it would end up connecting, and that's not what we want. So we're going to use a secondary chassis so it does not connect. So now with a rope pulley in place, we need to actually power this whole thing. And the best option for powering something on a moving contraption is actually using fan power. So by placing down a campfire, you can place a fan on top of that campfire and give that power via a redstone signal, and it will basically work as a small power source. So we can use these, a big row of these, to power our rope pulley. So I'm just going to go in here, place a long line of fans all rotating off of their campfires, power these all up, get them connected to our rope pulley, and then we will have a functioning mining machine. Alright, so with our power and our rope pulley hooked up, we're good to do our first mining trip. Flick that lever on this gear shift. It's basically shift it from moving up to moving down. We want to be moving down, so we can flick it to moving down and just watch our little contraption move all the way down and dig a whole chunk all the way down through to bedrock. And with that, our first chunk is fully mined out. So 2 things I went ahead and did. One is I moved our beacon setup back up to our contraption, because this is where it's going to live. It's going to live up here where we're actually doing all the work. And then I also put in this giant wall of drawers, so that way we can basically sort out all of our items. We can put anything that we turn into blocks into compacting drawers, everything else into these other drawers, which we can basically just store everything in. Now from just that first chunk, we actually got some pretty good stuff. We got plenty of dirt, cobblestone, and andesite cobblestone. We actually got so many that we filled up this oak drawer. We had to put some upgrades on it because we had to fill up a few of these other drawers with all of the extras we got. We got a bit of diorite, a bit of granite. Then we also got some darkstone, grimstone, and lava stone from some of these other mods. So that'll be really nice to actually start using some blocks other than cobblestone and andesite cobblestone from Forbidden Arcanus and Darker Depths.
We also ended up getting a whole stack of obsidian and 20 flint, as well as a whole bunch of different ores, over a stack of iron, lots of zinc, some niter, some rubies, lots of copper, lots of lead, arcane crystal, sapphire, some coal, and even an emerald. So while this is all good, we still need a way to actually move our machine, and that's what this last little piece of the puzzle is. Alright, so to actually move this whole thing, we're going to do something that's a little simple, but it will definitely get the job done. So all I'm going to do is put some chassis up here, and then a mechanical piston touching that. And then we'll do some piston pulls off to the side. We'll do 8 of them, so we can move half a chunk at a time. So essentially I have to move this contraption 2 times to move full 16 chunks, throw a hand crank on there. And now when we turn this hand crank, our whole machine should just move over 8 blocks. Let's give this a go. And it looks like we did mess something up because we got our top moving, but not our bottom. Looks like we still have to glue all of this stuff on. And that's why it didn't move. So let me get all this glued up and we'll try this again. All right, so I got everything over there glued down. So let's give this another try. And hopefully our machine works as intended. And yes, it does all seem to be moving as one. So now we can just move this over 8 blocks. Then once that's done, all we have to do is break our piston pole, grab all of the poles, replace it back down. It looks like we lost some from down there. So I think what I'll have to do is just move it in 1 block, so that way that it doesn't happen again. But for now, I'll just go down there and grab the poles that fell. So we can place the last 2 extension poles, put our crank back on, move our machine 1 more time. Then once it's moved, we can go ahead and run over here, flick our lever for our gear shift. Our whole assembly will go all the way back down and mine the next chunk, rinse and repeat a whole bunch of times. Cut a big gash through the world and collect tons and tons of resources. Alright, so it looks like we have hit the bottom, and there's a few things I noticed. First is that we're going to have to actually lower this whole contraption down by 1, because we're at our full length of our piston extension, and we still haven't mined these blocks here. Now I won't be able to go past that because of the bedrock, but we can actually mine all the blocks at the bedrock layer. So I think we'll lower the whole contraption down by 1. The second thing I noticed is that we're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup here. First is we'll have to get rid of all this randomonium ore that's going to spawn, because as it mines through it, it basically will just teleport away or move away like that. So we'll have to go back through here, clear all of the randomonium ore that spawned, and then the last thing we have to do is we have to come back in here and get rid of all the obsidian. And the reason we have to get rid of all the obsidian is just because every once in a while, when mining through lava lakes, all of the water from our ocean is basically creating all this obsidian, and every once in a while it creates it at the same time it goes down, and it doesn't actually manage to mine it out. So with just that little bit of cleanup, this really won't be too bad, and we should be able to mine chunks out pretty quickly. Alright, so we did quite a lot of mining with this little machine. We went all the way from this island up here all the way down to where we're almost into this desert, and this thing has worked absolutely beautifully for us. So there's 2 small changes I might make to this machine in the future. The first is that destroying this mechanical piston every time we needed to move it 2 times was a little annoying. So what I might do is extend out our platform here so it goes the full 16 blocks every time, so I only have to break it and place it once instead of 2 times per movement. The other thing I might do is extend out the actual area of our drills, because when we drop the drills, it takes the same time to go from here down to bedrock as if it was 1 drill or if it's 150 drills. So extending out and having more and more drills would actually be quite an improvement and really wouldn't slow us down at all. And getting more drills isn't going to be too much of an issue anymore, because we ended up filling all of these barrels 2 times and emptying them out into the sorted wall here. So you can see we have an absolute ton of resources. 3,000 iron, 700 zinc, 180 copper, 400 lead, 600 nickel, 300 gold. We got over 1,000 lapis, and we ended up getting over 100 diamonds, 45 emeralds, and then 5,000 coal. And then alongside that, we got a whole bunch of building blocks. We got tons of cobblestone, andesite cobblestone, dirt, sand, diorite, granite, gabbro, dolomite, and then a few of these. And then also a few of these other modded blocks. So we got the grimstone, darkstone, lavastone, a bit of arcane goldstone, and then a whole bunch of obsidian as well.
So to actually take this stuff home, I think all I have to do is break these drawers, because when I actually go ahead and place these back down, it'll keep the items inside it. So all I need to do is just break all the drawers that have items in it, pop it into a storage bag, take them home, and then sort them out into our system. So alongside all those goodies, we ended up getting a whole bunch more stuff from randomonium ore. So you can see we just got like a big random supply of a bunch of items. This is all just kind of my junk items that we just kind of collected throughout our time. And then this chest is all of the really cool items we got. So we ended up getting a redstone flux cell, a crystal growth accelerator, and a fractioning still, which are some pretty useful blocks that have a little bit of a difficult crafting recipe. Nothing too crazy, and it didn't really skip any tiers, but it is pretty cool to get. And then we also got some aquatic resonant, gold reagent, and fuchsia reagent, which are added by the Crate Above and Beyond to craft up different ores and stuff. So these, I don't know how helpful they are because we're not quite there in the texture yet, but it's definitely cool to see. We also got some random other stuff: telescope, glistening coffee, coffee with sugar, bagel, D6, some music discs, a icy pale ale, and some buddy cards. So I'm going to take a bunch of this stuff, we're going to head on home, sort it out, and then we'll figure out what's next. Alright, so I have just started to organize my stuff into my storage system, and we are already out of room. Looks like these arcane barrels are all now completely full of stuff, so in the next few episodes I think we're going to have to find out a better storage solution because we don't have room for all of our new goodies. They're just going to kind of have to hang out here until we can get some more room set up for them. Now, one thing we can do to alleviate our storage problem just a little bit is to take out all of our gold, because I think today we're going to try to finish the Nether buddy card set. So to get more Nether buddy card things, there are a few different things we can do, and one of those is to barter with zombie piglins. So what I think I'm going to do is take all of this gold we have here. This is everything that was in our storage system, and because we have all of this extra gold we just got from our mining outpost, we got 397 crushed gold, which I believe we can double. What I want to do is take all of this gold that we already had, trade it with piglins, and see if we can't get the rest of our Nether set buddy cards. Alright, so I've got my little army of piglins here, which I've been trading with, just dropping a bunch of gold in here. They trade with me, and the way I've actually been grabbing these guys is with the piggyback from Tigger's construct. So the way to use this is you put it in your offhand, and then you come over to a mob you want to grab, right click them, and then they go on your back. Now you do have to have your back armor open, so sadly we cannot fly around to do this, but all you need to do is grab them, take them up to my spot, take off my backpack, and then collect them. And now all we gotta do is just dump a bunch of gold in there and they will trade away. Now I've done I think about half a stack of gold and we got 2 buddy card packs, so we'll see what the rest of this gets us. Alright, so after trading away all that gold, we got all these goodies. We filled up our little extra bag here up to the top. Plus, we got a bunch of extra stuff, minus a few boots and water bottles that we just didn't have room for. And we ended up getting 17 Nether set buddy card packs. Now, from our experience with the Crate buddy card packs, this probably won't be enough, but hopefully it will. So let's head back to the base and see where we get. Alright, so this is what our buddy card binder looks like before opening all the packs. So we've got 2 empty spots in our non-shiny cards, then a whole bunch of holes in our shiny cards. So we're going to open up all these packs. I will sort them out, and we'll check back in and hopefully have a complete set. And that wasn't quite the complete set, but we did manage to complete our full non-shiny deck. We made some really good progress in our shiny cards. So in the next episode, we'll try to refine out that gold and hopefully be able to complete our full Nether buddy card set. So now we can go ahead and check off mining outpost. And speaking of refining that gold, in the next episode, we're going to work on an ore processing plant to smelt down and refine all those ores we got in this episode. So for our super smelter, if you take a look at the metallurgy tab in our quest book here, you can see there's lots of different ways to actually make our materials. And so far we've been doing everything pretty manually, but basic what we've been doing is we've been using fortune to get our crushed ore, been crushing it with crushing wheels to get our dust, been melting it to get our liquid, casting it, and then putting it into ingot form. And all of these different pieces have all been kind of separate, and we want to combine them as best as possible. So the first thing we need to do is take our crushed ore and turn it into dust. Now for that, we're not quite at the pulverizing stage yet, so we're going to actually have to stick to crushing, but I think long term, once we do unlock the pulverizer, we will upgrade to that, as it's 1 to 6 versus 1 to 3 to 6. So the pulverizer is definitely going to be an upgrade, but we're going to stick with our crushing wheels for now. And then to actually refine our dusts, we have 2 new options. So what we've been doing is melting, which gets us 1 dust to 3 ingots. The other option would be foundry melting, which gets 1 to 3, but it's actually a little different, and I'll show you why in a second. Or we could do superheating mixing, which gets us 1 to 6, which is essentially double the output. And then after that, it's just casting ingots, which is pretty simple. So if we take a look at the uses of iron dust, we can see that there's a few different options here. So we got our melting, which gets us 3 nuggets. Got our foundry, which gets us 3 nuggets, plus an extra nugget. Now this extra nugget is always something different. So for example, iron gets us nickel, whereas lead would end up getting us iron. So by using the foundry, we are going to get a little bit of extra resources from our time. And then our final option is superheated mixing. Now superheating mixing is pretty easy. Our blaze cakes are very easy to get. You just pump lava into a blaze cake. We have infinite lava, so that's really not too much of a worry. However, the matter balls are something different. So to get our matter balls, what we need to do is we need to have a storage component, and I guess that turns into matter balls, or it just creates matter balls. I'm not really quite sure how this works. However, we are going to have to hold off on this because we are not quite at the right stage to make our matter condenser. So for now, we're actually going to stick with making a scorched alloy ore from Tinkerer's construct. And then the other thing we want to focus on today, which is automating our alloys. If I take a look at how to make brass, the only way to make brass is by using a mixer. We can't do it straight up in a Tinkerer's Construct foundry. So what we need to do is pump those out into a mixer, and I want to automate that process. Right now I just have it manual, where I basically just turn a valve and then it pumps out. But I really just have a pretty janky setup just to make brass, and there are a few other alloys that are mixed this way. So I want to have a setup to make all those different alloys pretty much automatically just by flicking a lever to turn on brass production or whatever other alloy production we want. So first things first, we actually need to find a good place to put these machines. And I definitely want it pretty much right off of our workshop, because as we're working in our workshop, we're definitely just going to want to be able to run over to our alloy machine and make those alloys or smelt those ores. And I'm thinking maybe right through here would be the perfect way to get to our next machine. So right above this is actually our infernal mechanism factory. So I think what we'll actually do is, instead of going up and having something in the mountain, I think this will be the first part of our base that will be completely enclosed in the mountain. So I will dig out a big space, get some materials ready, and then we can go ahead and start working on putting together our mechanisms. I got our little ore processing / smeltery space dug out. I decided to go right on the other side of our main kind of workshop area, so that way maybe we can like put some windows in here and actually like see into the other room, and still have like maybe a little bit of natural light in this room. So one thing that did actually happen while mining is our pickaxe went down to durability 68. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and re-enchant that with no unbreaking, so that way we can put the Eternal Stella on our pickaxe. And we're also going to re-enchant our golden boots because they had double jump. Those don't work with Elytra. So we're going to get a new pair of buddy boots, fix our pickaxe with the Eternal Stella, so that way we can mine forever and not have to worry about replacing it, and then we can get to work on building out our contraptions to smelt all of our items. Alright, so after just a little bit of grinding, we have everything we need. So on our boots, we got protection unbreaking 3 from a raw enchant. Then on our pickaxe, we got efficiency 4, buddy binding 3 on a raw enchant. So now we can just go ahead and go through here and enchant everything out, and it looks like... Does the pickaxe need to be fully unenchanted? No, it needs to be enchanted. It needs to be in the smithing table, right? Ah, okay, there we go. Now it's indestructible. All right, so we still need a buddy binding 3 for our pickaxe, but we can enchant everything else. All right, and with that, we've got our new pickaxe. You can see it's automatically healing itself. We got indestructible, fortune 3, efficiency 5, buddy binding 3. And on our boots, we got protection 4, unbreaking 3, buddy binding 3, feather falling 4, and depth strider 3. So we can go ahead and put that there, put on our boots, and now we should be good to go. So I got a whole bunch of materials ready to actually build our auto ore smelting machine. So we're going to do a foundry to actually smelt all of the ores, but you are going to have to go back to a regular old smeltery for the other part, because in the smeltery we also want to be doing some alloying. And sadly, you can only do alloying in the smeltery. You cannot do it in the foundry. So we'll have our foundry back here, which will be automatically processing our ores, and then out here we'll have our smeltery, where we'll also have our setup to automatically process down the 3 different alloys that need to be mixed, and those alloys are rose gold, brass, and constantine. So to actually build our foundry here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it really long. And the reason I want to make it really long is because I want to have 12 of these scorched drains, so that way we're constantly draining stuff off and this doesn't end up bottlenecking. Because that seemed to really be the bottleneck in previous designs, where we had everything was able to melt fast enough, but it was not able to drain quite fast enough. So I don't know if we'll use all 12, but I think we'll go with maybe about this size. And then on this wall, we'll make everything into drains. Now, the reason I'm doing all the corners and the entire bottom onto this foundry is because, unlike the smeltery, you actually need to fill in every single block. You can't leave the corners open. So we're going to have to fill in this entire thing with blocks, and then we need a controller, and then this thing should be active, and then we can come in here, place down a bunch of faucets, and finally place down a whole bunch of the casting tables, and that should be our entire foundry complete. Well, I guess not our entire foundry complete. The last thing we need to do is we need to add the ingot tank, so that way we can actually hold the lava for this machine to run off of. I think it would be a waste not to connect that up to our automatic lava tank. So let me run a pipe all the way down to here. We'll run it just behind this wall here, so that we can run it to this machine as well as our smeltery. So I've got our lava hooked up. I'm running a line all the way up to our zinc machine factory, over where we have our giant lava tank. It's running all the way down here, along here, and then into our scorched foundry. So you can see that we have our lava tank filled up. So now, at this point, I mean, it's fully usable. We can start pumping stuff in and cooking it down. But we do want to automate that process. So to automate that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on a scorched duck. And what this will basically do is that it will allow us to pump items in using a funnel. So now the last thing we need to do is hook up our crushing wheels and hook up a way to turn everything into ingots and automatically pump those out. So we're going to run a belt a few blocks out from our duct here. And then we want a brass funnel, so that way you can do multiple stacks of items at a time. And then one thing that I think is going to be pretty important is to put a barrel here with some funnels on either end. Now the reason we want this barrel here is to kind of act as a buffer. So when we crush those ores, we get a lot of dust, and I'm not sure that this will be able to keep up with it. So by having this barrel here, this will basically fill up with all the excess dust, so that way we can keep crushing and we're not bogging down that system. So now we just need to place our crushing wheels. So we'll put them maybe 1 block up, because we don't want those to interfere with the funnel here. So we'll do our 2 crushing wheels, and then above that, we're going to want a chute. Then above that, we're going to have a barrel. And what I might do is I might have a system that automatically pulls items up to this level. But for now, just the barrel and the chute will work. With our extendo grip, it's not going to be a problem to reach that barrel. So then items will get crushed, smelted, and then they'll automatically get poured out of here. Now we do need to provide these with redstone signals. Looks like I don't have any levers on me, but all we need to do here is just put a row of levers up top, which will basically turn on our drains. Now the last thing we need to do is actually pump all of the finished ores out. And so I think what we can do there is we can just put a row of andesite funnels on here, and then we'll do a belt. And at the end of the belt, what we're going to want to do is put another barrel and a funnel. And now we just need to hook this up to power. So I'm going to go ahead and power this all up, and then we'll fill it with ores, and we will start processing our finished ores. So now it's finally time to go ahead and process our first ore. And we're actually going to start with gold. And that's just so that way we can make our ingot molds. So we're going to go ahead and throw some gold in here. It'll get crushed up, turned into dust, go into our buffer barrel, and then go into our foundry. At least it should. Ah, oh no. I guess now we got some blood in there. Let me figure out why this is not going in. Oh, it's because we're using the wrong item. We actually want a scorched chute, not a scorched duct. So let me go ahead and craft some of those up. I should have everything I need to make that happen. Okay, there we go. We've got our scorched chute. So we're just going to go in here, place that, and then we can pop our funnel back on there. There we go. Oh, we're smelting it up. So these will smelt down into our ingots. And then we will also get some zinc, it looks like, as well. And that's that byproduct of actually using the foundry instead of the smeltery. So now what I need to do is I need to make my ingot cast. And the way I'm actually going to do that is I'm just going to put a whole bunch of bricks in here. And then if you cast gold over a brick, you'll get an ingot cast. So that's a really cheap way of making an ingot cast without actually having to use any ingots. So now we just need to go ahead, power these up, and essentially what that'll do is it'll cast it out. We'll get our ingot, and then it should get pulled out here into our barrel. So we'll get a row of levers to power all those up and drop all our ores in here, and we can see what we get. So from just that first 2 stacks of gold, we got 2 stacks of gold plus an extra 57 plus an extra 63 zinc. So that was really successful. This thing is definitely worth building. We're going to get a ton of resources, so what I'm going to do is put all of our resources in here and we'll see what we get out. Oh no, it looks like our buffer barrel is not enough. So I think what we'll do, I guess right away is just grab some more arcane barrels, but what we'll do is maybe upgrade that to, oh man, I don't even know. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll have to find some kind of solution to deal with all this excess. I think the temporary cheap solution could just be to put in chutes here, because then essentially what it'll do is it won't process anything unless it has room. So I think we'll just leave the chutes like that for now, and then maybe eventually we'll upgrade this barrel to be even bigger in the future, so that way we're not bottlenecked off of our grinding and smelting setup. So it looks like we actually have one more issue to solve. So what's going on here is like we have lead here, zinc here, and gold here. So as we're processing through this nickel, what's happening is it's not able to use these 3 casting tables. So what I might do is just see if there's a way that we can extend how many casting tables we have going on here, so that way we can actually speed up this whole process. So I actually found a pretty elegant little design here. So what I did is I just did a second layer of casting tables up top, and then we just have our funnels here, which basically just make them drop down. So I actually get this like really cool little waterfall of items as these all get casted out. And that's just make it all run a bit faster, so now we can do more of the same item at a time, and hopefully we won't be bottlenecked too much by the amount of different materials we are casting out. And so with our ore smelting machine done, I think it's time to move on to our alloy machine. So I've already kind of started placing the seared bricks because I've got all the stuff we need to actually build our smelter. So I'm just going to go ahead and build up a smelter. Now this is a little bigger than the one at our old base. We're actually going to do a 4x4 design. And the reason we're doing 4x4 is there are 4 different materials we have to pull out of here to do our 3 different alloys. So for brass, we're going to be pulling out zinc and copper. For Constantine, we're going to be pulling out copper and nickel. For rose gold, we're going to be pulling out copper and gold. So we just need gold, nickel, and zinc and copper to be pulled out. So that gives us 4 spots where we'll need to pull out liquid ores. So we're going to place our forward sear drains, which we basically can use to pull out of. And we'll just simply pull these out here. And I guess what I'll have to do is I'll have to actually wrench these to make them clear, so that way they don't combine. And then basically just have to route these together so that they go into the correct basins. So the simplest way to do this is just pull this one all the way at the back. This will be our copper. And then basically what we can do is we can pull these up just kind of straight like so. And then once that's done, we pull these over like so. We'll pop that off, put that there, wrench it, go like that. And so now each of these is going to get copper. And then we can set this one to be zinc, gold, and nickel. So we actually have to pull these out a little further because we still have to hook up pumps and valves to each one of these. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so I've got our smelter design put together, and I did end up changing things just a little bit. So starting off with the simple stuff, we have our controller here, as well as a chute. The reason I have this chute is because I'm going to put a hopper with a chest above it, which will be able to input lots of items at a time. Then over here we have our faucets where we'll put some ingot cast so we can cast stuff out. Then we'll put hoppers and chests underneath each one of these so we can automatically draw items out. And then over here is where we're actually going to be doing our mixing. So on each one of these, we have 2 smart fluid pipes so we can set the 2 different types we need. And then I have these fluid valves which are actually hooked up. So all I need to do is turn this one to green or turn it to red when I'm done. But I can turn it to green to pump fluid in with these pumps. It goes into the basin, gets mixed up, and then we have another set of fluid pipes which will be filtered for the completed ingredient. It'll get pumped out all the way here, back into our smeltery, and then we can draw it out with our ingots and have our completed alloy. So I'm going to go ahead and get this powered up, get it cleaned up just a little bit, and then we will start alloying our first materials. Okay, so our first stage of filters are all set up, so what we should be able to do is we have 1 stack of everything in here and then 4 stacks of copper. So what I should be able to do is just open up these valves. And we should see our stuff start pumping in there, and it'll start mixing up immediately. And we can turn all these 3 on. So we've got our zinc and copper, which is going to get our brass. Then we've got our gold and copper to get our rose gold, and then our copper and nickel to get our constantin. So we can see these are all mixing up. All the colors look correct. And then once those are mixed, I'm going to grab the buckets, set these filters, and then hook up this final stage. And there we go. So once it's done, it'll stop spinning. We should be able to grab out our brass eventually. There we go. We got the brass. So then what I need to do is take our brass, put it here, and then it'll be able to pump out the brass. So we just got to do the same for the other 2, and then hook it up to power. And we should be rocking and rolling. So we've got our rose gold. We can set that. And then finally, we need our constantin. And we got that, so we can set that. And then I have my final pipe here. So we should be able to see stuff start pumping out here. Looks good. And it looks like we broke a pipe here by accident, so we can hook that up. And oh no. Okay, so what's happening is multiple fluids are trying to go through the same pipe, and it is not liking that. Let me hook up 2 more pipes, and we'll get these all linked up, pumping out, and we should be good to go. Okay, so to fix that, all I did is I just took the pipes down along the bottom here to make this little loop. So now, when we hook it up, everything should work correctly. I do need to make sure that these are all going the right direction, which they were not by default, so good thing I checked. Everything else, though, seems to be all right. And there we go, we're already mixing back up. And we should be able to see all of our different mixes coming in here. So we've got our constantin, rose gold, and brass all being mixed up. So the last step here is just going to be to clean everything up, make it look all pretty, and then we should be done with both our alloying and our smelting machines. Awesome. So with our super smelting room complete, our base is really starting to come together. I really like how this thing turned out. I think it looks really nice. I tried to carry a lot of the design ideas from kind of our main part of the base. We have like these blue columns going throughout it. We've got like the laboratory blocks for the walls. But what I decided to do is bring a lot of these seared bricks in and kind of make it look a little like dirtier and like an actual like smelting room. And I have like our pipes exposed here behind these steel trap doors. We've got our space down here for our pipe routing. And yeah, I think it turned out absolutely fantastic. And I think this will be a really nice little place to kind of work in and smelt up all of our ores. And also this is kind of our first complete room. Our main workshop still has the open roof because we're going to do more stuff up there. I never got around to finishing up our escalator. And then on our train station, we still have a open side. This part's complete, but this whole edge is basically still empty. So it's definitely something that I'm really happy with, and it's really starting to kind of show that eventually this space is going to look really cool. I even put a little bit of glass here in the hallway to show into this alloying tank, so that way as we were walking by, we can kind of see what we got going on in here. And I think this whole thing is going to work out pretty good. So while we were working on our build here, we did actually have our foundry complete smelting up all of our ores. So I did take out 6 stacks to make our stack of Constantine, Rose Gold, and Brass. But then other than that, we have an entire arcane barrel full of iron. We have about half an arcane barrel full of nickel. Then we have lots of zinc, lead, gold, copper, bit of iron, and a bit of nickel. So this is a really good haul. I would say the one thing that we still need more of is copper, and I think that's just because we were digging in the ocean. So maybe once we get our machine past the ocean and start digging in more land, we'll get more copper. This also might be something I just go out and grind for eventually, because we can find copper pretty easily just kind of on the side of mountains and stuff. So overall, I mean, this is going to carry us at least for a few more episodes and really get us set up a lot better for the pack. So with all of this smelted up now, I'm actually going to grab every single piece of gold we have, and I'm going to go trade with zombie piglins, and hopefully we can finish our nether buddy card set today.
Okay, our nether portal is like right over there, and we found ourselves an enderling. I've got my little piggyback, so let's grab this guy and see if we can't take him home. Let's try that again. Oh no, he's not letting me grab him. Oh, it's because I'm trading with him. Maybe if I get like, how do I grab him without opening the trade menu? Man, what do I do? Oh no! Why is he dying? Why am I dying? Oh god. Okay, maybe we'll have to go get a lead. Is he, like, stuck in this tree? What's going on here? Here, let's try... Oh, okay. Oh, he was on my back. It was like a visual glitch. You know what? I think that's it. I think he's on my back. It just looks like he's not. So let's walk over here to our portal. Avoiding the lava. We'll see if we walk through here if he's gonna... Maybe we take our piggyback off here. I swear I heard him. Did he go through? Where's the guy? Okay, he's not over here anymore, so he must have gone through the portal is my guess. So let's head on through and see if we can't name tag this guy and find a nice little home for him. He is here. He is here. Okay. Nope. Can't put him there. Don't go back in the portal. You dingus? Okay, okay. Oh my god, he went back through. Okay, that's fine. Let's go get our name tag ready so we can tag him right away. And then we will get him into a nice spot. Luckily, we got plenty of name tags, so we can go ahead and name him Friend. Where'd he go? I thought he went through the portal. Maybe he did not? I don't see him around. Let's go back through and hopefully he's back at the base somewhere, hiding out. Oh, did we lose him? Is he gone? I don't hear him. He's got to be through the portal somewhere. No way he despawned that fast. I am afraid that he's gone. Man, that sucks. I don't know why going back through the portal just made him disappear. I mean, I'll take another look around, but I'm not confident that he's here anymore. Oh no. You're kidding. Dude followed me through the ender portal.
Oh, what the heck? Dude. Get out of here. The audacity. Okay, so from all that gold, we got a whole bunch of stuff, including a whole 21 nether set buddy card packs. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I will just dump all this stuff off, all this extra stuff. We will open up those packs and hopefully we will finally complete our nether buddy card set. So just as a reminder, we've got all of our base set cards. We're just missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shiny cards, but one of those shiny cards is number 27, which is super rare. So I don't know if this is going to be enough packs, because we only get one shiny card per pack, so that's only 21 shiny cards we're going to get today. So hopefully we get everything we want. Oh, there's 27 right away. Okay, so that makes me a little bit more hopeful. Got 13. We're only too short. Oh man. Sadly that was all our gold, so maybe in between episodes I'll do a little bit more mining. We'll get some more gold, and we'll do another set of trading in the next episode and hopefully get our last 2 cards to complete our nether buddy card set. So that's going to do it for today's episode. We can go ahead and check off ore processing plant. That is complete. So that leaves just a single thing I want to do before we start working on chapter 3, and that's an auto food factory. I've been eating these motivational apples for the last few episodes, and they have not been helping out too much. I've actually died a lot of times. So I think in the next episode, we're going to take some time to make a food factory before moving on to chapter 3 and continuing on with our quest line. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Let me know what you think of our super smelting room, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.